County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 4 of the Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire is about to start on time. Both Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, are quite surprised about that. When we were here at this time yesterday, the ground, well, Andrew, it looked kind of more like Rutland Water than a cricket field, didn't it?
Unbelievable.
Astonishing.
The heroes are obviously the ground staff here at Leicestershire have done an amazing job. I know they were here a long time after the play was actually abandoned yesterday, which was about 10 o'clock I think in the morning.
Yep.
And they've worked amazingly hard, and the difference between yesterday and today obviously is quite staggering. I think it's still a little bit soft, a little bit damp out there, but fair play to the umpires and the two teams just wanted to get out there and play cricket. And although the sunshine that we had first thing in the morning, needless to say, has disappeared behind the clouds, fingers crossed for something approaching a full day's play.
Yeah, the wind has gotten up, as I say, coming from the south, and there is a possibility of the odd shower here and there, but we should get plenty of cricket. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 97 for 2. Remember, they're replying to Northamptonshire's 453 for 7, so 304 is the follow-on target. The men at the crease, the Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill, who is 18 not out and is going to be on strike, and Louis Kimber, who is 47 not out. 97 for 2, the Foxes, as they were, seems like days ago. It was days ago. I'll start off from the Bennett end. Sanderson is in, bowls outside off stump, swings away, allowed to go through by Lewis Hill. I'll start off just, if that's right, Andrew, because there will be an update.
Yes,
actually, we have started a bit earlier, unless we have started a fraction early. There will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester at the end of the news at about 2 minutes past 11.
Well, that was the first ball bowled since 20 past 3 on Saturday afternoon, so very welcome.
He's got the wind behind him, Ben Sanderson. He should be a handful. He's always a handful, and he goes and bowls very straight to Lewis Hill. He just pushed out towards mid-on. Certainly not putting his full weight into his deliveries as yet, Ben Sanderson, understandably enough. Coming down the slope. Remember, the wind wasn't as... well, it was much stronger that day. But remember, Mohammed Abbas coming down that slope with an absolute gale. But in fact, it was a gale. It was one of those named storms, and bowling out Durham twice in a day. Northampton will be hoping Sanderson can do the same as he bowls to Lewis Hill, who's forward on off stump. That's the line. The thickish outside part of the bat squeezes the ball out towards point.
James Sales, I think, the only Northamptonshire fielder not wearing a Northamptonshire cap today, favouring the floppy sun hat. Perhaps he's been a naughty boy or something, I don't know.
You would think, though, presuming that they're made of wool, these still made of wool, they'll be at least offer some warmth, wouldn't they? Those lovely maroon caps. In goes Sanderson and bowls. Hill is forward. There's an appeal for a leg before. Umpire Jack Shantry still standing at the Bennett end, as he will possibly throughout the entirety of the game. Just his way of saying no is just puts his head down, Jack Shantry. So if you're not used to it, if you're a bowler who hasn't worked with Shantry before, or been umpired by Shantry before, you might turn and see the head going down and think, oh, he's going to nod and raise his finger. He isn't. Sanderson is in and bowls outside off stump. Oh, lovely little shape back in, but it was just too wide, and Hill could and did leave safely. End of the over, and we're only sort of 1 minute past 11, so 97 for 2 remains the score. A maiden to start with for Ben Sanderson.
Do we get paid extra for this, bearing in mind it's an early start?
There'll be those who will be looking at yesterday and saying, do you get paid for that as well?
Busy day.
Here comes the update. 97 for 2, Leicestershire have resumed on time, which is amazing considering that the outfield at Grace Road looked more like Rutland Water at this time yesterday, but the ground staff will work very hard, and we are going to have, hopefully, a full day's play. Now, the likelihood is that Leicestershire will be playing mainly for bonus points. 97 for 2 they are, with Lewis Hill 18, Louis Kimber is 47 not out. They need 304 to avoid the follow-on, but as I say, it's really about trying to get to 350, maybe 400, and sort of picking up the most bonus most points they can from the game. A positive result unlikely because so much play has been lost.
Another Pulitzer Prize winner. It's Chris Tremaine to start proceedings from this pavilion end. Running away from Uster Bowl to Louis Kimber, played beautifully on Saturday. 2 slips in place, and that's turned away by Kimber for the first runs of the morning, down to deep square, where Safe Sabe comes off the boundary in front of the yellow seats and sends in his return. One more to Kimber, he goes to 48. And 98 for 2 the score. The first thing you have to say also is many happy returns, Richard.
Thank you very much. It's one of those birthdays that you say, well, I've long since stopped counting, really.
Well,
so.
Drawn level with me for at least a few weeks.
We're both terribly old.
I know, it's dreadful, isn't it?
Felt it coming up those stairs this morning.
You felt all 40 of them this morning, didn't you? Stairs up here to our excellent commentary position. And here's Tremaine bowling to Lewis Hill. Still the 2 slips, but a man in also a short mid-wicket catching, as Tremaine is in very full, and Hill looking to drive, just goes off the inner portion of the bat up to mid-on where George Scrimshaw fields, and there's no run. Scrimshaw we saw bowling his first 3 overs in Northamptonshire colours on Saturday, bowled 3 overs and then was taken off, bowled pretty tidily. Luke Proctor just went around the park a little bit in that last little session, 4 overs, 1 for 34, did pick up the wicket of Rishi Patel. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls on leg stump, and there's his first run of the morning for Lewis Hill. He goes to 19, clipped exactly the same place as Kimber's earlier in the over, down to deep square where Safe Sabe fields. So 19 to Hill, 99 for 2. Leicestershire, lots of speculation I think on social media, Richard, about whether there'll be any sort of agreement, whether they'll try and manufacture a result. I would be amazed if that happens. I think at this stage of the season it's just not in either side's interest. I wouldn't have thought. Is Tremaine in, bowls to Kimber, just tucks him up a little bit, and it goes off a leading edge up towards Proctor at mid-off. It bounces a foot or 2 in front of him, but that was a full stroke from Louis Kimber, and he's now just going down and studying the pitch. We just talked about the fact that it was just perhaps a little bit too paced on the first day, and he was aiming to play that out on the onside, and he finished up looping towards mid-off.
Yeah, not far short either.
Yeah, a couple of feet at the most, I think.
He felt it stopped on him.
Here's Tremaine again, running in and bowls to Kimber down the leg side, and taken by Lewis McManus, who was out there very early this morning with one of the strength and conditioning staff with a tennis racket, whacking any number of tennis balls at him just to get the hands moving.
One of the favoured exercises of good wicketkeepers, that, isn't it? I remember seeing Chris Reed doing it for about an hour before one championship game.
Yeah, they were out there for a while this morning. It was certainly just about the first Northamptonshire player out on the field. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Kimber and beats him outside the off stump with a good ball that just shaped away enough to beat the outside edge through to McManus, and that's the end of the over. 2 singles off it, 99 for 2. Leicestershire with Louis Kimber on 48 and Lewis Hill on 19. Yesterday, I mean, you have to give credit to the umpires for making a decision quickly, I think. It's one of those where you clearly were not going to play yesterday, but very often we'll be sitting around and the players will be sitting around for hours and hours while they make up their minds. But I thought it was a good decisive call yesterday, and
yeah, it kind of wasn't a difficult one, was it?
It wasn't difficult, but often we've known officials make, make them difficult.
Where are you going to be at the hotel, so we might as well stay at the ground, sort of thing. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Hill, back foot defensive shot off the stumps, back down the pitch to Ben Sanderson, who fields in his follow. So Dan Ellingworth on the stream, what are the permutations regarding points? Who needs what for maximum batting, bowling points today? Well, Northamptonshire have already got maximum batting points, all 5 of them. 9 wickets within the first 110 overs of an innings. Dan gets you maximum bowling points as well. In goes Sanderson, and bowls little tempter, and Hill very red when he nearly was tempted. You could just see his bat starting to come down outside the off stump, and then at the very last second just lifted it away. So every prospect for Northamptonshire of picking up the extra, certainly the 7 wickets that they would need for a maximum bonus point return from the game, i.e. 8, to go with the 8 for a draw, and 16 is a pretty decent return when we've played as little cricket as we have so far.
Not to be sneezed at.
In goes Sanderson, bowls, Hill drives, got that one away, reached for it a touch, but he got on top of the bounce, got it away to deep extra cover, and softness of the outfield notwithstanding, it has enough velocity to creep over the boundary rope out there at deep extra cover. Brings up the 100 for Leicestershire, 103 for 2, Hill on to 23. Leicestershire only picked up 2 bowling bonus points. Northants only losing 7 wickets in their first innings, and batting points start these days at 250, and then a point for every 50 thereafter. Sanderson is in, Hill is forward solidly up the pitch on the on side.
So that's why we were saying, you know, from Northamptonshire's point of view, 16-point haul from this match. I think they would have taken that at the start. Yes, obviously teams want to win games, but it's a difficult gamble at this time of the year in what is likely to be such a tight division. I think that's the point.
Sanderson turns. He's getting into his stride now. Bowls. Hill is forward and off stump. Going to call for the quick single. That has going to be a quick one, but it was a successful one. Immediate response from Louis Kimber, and he was beginning to swerve across to the offside, but wasn't picked up cleanly by Northants skipper Luke Proctor as he came sprinting in from mid-off. So in the end, no alarms for the Foxes. 104 for 2. The only side that can win the game is Northants, of course, if they bowl Leicestershire out for less than 304. Bowl them out quickly this morning, stroke early afternoon, and then get them back in, having followed on. And it's not impossible, but the strength of the wind may not help them either. You mentioned this morning how much hard work it's going to be going up against the wind, and you're going up a slope as well when you do. In goes Sanderson, bowls short, pulled around the corner, got on top of the bounce. Kimber likes a pull, but he's got it down to long leg, and consequently it's only going to be a single. He moves on to 49, 105 for 2.
On that subject, our friend William C tweets, as at Fourth Slip has been on already this morning, saying, well played the groundspersons. Well, I couldn't agree more, absolutely. Off the top of your head, when did Northamptonshire last take 18 wickets in a day? It was a while ago, I suspect. So I think, yeah, it's obvious, as Richard was saying, it's obviously not likely, but it's possible. They've got, where are we in terms of the overs? 94 overs in which to do it, but they need to get amongst the wickets, you feel, in this first hour, just to give themselves a bit of momentum. Here's Tremaine from the pavilion end, and again it's a bit of a nibble from Kimber to a ball he didn't need to play at. It was wideish outside the off stump, and he just had a little flirt at it. There are 2 slips in, and that could easily have cost Louis Kimber his wicket, which would be a shame. He's played really well. I was very impressed with him on Saturday in difficult conditions, very difficult batting conditions. He took the attack to the Northamptonshire attack. He's facing Chris Tremaine now, and that's driven up to mid-off where Proctor fields. Chris Tremaine in the last day of his present spell with Northamptonshire. This is obviously the end of his 4th match. He was over for 4 games. I'm sure he'd like to go out on a bit of a high. Probably hasn't had quite the success that he did. Well, he hasn't had the success that he did last year, so far at least. Got a very good 5 down at Canterbury last season. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Kimber, who on drive sweetly, and that's beaten the dive, and it's going to be a half century for Louis Kimber. Is he going to celebrate it with a boundary? Yes, he is. It was tipped around the post by George Scrimshaw at mid-on rather, and it goes away for 4. So half century for Louis Kimber off 69 balls, and Leicestershire up to 109 for 2. That was his 7th 4, beg your pardon. So, very well played. Now, needs to take a fresh guard from Leicestershire's point of view and double it up. Here's Tremaine, in and bowls to him outside the off stump. It's that tempting line again. This time he's not to be tempted. Lets it go through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Lots of cloud around, as you can probably hear. A very breezy day. I did get the camera out this morning, just took a little video of the Northamptonshire flag, which is flying just on one of the flagpole over to our right, which was really stretched out and billowing out, and I thought it's a bit like the opening to A Family at War. Do you remember that series many years ago? It was on ITV, I think. Is Tremaine in again, bowls and driven by Kimber, and a nasty bounce which has hit Luke Proctor somewhere on the sort of upper body, chin maybe.
It hit him on the chest and went up onto his chin, but
it just took a nasty bounce off, I don't know, an old foothold or something. But anyway, he got the body behind it.
He did.
He wore one for the team.
Yes, as Liam Travasky said, he didn't so much field it as
tackle it. Yes, a lovely line when Liam was with us on Saturday. Here's Tremaine starting his run down below us. In again, bowls to Kimber on leg stump, clipped away down towards deep square. It's going to be just a single as Safe Save comes in off the boundary and sends in his return. So one more to Louis Kimber, and that's the end of the over. 54 to him, 24 to Lewis Hill, and Leicestershire are 110 for 2. Yes, A Family at War. It had the music from Vaughan Williams' 6th Symphony. It had like a beach with a sandcastle and a Union flag on it fluttering. And I thought it would just about work if some clever person can put music to images, but way beyond my capabilities, I'm afraid. Yeah, techno wizards like you'd be fine.
Switch it off and on again. You mentioned the importance of for Leicestershire of Kimber going on. It's one of the points Alfonso Thomas has made, and one thing that Northamptonshire have done well this season that Leicestershire haven't is convert starts into big match-changing scores, match-affecting scores. Sanderson is in to Kimber, who blocks the delivery on off-stump. Sanderson fields in his follow-through. 9, I make it now, half centuries have been scored by Leicestershire so far this season, and only once has a batter gone on to convert that into 100, actually, a double 100, Marcus Harris at Derby last week, whereas Northants now, I think, is that 7 centuries?
6 with Bartlett's.
With Bartlett's was the 6th, was it? Yeah. Okay. In goes Sanderson and bowls again, very straight, no real movement for him that time, and blocked back down to him
but
by Kimber, leaning forward.
A couple of doubles as well in there, of course. Emilio Gay and Karen Nair. The one who hasn't converted and is getting somewhat frustrated about it, was talking to him about it the other evening, is Luke Proctor, who's gone past 50 in 4 of his 5 innings in the championship this year, including a 90, a 92 down at Hove, but he's still looking for his first 100. In fact, he's still looking for his first 100 as captain, which I know he's very keen to do.
Sanderson turns, sprints in, bowls on off stump. Kimber just leans forward very solidly. No big stride. Tall young man. Looks about 6'3", something like that. Very calm. What did Roman say? The only time he's ever seen, and he's quite good mates with Louis, the only time he's seen him sort of really get it worked up and annoyed is actually on a tennis court rather than he's
the golf course
missed a running drive or whatever they call them in tennis. Sanderson is in bowl, short down the leg side. Got in position to pull, realised it was probably a little bit too close and too high and risky one. Pulled out of the shot, nicely taken by McManus, moving to his left, of course.
Yes, I think he said, tennis court or golf course. Well, we've all how do we stamp after the 3-footer just tugged it wide.
The slope comes Sanderson and bowls outside off stump. Again, nice lift and carry, but that fraction too wide. And Kimber pulls his bat very deliberately out of the line of the ball.
It was interesting, the images yesterday that John Mallett was well known as the photographer here at Grace Road, saying the first time he'd been on this ground was, what, 1964, and he'd never seen it look as bad as it did yesterday, which is extraordinary, 60-year experience of cricket here at Grace Road.
Sanderson bowls short again, went for the pull, went absolutely too early on it, Louis Kimber, and it Q-ended it back down the pitch towards Sanderson, examines the bottom, literally the bottom of his bat, the underneath part, and then wanders down to have a chat to Lewis Hill. So whether the pitch obviously was well protected throughout the deluge on Saturday night, some water did get under the fairly extensive coverings onto the run-ups, but Sanderson showing looking as though he's having no issues with the footholds as he comes down the slope at that end.
No, and they
whether the pitch can sort of, I mean, the heavy roller's been on it, hasn't it, as well this morning, so
it might just sweat a little bit, mightn't it? But they were working very hard, I noticed, on the footholds and getting them well stamped down. Here's Tremaine starting a fresh over, bowls on the hip of Lewis Hill, who just works it into the onside. Going to pick up a single as Vasconcelos tracks round from short mid-wicket to field. One more to Hill, he goes to 25. And Nelson on the board for Leicestershire, 111 for 2. Yes, they were working on where the bowler lands just at that far end of the ground at the Bennett end. Certainly very early this morning, but again, you can't really understate the amount of work that has been necessary to get this ground fit for play today, and it reflects great credit on the ground staff here at Leicester.
Brian in Brisbane, have we extended sessions today to make up lost time? Not on the last day, Brian. Days 2 and 3 you can, not day 4.
No, that's right, which always seems a little bit strange, but so do quite a few other things. It's Tremaine in bowls, and Kimber is pushing forward out into the covers. The easily recognisable figure of James Sales comes round to field. I say he's easily recognisable because he is the only one of the Northamptonshire fielders not wearing a Northamptonshire cap, opting for the sun hat, which is, I would have thought, interesting on 2 counts. A, the sunshine is intermittent at best, and B, there's every chance of it blowing away in this very strong breeze. Here's Tremaine in again, very full, on-driven crisply by Kimber, half stopped by George Scrimshaw at mid-on, just palms it away, but stops the boundary, can't stop the single. One more to Kimber, he goes to 55, and Leicestershire to 112 for 2. I'm sure you can hear the very strong breeze coming
down. If it's too loud, tell me, folks, and I'll switch the effects mic off.
It's also buffeting the ceiling tiles above us as well.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So we might be doing
design floor,
henny penny or a chicken licking later, and see the sky is falling. Here's Tremaine in, bowls and squirted down to backward point, smartly fielded by Sales and his sun hat. Cuts off any chance of a single, stays at 112 for 2. We had a message from Ollie Helfrich, who is the sort of chairman, secretary, president, whatever, of the Northamptonshire chapter of cricket supporters on the Isle of Man, and I'll tell you what he said in a moment, because it affects my colleague Mr. Ray. Second slip going in as Tremaine is in, bowls nudged away into the onside by Lewis Hill. Certainly going to get one, thought about 2, but Zabe is very quickly in from the boundary, deep square, and they settle for the single. Takes Hill to 26 and Leicestershire to 113 for 2. These two now put on 56 for the 3rd wicket. Ollie says, where is it? I've lost that one. Oh yes, he says, incredible that we're starting on time. Top work, Leicestershire, and also happy birthday to Richard Ray. Can't be a better way to spend a birthday than commentating at Grace Road. Well, I'm sure there isn't. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Louis Kimber, and that's the end of another over. So 20 minutes play and no success for Northamptonshire yet. 55 to Kimber, 26 to Hill, 113 for 2. He also says, not sure about the straw boater. I think I said this morning that I was doffing my straw boater to the Leicestershire ground staff. He said he had me more down as a deer stalker type of guy. I don't think I'm probably that either, but
I see what
not
he means, actually.
Thanks
for the best wishes, Ollie. But yeah, I can see that with you and what does it call, a milestone pipe? One of those strange bendy pipes.
The Sherlock Holmes look. No, I don't think I'm quite bright enough for that, but
little knot of Leicestershire supporters have arrived to take their usual place, having, I'm sure, celebrated Leicester City's promotion long and hard. They tend to, and they might be going to Preston tonight, actually, where the City are taking a lot of supporters to celebrate their return to the riches of the Premier League. Well, change in bowling. Ben Sanderson is being taken off. I think Chris Tremaine was finding it very hard work going up the hill against the gale. It's not a gale, but it is an increasingly strong wind, as you can hear, and struggling for a little bit of rhythm, if you like. So whether it's going to be a change around, Sanderson tends to get more movement coming from this end, as a lot of bowlers do. Scrimshaw, very tall man, goes in and bowls. 2 hill, oh beauty, and he's caught behind. No, Scrimshaw says, well, that was curious. The guys behind, Messrs McManus and co, were pretty sure they heard something. Scrimshaw's appeal was sort of semi-belated, wasn't it? It can happen. You can hear something behind and not from in front, especially given the direction the wind is blowing, which is from behind the bowler and the umpire. But there was zero reaction really from Messrs Chantry, Hill and initially Scrimshaw. He's down the slope and bowling 2 Hill. That's going to be close leg before he's gone. Hill was turning to walk straight away. So if there was an edge to the previous delivery, well, justice has been done. Next ball, because that one came back, stayed a fraction low. It was pitched further up. Hill stayed on his back foot there. That was a good delivery from Scrimshaw, who impressed in his 3 overs back on Saturday, and he's impressed in his 2 deliveries today. He's got a wicket, that of the Leicestershire skipper, and that's another bowling bonus point for Northamptonshire.
It is. Well, every little counts, as they say. And yeah, George Scrimshaw's first wicket, of course, for Northamptonshire. This is first-class debut for the county, 549th first-class player, and the players are absolutely parched given the heat out there at the moment, so they're having drinks after 24 minutes play. No, beautifully bowled, as you say, by Scrimshaw. Just pinned him on the back foot. The previous one was a strange one. It just didn't look quite right. And the fact that, as I say, George Scrimshaw didn't seem remotely convinced. I think Ben Debenham might be having a little word with Luke Proctor. I think there was maybe just a hint of a celebre appeal, or whatever they call it, from behind the wicket there, running down towards the umpire, and it's not on at the moment, of course.
No, I don't like to see it.
No, and I think Ben Debenham might just have had he started to walk in actually before that last ball was bowled, as they just wanted to have a little word, and if he has, he's done it now. But
in fairness to the Northants fielders, Hill had turned and was walking before the finger went up.
Yeah, no, I think it was more it was the court behind. It was the court behind, I think, there was a bit of just a little bit of charging down there, and
hint of that, wasn't there?
Yeah, so I think that might have been what it is. But anyway, well bowled, George Scrimshaw. He's up and running for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, lovely delivery, both of them actually. Brings Peter Handscomb to the crease. Australia international, Test and One Day. Captain of captain, I think, of most clubs he's been at. Yet to captain Leicestershire. That said, but a very experienced and calm head. Might need him at the moment. 113 for 3. Leicestershire plenty of work to do to avoid a follow-on here. Scrimshaw is in, bowls that too high, it came back, bounced up, and again pinned Handscomb, but it was too high, and the appeal was choked off, understandably so. Good delivery. Handscomb just make sure everything is still in place. Wanders off towards short leg, it is. A little bit of movement with that height. The ball is still only, it might be 2 days old, but it's only 29.3 overs old, so the seam should still be nice and proud as Scrimshaw is in and bowls outside off stump. Oh, flashed in the air through the slips between, did that go between third and gully? Because
I think so, yes.
It went very close to, yeah it did. Just to the right of third slip. Fourth slip would have been very much in the game there at catchable height, and hands still on heads out there in 1 or 2 places, but this has been a super start from Scrimshaw.
Doesn't it just? Well, I say it is extraordinary that a bowler of his reputation, this is only his 9th first-class match, played so much T20 cricket, but he's got an opportunity to produce some eye-catching performances in red ball cricket, and he's certainly going the right way about it so far.
In he comes and bowls, comes back a bit, and Handscomb is hurried, gets back, stays on his stumps and blocks it back down the pitch to the former Derbyshire man, 98 on his back.
I wonder if he said good moaning when he bowled his first ball.
I bet he's... He might not. Actually, I don't know whether he will know what that's all about, really, because he's obviously a relatively young man. It is still shown, isn't it, on sort of...
Oh, hello, yeah, absolutely, yes.
One of those channels, Yesterday, or... In goes Scrimshaw and bowls, and forward goes Handscomb on off stump. But that is a super over from George Scrimshaw. He's now sitting on figures of 4 overs, 1 for 14. But he has so many questions in that over, just about every delivery. 117 for 3. Handscomb, slightly fortuitous boundary to get off the mark. Kimber, 55.
Very good morning to Julie Franks, MBE, who's been on to us this morning, replying to William C earlier, who was saying about the last time Northamptonshire took 18 wickets in a day. Well, it goes down to 17 now, but she says it was 1785 apparently. Captain Nelson set some really attacking fields. Well, of course, there was a Nelson who captained Northamptonshire, but not Horatio, but Robert Prynne Nelson, who captained in 38 and 39. Sadly lost his life in the Second World War, but was captain when Northamptonshire broke their 4-year sequence without a championship win. Sanderson switches to the pavilion end, so bowling into the wind. First ball finds Louis Kimber pushing forward. It runs out through mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. Kimber to 56, and Leicestershire to 118 for 3. But yes, Robert Nelson had to come out onto the balcony when Northamptonshire beat Leicestershire by an innings and lots. May Bank Holiday 1939, ending a sequence of 99 championship matches without a win. And well, the speech he made, I think, should be put on a very large poster in every school in Northamptonshire, so that it should be learned by heart. Very, very moving. Here's Sanderson outside the off stump, left alone by Peter Handscomb.
I don't know whether... Do you think the schools still do sort of learning by rote
Probably
as
not.
such?
Well,
We used to
no.
have to learn poetry and things.
Yes, absolutely. No, probably not. But it was a very moving little speech that he had to come out onto the balcony. 5,000 there at Wantage Road to see Northamptonshire actually win a game. They won it in 2 days as well, after a big 100 from Dennis Brooks. Here's Ben Sanderson with 3 slips in for the relatively new batter. Peter Handscomb just runs that down towards backward point where James Sales fields, and there's no run.
Oh, Simon Bevington, I'm not getting a low link, he says. Please explain.
Well, there is supposedly, well, there is in fact a resemblance between George Scrimshaw and Officer Crabtree, who used to sort of mangle up the French words, and it was his sort of catchphrase was good moaning. Here's Sanderson in bowls, very full and driven beautifully by Peter Handscomb. There's no mid-off, and it's going to race away to the boundary, down immediately below our commentary position for 4. Handscomb to 8, and Leicestershire to 122 for 3. So that's where it comes from. It's,
Yeah. If you Google Officer Crabtree, Simon,
Yes.
you'll get lots of clips, and you'll see the resemblance to
Arthur Bostrom was the actor,
Yes.
wasn't he, who played it?
You'll see the resemblance to George Scrimshaw.
They just need to get him a sort of a French policeman's cap, and he would it would be quite uncanny.
Cape.
Yes.
It wasn't a funny subject, that was it? I mean,
No.
in any way, shape or form.
How they made
worked,
something funny out of it. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and Handscomb again. It doesn't bounce a great deal. It was fairly full, but it just maybe kept down a little bit. Handscomb had it covered though, plays it out the onside to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Martin's wondering whether there's a speed gun on for Scrimshaw. No, there isn't. But coming down the hill with the wind behind him, I would think it's mid to late 80s. I don't think he's a 90-mile-an-hour bowler.
No, but he's certainly
he gets a lot of good bounce.
Decent head of steam this morning. Here's Sanderson with the sun out, outside the off stump, left alone by Peter Handscomb, and that not taken cleanly by Lewis McManus, possibly just wobbled again. And we heard when Roman was with us on the first couple of days about how difficult it can be with the ball just wobbling a little bit, and Ben Cox had a couple of really difficult ones to take that from a distance you'd say, well, inexplicably he dropped it, but actually when you watched it back, it had just gone a little bit late one way or the other. But no damage done on that occasion anyway. 122 for 3 at the end of the over, 56 to Louis Kimber and 8 to Peter Handscomb. So have you had a cake yet this morning then, Richard?
No, a little bit early. Talking of which, I must remind people, if they do come to the ground, the Friends of Grace Road, who normally don't open on the 4th day, as a consequence of the 3rd day being completely wiped out, are open today for the sale of their cakes, and they want to, there's plenty of choice still left, understandably. I don't think they're open quite yet. I think they're hoping to open around lunchtime today. Scrimshaw is in, bowls to Kimber on off stump. Kimber's forward, sees that the defensive push has worked its way out between the two fielders on the offside. Luke Proctor runs across from a wide-ish mid-off position, gets there before James Sales, and the single is taken. Kimber moves quietly on to 57, 123 for 3.
That Barra Breath we had on Saturday was very fine, very, very nice indeed. Very fruity.
I'll wander down there at lunchtime, see what's on offer. Scrimshaw is in, bowls to Handscomb again. He's hurried slightly, the Australian. He manages to get his the inside part of his bat on the ball as it comes back in, and works it away behind square on the onside. Picks up a single as long leg Sanderson comes running in to field, slips as he got to the far end, so no chance of a second.
Jack, did I see Jack Chantry putting his bat through the gauge there?
You did.
Yes.
Yeah, so Chantry took advantage of that slip to check the Handscomb implement. Deep backward square. They've decided Kimber does like a hook, but he usually plays it pretty well. In goes Scrimshaw and bowls to him, and perhaps just a fraction short of a good length. Very straight though, as Scrimshaw has been pretty much throughout his spell so far this morning. It's blocked out into the offside by Louis Kimber, who's having to work hard for his runs here this morning. Northants giving him nothing at the moment.
Just having a look at the other matches, and you'd think probably the best chance of result anywhere today is probably at the Oval. Let's have a canter through those at the end of the over.
Scrimshaw is in. It is short, it is pulled, and it's pulled very, very much in front of square. In fact, almost through mid-on by Kimber. Does see the short ball early, and didn't exactly sit up. He just fastened onto it very early and smashed it away through wide mid-wicket out to the Building Society family stand out there, and Kimber into the 6s now on to 61.
Really muscled that away, didn't he? I hadn't realised until I think you were having a chat with him the other evening, and when we were downstairs. He's a big unit, isn't he?
He's a big boy. Yeah.
He's a solid individual, really is, and my goodness, he hit that hard. It's a couple on Saturday, wasn't it? Absolutely flew to the boundary off Proctor.
Scrimshaw is into him, just drifting for the first time really on towards leg stump there, George Scrimshaw, and that one is worked by Kimber out to a similar place. Should get 3. Might even be, if they'd really gone for it, there might have been one for the throw, although the throw is coming in with the wind, and it's a good one out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary from, I'm sure who it is out there actually. It might be the Aussie. Is it Tremaine?
Yes.
Yeah, he has a strong arm, and it was a good throw because it's a long way out there. But as I say, it has a very strong wind behind him. So Kimber on to 64 brings Handscomb back down on strike. Just the 2 slips and a gully now as Scrimshaw is in to Handscomb. Very straight. Handscomb pushes it firmly back up the pitch towards George Scrimshaw, who stops the ball, not very cleanly in his follow through. It bounces off his hands out onto the onside, but it did his job. End of the over. 131 for 3 off 32. Leicestershire.
Well, the good news is they seem to be playing everywhere this morning. In Division 1, Essex 344 for 3 up at Chesterley Street, replying to Durham's 358 all out. Nick Brown is 107 not out there. Jordan Cox on 33. I mentioned that probably the best chance of a result you would think is down at the Oval, where Surrey are right on top against Hampshire. Hampshire in their second innings, 128 for 6. 3 wickets so far for Dan Worrell, but Hampshire still 80 behind with 4 wickets standing, so you would think that Surrey ought to be able to wrap that one up given a full day. Here's Sanderson starting another over from the pavilion end, on-driven by Kimber, but doesn't time it, and it's fielded by Tremaine at mid-on, and there's no run. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 212 for 5, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out, so again one assumes that's going to be a battle for bonus points first and foremost. Jacob Bethel, talented young cricketer, is 60 not out there. And at Kidderminster, Somerset batting in their second innings against Worcestershire. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that just nipped back and maybe again kept a little bit low, but Kimber getting an inside edge on it, runs down towards the backward square and they come through for a single. Kimber to 65, Leicestershire to 132 for 3.
Did stay low actually.
It just seemed to squat down a little bit, didn't it? So Somerset in their second innings 22 for 1, still 120 behind after Worcestershire declared at 451 for 9. Sean Dixon is the man out to Jason Holder for a duck. A couple of other games in Division 2 which I'll mention in a second. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Handscomb, plays that cleverly, opened the face, kept it down. It runs between the gap between third slip, or second slip rather, and gully, goes down towards third man, doesn't quite make it to the fence. Understandably the outfield a little bit slow, but they come back for 3. It's 11 to 2 rather. How many they ran? 2. Yes, they ran 2 there. Beg pardon. 11 to Handscomb. I was watching the fielder rather than the batters. 11 to Handscomb. 134 for 3. 3 slips in there now as Sanderson turns and runs away from us and bowls to Handscomb, who's forward. Plays it back down the pitch to Sanderson, who tries to do the knock it up via boot, knee into hand, but proves wide. Never got a contract with Rotherham United. The ball stayed on the ground.
Did he have trials with the Millers?
I don't know. I think he's quite keen on his football, is Ben. I don't suppose he probably doesn't play an awful lot, if anything, now. I suspect he needs to protect the body a bit. He's in and bowls outside the off stump to Handscomb, who leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. So in Division 2, Gloucestershire against Middlesex at Bristol. Middlesex in their second innings, having conceded quite a big first innings deficit, a 316 for 4. Max Holden made 111. Ryan Higgins, having another terrific start to the season, is 130 not out against his old county. So Middlesex are 197 ahead with 6 wickets in hand. Could be interesting later in the day. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Handscomb, who is a little more involuntary this stroke. He just again opened the face and kept it down, and it went wide of third slip, and he's going to get a single as Sales tracks back towards the Bennett end and retrieves. One more onto the score, and that's the end of the over. 135 for 3 it is.
So none of the games in Division 2 look likely to end in a positive result again.
Which I'm sure is another reason why, if they had any thoughts about trying to make anything happen, there really is absolutely no reason to do so, I wouldn't have thought. The only one I haven't mentioned is at Headingley, where Derbyshire are 216 for 4, replying to Yorkshire's 450 for 5. Wayne Madsen is 94 not out. Brooke Guest out for 75 to Matt Fisher.
I wonder how many rounds will go before we do get a positive result in the second division. George Scrimshaw is in and bowling to Peter Handscomb down the leg side, full, and leg stump half volley, and Handscomb clips him away out towards deep square for really timed it. All he had to do was get bat on it, really, and just turn the bat face, clip it away, and it fairly raced away to the netting in front of the absolutely deserted Geary bar. Only really sort of comes into its own. T20s over there alongside the manual scoreboard. The clock atop which still isn't working, so whether a technician, a clock technician has been summoned at some stage, no doubt somebody will have a look at it.
It's another job for the repair shop, we were saying the other day.
Taking it in would be, wouldn't it? In goes Scrimshaw and bowls on off stump again. Handscomb hurried, but does stay on the back foot and does manage to keep it out, no more than that.
As Rupert Brooke didn't write, stands yet the pavilion clock at 10:15, and will it ever go again?
Very good.
It's been 10:15 since we arrived.
We got here.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. 3 slips behind Handscomb and a gully, and a sort of backward point as Scrimshaw is in, a little bit short, and said backward point dives across, can't get there. It's going to run down to the wide third man boundary. It will be pulled up short by the sliding James Smales. Picks it up around about 5 yards inside the ropes in front of the Friends of Grace Road outlet, currently closed, but will be open eftsoons. And Handscomb picks up. He got 3 in the end there, did he? Yes, he did. Moves on to 19, 142 for 3. Short square leg goes back for Kimber. Scrimshaw is in. Bowls 2 in, line and length on off stump. Kimber, again, just an indication of that, just that extra little bit of nip from Scrimshaw. He's a touch late on it, plays it down into the ground, and it bounces behind him. Nowhere near the stumps, sort of foot outside the stumps, but again, just a touch late on.
Rafi Weatherall is doing 12-man duty today, having a chat with Ben Sanderson down on the boundary, looking like Nanook of the North.
Wind is not a warm one. Scrimshaw is in. Oh, beauty! Goes past the outside edge, and he's got his man. Bounced, left him, took the outside edge. And Kimber, well, that is a really big blow for, struck by Northamptonshire, suffered by Leicestershire. Louis Kimber, who batted really sensibly and looked like he was really trying to set out his stall to make a really big contribution. He's gone, caught behind. He wasn't trying to do anything outlandish. It was just a very, very good ball. Another one from George Scrimshaw, who now has 2 for 30, and Leicestershire are 142 for 4.
Well, sometimes you say about, we can have a word about a batter maybe playing a stroke that they might regret looking back on. I don't think, as you rightly called it, Richard, there was anything Louis Kimber could do about that. He played a perfectly sensible defensive stroke, but it was just a very good ball. He was got out, he didn't get himself out. It took the outside edge, flew through to Lewis McManus, who took it well. And, well, Northamptonshire have been saying for the last however many years that what they really need, and John Sadler's been making this point ever since he took over from David Ripley as head coach, they need a tall, quick bowler to actually, shake batters up a little bit. They've got the sort of the old-fashioned English seamer Ben Sanderson, who plug away all day, but they do need somebody to get a little bit of pace and bounce. That's why they signed George Scrimshaw, and well, this is absolutely why. And what a start he's made this morning. He's been very, very impressive. And yeah, he's going to leak a few runs from time to time, as the way he bowls, but Northamptonshire needs somebody, a real strike bowler. And well, so far this morning, as I say, he's proved exactly why Northamptonshire signed him. But I don't think there was an awful lot Louis Kimber could have done about that.
Yeah, as Martin Jones has pointed out on the stream, he said it's so nice to see a little bit of variety and he'd take a 6'7" quick-ish or quick bowler over another sort of semi-medium pacer any day, and he's not a semi-medium pacer, George Scrimshaw. He is a point of difference, a very tall point of difference, and he's now got Rehan Ahmed to bowl at now, the relatively diminutive Ahmed. This could be interesting. Ahmed will go for his shots. In goes Scrimshaw, bowls to Rehan, who's up on his toes, dropping the ball out into the on side, realising that there's a little bit of room, a little bit of distance for Tremaine to make up to get to the ball from mid-on, and calling Handscomb, or Handscomb called him through for a single. So he's off the mark to his first ball, 143 for 4.
So Scrimshaw this morning, 3 overs, 2 for 21, because he bowled 3 overs for 10 on Saturday, and like I say, he's an attacking option, and it may be that he leaks a few runs, but if he's going to keep up that sort of strike rate throughout the season, then Northamptonshire will be well happy. They need to use him carefully, of course. I mean, that's the other thing to say. Obviously, he has had fitness issues, and they just need to make sure that he's used sensibly. But with Rafi Weatherall now, of course, in the frame as well, it does give Northamptonshire a few options. Ben Sanderson is running away from us to start a fresh over, and driven stylishly by Rehan Ahmed out towards extra cover, and they come through for a single, fielded out there by Luke Proctor. Well, a joint effort between Proctor and Rafi Weatherall, who finds himself on the field. You can see who's actually gone off. But it's a single to Rehan, he goes to 2, and it's 144 for 4.
2 of the 18 wickets taken that Northamptonshire need to, you know, and there's still 85.5 overs left to be bowled today.
Here's Sanderson bowling to Peter Handscomb. His big appeal for LBW, and I think he just, either there was an inside edge or he just hit him outside the line, because the appeal was just about to start in earnest, and
a little bit higher.
It was, yeah, and it was just throttled back, as it were. But it nipped back a little bit. It hit him. It hit him maybe just outside the line, maybe a little bit high. But there's a bit going on out there, as Richard said. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Handscomb, who's pushing forward just a little bit circumspect. It goes off a thickish inside edge out into the onside for safe Zabe to field in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Northamptonshire with 3 slips and a backward point. Extra cover. Rafi Weatherall the substitute, then mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. George Scrimshaw down there at long leg in front of the main scoreboard, and the heavy roller. Sun out at the moment. Blustery morning as Sanderson comes in and bowls to Handscomb, who turns that away. Rather more assured stroke out into the onside. Again, Zabe fields, and there's no run. It's going to be that sort of day, isn't it, when we're going to have a bit of sunshine, then the clouds bowl across, but let's hope that it does mean also that if there are any showers around later, which wasn't ruled out by the forecast, that they'll blow through pretty quickly when we get as near a full day's play as we can. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Handscomb outside the off stump. Good carry, but he leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. You can tell the difference between round here driving to the ground over the weekend and on a work day. It took probably twice as long this morning to make the relatively short drive in from where I'm staying to the ground. School run, I think I just timed it wrong this morning. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Handscomb, who runs it down towards backward point. Sales comes across to field, and that's the end of another over from Ben Sanderson. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44. Handscomb is 19, Rehan Ahmed is 2, and Leicestershire 144 for 4, resumed this morning on 97 for 2. They've lost Lewis Hill for 26 and Louis Kimber for 65, both to George Scrimshaw,
who understandably enough will continue from the Bennett end. Having a chat to Luke Proctor at the moment.
Because Leicestershire play in the next round of matches, Northamptonshire don't, which guarantees that it'll be nice. The sun will shine. And
it is a good forecast.
it is, I know. I was looking
at last. at last.
It means I might be able to get the scorebook and the coloured pens out next weekend, I think, for my club. I think that's the plan at the moment.
Scrimshaw then is into Ahmed, comes back and goes through him, really. I think it flicked the sort of, maybe the sort of inner thigh pad really on its way through to McManus, but Scrimshaw's getting plenty out there.
It would be interesting, our gentleman watching on the stream saying about the speed gun, it would be very interesting actually to get a gun on Scrimshaw at the moment, because he's getting some revs up here.
Morning to Foxy Phil, who's watching with some nervousness as Scrimshaw comes in and bowls to Ahmed. Comfortable with that one, again a little bit short, but was a little bit too straight on that occasion, so he was able to stay on the back foot and just nibble it around the corner down towards Ben Sanderson. Splendid isolation down there at long leg, and I would imagine with a certain amount of relief get off strike. Rehan Ahmed, he moves on to 3, 145 for 4. I think I'll let the experienced Australian Peter Handscomb deal with it. The Victorian with that curious little tick of turning the bat as he prepares to face Scrimshaw. Bowls, comes back, but very solid behind that one is Handscomb. Then he, having played it out to mid-on, he looks suspiciously down at the pitch.
Because Leicestershire will be down at headquarters.
Yeah, we're in that
you?
London.
Yeah, that there London.
That London, as they say in these parts. Taking big steps in little ones.
At least you get to play at headquarters.
Yeah, we haven't always, I promise you. In goes Scrimshaw and bowls short and helped on its way. It was short and wide outside off stump. Not sure back point. Not sure but they actually picked that one up. He was sort of peering up into the sky. Vasconcelos, I beg his pardon. No, it is safe save. And I think somebody in the slip said, it's behind,
yours.
It's behind you. It was very, very high over his head and down to the wide third man boundary for 4. That one sat up. That was perhaps an illustration of, just in parts, slightly too-paced nature. It does tend to be that way here. Bowling from, you know, when you bang it in, it does tend to sometimes lollop a little bit.
But it was cleverly played by Handscomb, wasn't it? It was a completely risk-free stroke. There's no third man, and as long as he got it over the slip cord, and he was in business.
Moves into the 20s, on to 23. Goes Scrimshaw, bowls full, driven for 4. Just, he kicks the air in annoyance there, Scrimshaw. It was a half volley, and Handscomb waited for it. Didn't have to step out too far and punched it back past the bowler. He stuck down his hand, but he's got a long way to go, George Scrimshaw, to get down from that height, to get the hand down to the ground. Wasn't able to do so, and all Tremaine can do is go in search of the ball, which has gone behind, rolled over the advertising hoarding, the Vitality advertising hoarding behind the sight screen over there. And you would imagine, although the outfield is soft, it's also damp still, obviously, and how long even the Dukes will stay hard remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, once it goes into that sort of longer grass behind the advertising hoarding, it's not like the long grass at Derby. As Scrimshaw is in a good leave, very good leave. No real there was more reaction from me than behind the line of the bowler. The wicketkeeper and slips didn't react at all, so it clearly wasn't as close as I momentarily thought it might have been. Yeah, they do cut the outfield right up to the advertising hoardings, and because of the size of it, there's a bit of a gap between the rope and the advertising hoardings, which there isn't at Derby. It's really long grass all around. Once it's been in there a couple of times, if it's wet at all, it's not a wet ball.
Like retrieving the ball from the hedge at various club grounds I can think of. I have to say, I mean, again, I just labour the point about the difference in 24 hours, but that part of the ground where Ben Sanderson was fielding just now before he walked up to start this next over, was underwater yesterday. It was a lake. There were ducks on it, which I think Richard got a picture of, and certainly John Mallett did. And when I walked across it this morning, it was very hard to imagine the difference. Here's Sanderson in again, and that's punched away beautifully by Rehan Ahmed. That shot of the morning for me. It was just a little bit short of a length, back of a length really. around off stump, fourth stump maybe, punched away beautifully by Rehan Ahmed, and it was one of those where two fielders in the cover, it was just a question of which one of them was going to go and retrieve it. Beautifully played. 7 to him, 157 for 4. That's a class stroke. 3 slips in though. Northamptonshire obviously pressing here. Nipped out 2 this morning. Here's Sanderson. And again bowls, and that's just dropped down towards backward point by Rehan. Fielded there by James Sales, and there's no run. Wind, you can see that the trees over just at the back of the main scoreboard here, blowing around in this very strong breeze.
Just the one innings for Rehan so far this season. That made 28 off 22 at Headingley. Tends to be the kind of thing he does.
Yeah, well, that was a shot straight out of the top drawer. That's nipped back. It's hit him on the thigh pad. It was very well taken by Lewis McManus. He was going the wrong way. When he saw the ball just nip back, he then had to change direction. Took it very well, but there was no bat involved, and it was too high for Sanderson to seriously consider an appeal for LBW. But nevertheless, it's a little bit of movement off the scene there for Sanderson. Still looking for his first wicket of the day. Removed Marcus Harris what seems a very long time ago, before lunch on Saturday. Here's Sanderson in again outside the off stump, and that's just died in the surface a little bit and is taken by McManus almost in front of first slip, and there's no run. Hampshire have lost another wicket down at the Oval, 142 for 7 now against Surrey, so they're still 66 behind, and now just a 3 wicket standing. Gus Atkinson has picked up a couple, Kemar Roach a couple, Dan Worrell 3, and Jordan Clark still looking for his first one of the match, or the innings rather. Here's Sanderson in again, full on driven by Rehan, but doesn't time it as he would have liked, and is fielded by Chris Tremaine in there at mid-on, and there's no run. My, well, admiration for those spectators who have actually come out to watch today, because it's, although it's obviously bright, it's very breezy. You just need to get out of the wind a little bit. There's a few at the far end, the Bennett end of the ground, but also saw the lady and gentleman sitting next to us who were up here very early. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Rehan, who plays it watchfully up to Proctor at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 7 to Rehan Ahmed, 27 to Peter Handscomb, 157 for 4 Leicestershire. They were up here, what, around about 10:15, I should think, just beat the rush, make sure they got their favoured seat. But the
it's brave as well, because that, what are we, sort of 50 feet off the ground, and it's distinctly colder up here. Out of the wind, it's not unpleasant at the moment if you're in the sun, and the sun is out. Chris Tremaine, a very useful burst from George Scrimshaw is over for the time being. Tremaine, who struggled a little bit first thing this morning, understandably up the slope, with which he is not really familiar, and against a wind which he probably is, with which he's probably not that familiar either, is going to have a go in the slightly more comfortable conditions that prevail from the Bennett end, i.e. down the slope with the wind behind. He does a little squat just to get his quads working, and in he comes and bowls to his fellow Australian Handscomb, and goes straight past the outside edge with a lovely delivery that just shaped away and drifted past the outside edge. Super delivery. 157 for 4, so still best part of only just past halfway in terms of getting towards the follow-on target, Leicestershire. Tremaine is in fuller this time, and Handscomb just needs to get bat on that to work it away through the offside into the gap. Skidding back is Luke Proctor. Great big slide on his thigh, and picks up and throws, but Ahmed had turned for a comfortable second. He was running to the danger end, such as it was. Tremaine fielded, and Handscomb picks up a couple, moves on to 29, 159 for 4. Update for BBC Radio Leicester coming. Handscomb's going to pick up 4 more, another half volley, driven for 4. Yes, the problem has come for Leicestershire from the Northamptonshire bowler George Scrimshaw. Very tall man, resembles Officer Crabtree from Hello Hello, if you remember him. Anyway, he bowls rather better, I suspect. He's picked up a couple of wickets this morning. The captain of Leicestershire, Lewis Hill, leg before wicket for 26, and then Louis Kimber, who'd made his first half century of the season, got a really good delivery that bounced and left him, took the edge and was caught behind. 142 for 4 at that stage, the Foxes. Peter Handscomb has come in. The Australian is 33 not out. He's been joined by Rehan Ahmed, who is 7 not out. 163 for 4 Leicestershire. They need 304 to avoid the follow-on and to make absolutely certain of the draw that almost looks certain anyway, but you never quite know if Scrimshaw continues to bowl as well as he has. The Foxes, 163 for 4. In goes Tremaine and bowls, defended by Handscomb up to mid-on.
We've just provided a bit of the weather forecast there for BBC Radio Leicester. They were saying, as you can hear there, the wind. Yeah, absolutely.
It is loud. It doesn't. I don't think it's annoying people too much. Hopefully, nobody's complaining on the stream or on the various Twitter feeds at OldManRad, RADD, at FoxComms24. Tremaine is in, bowls. Handscomb is late on that one because it stays low on off stump, and he rehearses a shot. There was minimal foot movement from Peter Handscomb, just came down on it in time, and the ball bounced behind towards second slip. You can email me if you wish. foxcoms24@gmail.com. Do you use the Radio Northampton sport email, if you use an email at all?
No, I don't tend to.
Tremaine is in, bowls outside off stump, out, swingers started wide, went wider. Handscomb had nothing to do with it. End of a mixed over. A couple of really super deliveries in it though from Chris Tremaine. 38 overs have gone, 163 now for 4.
No, if people want to complain, they know where to find me. So. 163 for 4 it is. So Leicestershire still needing another 141 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. But as I say, and well, Richard just mentioned, I think the draw unquestionably the most likely result here, but still plenty to play for in terms of points, which in what we were saying earlier on is going to be a tight old division this year. Any one of the 8 teams in it will feel they have a chance of finishing in the top 2. There's no such thing as a game where you look at it and you think, well, that's a win given 4 fine days. Not in this division. Here's Proctor for the first time this morning in outside the off stump. That's a bit of a floaty half volley to start with, and lent on by Rehan Ahmed, who is very easy on the eye when he's batting well, and he's going to get a single down there too. James Sales, sweeping down there at deep backward point, takes Rehan up to 8, and Leicestershire to 164 for 4, brings Peter Handscomb back on strike with 2 slips and a gully. And for Handscomb, James Sales is being brought up into the ring, so it's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Outside the off stump goes Proctor, just shaping him back towards off stump, taken by Lewis McManus. Outside leg stump, but an easy leave for Peter Handscomb. And Safe Zabe is just going through his warming up routine, so maybe we're going to see a little bit of spin for the first time. Rehan Ahmed, I thought, bowled beautifully with not a lot to help him in the Northamptonshire innings. Only going at 3 and over. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Handscomb. Forward, pushing it up to Tremaine at mid-on, and there's no run. Safe Zabe having a lot more bowling to do this year, with, as we heard on the first day when Rob Keogh was up with us, Rob not fully fit at the moment. so it leaves Safe Zabe as the only spin option really for Northamptonshire if they're not going to play the leg spinner Alex Russell. There is a delay because somebody is moving, I think.
Below us on the balcony.
It is, it must be on one of the players' balconies, so get a grip. Whoever it was. Here's Proctor bustling in, bowls to Handscomb, who's on the back foot, plays it out into the covers for George Bartlett to field. George Bartlett, I thought, played beautifully on Saturday in particular. He did what he had to do on Friday. Had to work hard at times. The odd slightly streaky stroke, the odd play and miss, but on Saturday looked very much more assured, and I thought played very, very well for the latter stages of that 126. And there's runs here for Peter Handscomb as he just leans on that one through extra cover. He's timed that beautifully and raced over this outfield, which, as we say, is surprisingly quick considering that was underwater yesterday. Down to our left, it takes Handscomb to 37 and Leicestershire to 168 for 4.
You would have needed a boat to get that ball back yesterday, wouldn't you? Really would. You know, there were ducks literally swimming on the sides of the puddle. It was so deep as well.
Also interesting, I see James Sales is having a little swing of his arms. Now you would regard James Sales as an all-rounder, but he hasn't been seen very much with the ball this year. Here's Proctor in, bowls again to Handscomb. Better ball, just on the line of off stump, and Handscomb plays defensively out to the onside for Zabe to field. End of the over. 37 to Peter Handscomb, 8 to Rehan Ahmed, and Leicestershire 168 for 4. We've got about another 50 minutes or so until lunch. Umpires having a chat about something. Mercifully, on this occasion, it's not the light, with which there is absolutely nothing wrong.
No floodlights, obviously. Yeah. Although there's a lot of dark clouds around, but they're being whisked across the sky so quickly by this strong wind.
James Sales bowled 6 overs at Hove, didn't bowl against Glamorgan, and hasn't bowled so far here.
Chris Tremaine will start his 13th over from the Bennett end. Goes in and bowls to Ahmed, who edges, and a thick outside edge bounces just short of the diving Smales at backward point. Dived across to his right. It wasn't a catch, it wasn't a chance. It probably bounced about 2 feet in front of Smales, but it was a thick outside edge, and he clearly has a very good outside edge to his bat, Rehan Ahmed. He pushed firmly at it and could have flown in the air. Well, it did fly in the air, not quite far enough as far as Sales was concerned, and a third man running across to his right made the stop, and actually Ahmed picked up 3 then. By the time third man got there, he moves on to 11. Tremaine into Handscomb, who is solidly forward and off stump, defending the ball out into the offside. Running across from cover is Vasconcelos.
He's lost his place in the slip cordon at the moment. He was spent an awful lot of his career at first slip for Northamptonshire, but Karen Nair has made that position his own at the moment. Emilio Gay at second, so when they have a third slip in, it tends to be Vasconcelos, otherwise he's out in the country.
I wonder if a top overseas has that sort of thing written into his contract as well. In goes Tremaine and bowls again to Handscomb, who's waiting for that one, playing it with an angle bat off the back foot through the vacant gully down to third man and taking 1.
Well, he's held a couple of corkers in at first slip this year, Karen Nair, but he also dropped what at this level you would say was a relatively straightforward slip catch. Colin Ingram first ball off Ben Sanderson in the game against Glamorgan. In the end, of course, it didn't matter because the rain came on the last day, but it could have been quite costly.
Let's come on to 38 now. 172 for 4. Tremaine turns, comes in and bowled, a little bit short. Ahmed saw that one coming, stayed on the back foot, played it away off the slightly bottom part of the bat out into the offside. Vasconcelos fielded in the covers. Chantry comes forward, just checks the follow through. That pitch looks, considering it's been undercover for 48 hours, it's lightened, but effectively it's a sort of second day pitch still, isn't it? But in terms of the amount of cricket that's been played on it. Tremaine in, bowls and looking to drive off the stumps, rather off stump. Wasn't quite there to be driven. Ahmed again didn't time it, and Proctor fields at wide-ish mid off. Some discussion on the stream, I note, about Ahmed and his sort of position in not necessarily the Leicestershire batting order, but also the England batting order, and does he have the ability to sort of build an innings to get himself in higher up in the England batting order? General consensus seems to be not at the moment. He's clearly got ability, clearly got talent with the bat. Tremaine is in, bowls to him, and he drives there, thick outside edge in the air, flies down to third man, but that was when he looks down at the bottom of his bat again, but again it was flamboyant and or slightly irresponsible.
Just a touch of the Zorros about that, wasn't there, really? But nevertheless, he got away with it. But you always feel with Rehan Ahmed, whether with bat or with ball, the game moves forward, doesn't it?
Yes, he's fun. He's always fun
when
to
he's
watch.
In the action.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's the sort of cricketer that you would pay good money to come and watch. 173 for 4 it is then. Bit of a consultation there between Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus, captain and vice-captain of the Northamptonshire Red Ball side. It's a lengthy discussion as well. Meanwhile, Sanderson and Chris Tremaine are having a natter. Proctor now realises he's got a bowl, so he comes across and hands over sweater and cap, various other accoutrements to.
He seemed to forget that,
he did. He was
oh, it's me. Yeah.
Deep in conversation with Lewis McManus. James Sales realises that Rehan is on strike, so that means he has to drop down to deep backward point. They've got a man there now at short extra, George Bartlett on the drive. 2 slips and a gully, and here's Proctor in. Bowls to Rehan and beats him outside the off stump. Good ball, again, just doing enough. Quick arm, Luke Proctor. Sort of bustling bowler. It's very handy. He's one of those sort of Northamptonshire's answer to the late great Basil D'Oliveira. A little bit of a partnership breaker. Amazing how often he does that trick for Northamptonshire. He's in again, bowls, and again forces a defensive stroke from Rehan out into the covers where George Bartlett fields. And there's no run. Proctor, he's we were talking earlier about conversion rate this season, the fact that Northamptonshire they've had 6 centuries this season, which is as many as they had in the whole of last year in Division 1. And the fact that Luke Proctor had made 4 half centuries in 5 innings without so far going on to get without going on to get 100, as Proctor runs in again to bowl to Rehan, drives him back. Drives back.
The umpires won't like that.
No, they won't. He's thrown the ball back at Rehan Ahmed, and I think the umps are going to have a little word. They're coming together, and it was driven hard back to Proctor, who then shied at, well,
he'll get a
point, I think.
I think so.
He'll say it was at the stumps, but actually it hit Rehan Ahmed, and
it hurt him a bit. He's just flexing because he turned his back on it, and it hit him on the back of his legs, on his calf, and he just flexing his left calf a couple of times.
The umps are going to have, I think this could be
Official warning.
At best a
summoning him.
Summoning him.
Come here, young man. Captain.
Yeah, there's Ben Debenham. I think he's doing most of the talking out there at the moment, but it's a very obvious and very public wigging that he's getting there, I think, from the umpires. And as you rightly say, Richard, you don't like to see it. It happens too often in club cricket.
It's a nonsense. And
I think Luke Proctor is now pointing, saying, well, if he'd have been out of his ground and the throw had hit the stumps, he would have been out.
This is a serious wigging.
But they are
on and on.
Yes, it's Ben Debenham in particular is having.
He could take him off, couldn't he? He could.
He's having a lot to say out there at the moment. Luke Proctor is just having to take it, and they're giving him the ball back and saying he can carry on.
looks like a embarrassed schoolboy.
He does. Well, he's getting, I'm sure, a certain amount of sympathy from his teammates, Chris Tremaine and Ben Sanderson. But Jack Chantry's writing something down.
Yeah, and it's been...
They're having a word, presumably that's on...
The score... 5 runs! 5 runs!
5 runs,
Whoa.
it is. It's penalty runs.
Penalty runs.
Well, I haven't seen that for a while, but it is indeed 5 penalty runs have been awarded to Leicestershire because of that little... Well, I don't know. It's to me, it looked fairly... Ben Sanderson's giving it the sign for VAR, if they're going to just check it again for something else. But the runs have gone up. Yeah, 178 for 4 it is. We'll come back to that in a second. Anyway, Proctor's bowling again, and Rehan plays it out into the covers where Bartlett fielders, and this runner makes as though he's going to throw it shy at the stumps as well. I have to say, I think it was spontaneous. I don't think there was anything premeditated about it. It was in one movement. It wasn't a sort of fielded it, stopped, thought about it and threw it. But the laws are clear, and the umps have made their decision on it. So it is a 5-run penalty. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Rehan, who's playing that again back down the pitch. Yeah, and I suspect there will obviously be some sort of sanction. Won't just be, I think, a trip to the headmaster's study after close of play. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Rehan, who's on the back foot, plays it up to mid-on. Oh dear, Chris Tremaine, having fielded it, has just underarmed it all along the floor towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. End of the over, 178 for 4. Handscomb is 38. Rehan Ahmed is 12. Lewis McManus is now having a chat with Ben Debenham. That's Northamptonshire's vice-captain. I'm not sure having a chat about it is going to make any difference at all.
If I was him, I wouldn't.
I think it's probably best just to let that go. It's the decision.
If I was him.
The decision's been taken, and whether he or anybody else likes it or not, but perhaps he was just seeking clarification. Let's hope that was the case.
It is something that it sort of about 2 or 3 years ago. It started happening quite a lot.
Yeah.
They've really cracked down on it, and I don't mind that. Chris Tremaine continues, bowls to Peter Handscomb, who leaves, and it sort of tails back in a little bit after it had gone past the bat. Missed the stumps by a good 2 or 3 inches, but again, just the angle we're at, which is a pretty good one for this game. So, just sort of to the left of the wicketkeeper, so to speak. It did look like it snaked back in a little bit. It wasn't so very far from off stump. 178 for 4 as Tremaine is in again to Handscomb, who's driving. Tremaine puts down, do you know, that wasn't far away. He put down his left hand, Tremaine, then tried, whether he was trying to deflect it towards the stumps at the non-strike end, I'm not sure. It didn't go onto the stumps, missed them by a good foot or so, but Rehan Ahmed had to swivel and try to get back into his ground. Had that gone onto the stumps, that would have been close.
It would.
That would have been close.
It would.
And it ran across to mid-on in the end, but Ahmed needs to just be a little bit careful. Tremaine, working up ahead of steam, is in, bowls outside off stump, little bit short and leaning almost forward there, and then steering it with the horizontal bat. Down towards third man is Handscomb and picking up 1. Apologies for the shaky cameras, say Fox's TV, due to the strong winds at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Rattling the the poor handheld. Poor guys, they have had a miserable start to the season in terms of winds, but especially temperatures. I do not envy them at all. Tremaine is in, bowls on off stump. Ahmed just leans forward compactly, playing it back down the pitch to the Australian. Jack Chantry's wandering across to have a word with Luke Proctor now. I suspect Proctor will be if anything, at the end of play, just slightly embarrassed about
Yes,
the whole daft business. Really, nobody was hurt, and it was just one of those daft things. But in his position as captain, he'll think, "Oh, Struth." Tremaine is in, bowls straight onto middle and leg this time. Stays on the back foot. Ahmed plays it out to mid on, no run. AB, the laws are clear. You are allowed to try and run out a batter who's out of his crease. Yeah, you are. But he's got to be sort of very clearly out of his crease. I think Ahmed had come out of his crease. Now what's happening now? We're having a look at the ball? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Wow, only 41.5 overs. Is it going to go through the gauge?
There we go. The handcuffs are out for the first time of the match, I think. Oh, and get on with it. I think seems to be the gist of whatever was said there. We're not going to see the box of balls brought out, which is always one of the highlights of the day, isn't it?
AB not impressed with the penalty. Perfectly legitimate, he believes. Tremaine is in. Ahmed is driving pleasantly, and I think that possibly is going to have the distance. Proctor's after it, might just get there, puts in the drive, drags it back along the rope. It's running almost along the rope, but just an inch in front of it. So good work by the skipper. He's saved his side. One of those 5 runs he's got back. Ahmed picks up 3, moves on to 15, and that's 182 for 4.
Yep, at the end of the over. Yes, there's a few comments coming out about that, but we'll perhaps discuss that again at a later date. But
defend your position, sir.
Well, yeah, it's one of those. As I say, I don't think there was anything. For me, there was nothing premeditated. It wasn't. It was a spontaneous thing. It was all in one. So yeah, I don't think there was anything malicious about it. But if the umps were not happy, then their laws, that they are empowered to intervene under Law 41. It used to be Law 42, isn't it? It's Law 41 now.
Dangerous or intimidatory.
Yes. Yeah, it's unfair play, and they are empowered to intervene and award the penalty, which is what they've done. What will be slightly more interesting and slightly more possibly concerned to Northamptonshire is what happens, thereafter. Anyway, for now, Proctor is in, bowls to Rehan. He's trying to punch that away, trying to whip it away, I think, through mid-wicket, and doesn't manage to do so. And just drops down at his feet, and there's no run. Safe Zabe is in there at mid-wicket, and he's still having a little gentle bowl every now and again, so very possibly he will be.
It happened to Leicestershire during the Bob Willis Trophy. Dieter Klein threw the ball at the stumps, hit Danny Lamb, and picked up a...
Here's Proctor in again, and that has grubbed along the floor. It was wide of off stump, fortunately for Rehan Ahmed. If that had been straight, it would have been difficult to play. It was a horrible one also for Lewis McManus to take, as it got there on the second bounce. And he did well to stop it, but that has just scuttled.
But it had serious implications for Leicestershire, or repercussions for Leicestershire, that incident, because it went on their record and triggered a points penalty.
On driven crisply by Rehan, but straight to mid-on. Chris Tremaine, who shies at the stumps.
I think he's making it. He's done that a couple of times.
They're making, he's just making the point here. They're not. I don't think Northamptonshire are very happy with how this has been interpreted. But anyway, as I say, doubtless we shall pick up more about it later. Here's Proctor in again, and he just drops a bat on this Rehan, and it runs past the man at gully, out towards deep backward point. Sails, comes in off the boundary and sends in his return. So one more to Rehan, who goes to 16, and Leicestershire to 183 for 4. Just looking at how things are shaping up elsewhere. Hampshire have lost another wicket, 8 down now at the Oval, 165 for 8. Still 43 behind, so
by lunch probably.
Could be all over by lunchtime. What if the bails are just blown off? I have to get the heavy bails out. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Handscomb, who's pushing forward watchfully, just opening the face down into the gully where Vasconcelos fields, and there's no run. Yes, the old Lignum Vitae Bales might have to make an appearance.
I kind of agree with those on the stream. I think a quick word would have been enough there. I think 5 runs is a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah,
he whispers.
I think also, yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. Here's Proctor in bowls to Handscomb, who's pulling that. Wasn't that short of a length, but Handscomb picked up the length very quickly and has pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4. And all Safe Zaid can do is trot back towards the meat to retrieve it, not to go buy cake, much though he might like to. Peter Handscomb goes to 43 or 45 balls, so good positive stuff from the Australian this morning. It's 187 for 4, and we have around about half an hour to go till lunch. Yeah, for me, it was just a little bit officious. It went on. For me, it went on too long. The whole business. If you're going to award the penalty, that's absolutely fine. If the umpires decided that was worthy of a penalty, but getting the captain over and the bowler and you know, making it quite that obvious and spending quite so long over it, for me, just a little bit over the top. But anyway, it's all gone. Well, probably isn't.
Chris Tremaine comes down the slope and bowls to Ahmed, who has a huge mow outside the off stump. Wasn't there to be driven away, went for the shot anyway, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and it bounced past the top edge into the gloves of McManus. Not a great shot from Rehan, who remains on 16. He's faced 29 balls now, 187 for 4. Handscomb, 43 off 45, don't think he's played and missed yet. He just looks in complete control. Ahmed less so, and square leg has gone back to the boundary as Tremaine, convinced he's going to get his man, is in and bowls and drops short, a little bit short to Ahmed, stays on the back foot. It's a straight delivery about waist high. Ahmed just turns his wrists on it, and Tremaine runs on and fields in his follow through. Might be a bit frustrated here, Chris Tremaine, as Radaz has said, he wants on his final appearance to have a real impact in the game. Has he yet to do so? He batted wonderfully, bashed a quick 37, which went a long way towards helping Northants to maximum batting bonus points. Bowls outside off stump, smashed away by Ahmed. Well, it was a similar sort of shot. He just waited that fraction longer and made sure he hit it square this time. So nothing daunted by having missed his previous attempt. Rehan Ahmed does not lack confidence, this young man. He's a lovely chap, actually, to chat to. And cracked it away through point for 4. Nothing much seems to really sort of make him change the way he thinks about cricket and the way he wants to play the game, and why should it? It's worked for him so far. He's established England international now. He's on 20 as Tremaine is in, bowls to him, short, pulled around the corner, that's going to go for 4. He's found the gap between long leg and that man at a deep square out to the boundary on the Milligan Road side of the ground. So consecutive boundaries for Ahmed, both played with real certainty. Moves on to 24.
It's good stuff to watch, this, isn't it? It really is. Not if you're bowling to him. I'll wait till the end of the over, but I have, and I've just been, you probably see me scrabbling around. I think I've found the relevant bit of law, so
right.
we can read through it, and you can make your own decisions on it, make your own judgment. It's law 42.3.1.
In goes Tremaine, and it's short, and looking to pull, Ahmed hits it off the bottom edge. It trickles out towards mid-wicket, pursued by Tremaine, and Ahmed just jogs the single. 42-1 Don't be a cad. Don't be a bounder. What's it called?
It needs to be read in a sort of Terry Thomas voice, doesn't it? Absolute shower. Absolute shower.
I remember being down at Hove, finding Terry Thomas's biography in one of the second-hand bookshops down
wonderful.
there. In goes Tremaine and bowls, driven in the air, just wide of the diving Sales again at point, and he looks from the ground. Sales back at the bowler. He was drawn into driving at a slightly wideish delivery there, Handscomb, and he didn't get it all. It was in the air. I don't think, again, it would have quite carried two Sales, but, well, it wasn't so very far away from the young man. As it is, Handscomb picks up 4, moves on to 47 and brings up the Leicestershire 200.
Right. So what has basically happened is that Luke Proctor is deemed to have committed a level 2 offence. So this is law 42.3, and law 42.3.1 says any of the following actions by a player shall constitute a level 2 offence, and amongst various other things, throwing the ball at a player, umpire or another person in an inappropriate and dangerous manner, and I'm assuming that's what it is deemed to have been. So if such an offence is committed, the umpire shall summon and inform the offending player's captain, well, obviously it was the captain, that an offence at this level has occurred. The umpire shall award 5 penalty runs to the opposing team. The umpires together to be continued. As Proctor comes in again and bowls to Rehan, who drives, lovely on drive, but well fielded by Tremaine, diving away or sliding away to his left at mid-on. The umpires together shall report the occurrence as soon as possible after the match to the executive of the offending player's team and to any governing body responsible for the match, which presumably will be the match referee.
It's a little bit of Tremaine is getting really, he's really worked up about this, and he said, can I throw it at the stumps at the non-strikers end? And he and Debenham had a long exchange there.
Here's Proctor in again and punched off the back foot by Rehan. He's going to get a couple of runs here as Sales comes round from deep backward point to field. Takes Rehan Ahmed up to 27 and Leicestershire to 202 for 4. Who shall take further action as is considered appropriate against the captain, any other individuals concerned, and if appropriate, the team. So that's basically what has happened, and it's regarded to be on a par with, I'll do some of the level 2s in a minute. That's steered away by Rehan, but a good bit of fielding in the gully saves any possibility of a run. It's bracketed along with making inappropriate and deliberate physical contact with another player, showing serious dissent in an umpire's decision by word or action, or using language or gesture to another player or umpire, which is regarded to be inappropriate. That's pushed up to mid-on by Rehan Ahmed, fielded by Tremaine again at mid-on. So they've obviously, it's taken as being taking a very dim view of it, in other words. A level 2, I'm trying to think, in club cricket, certainly level 2 you would be looking at a ban. If that happened certainly in the Northamptonshire League, I suspect in most of the leagues. Very full, driven by Rehan Ahmed. Proctor goes down, tries to stave it with his boot, doesn't do so, but Tremaine is covering up behind from mid-on, and so again there's no run. 202 for 4 it stays. Now I'm not, as I say, I'm not sure how this will be viewed by the match referee and so on, but certainly if that happened under the ECB Code of Conduct in a league match, I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, they would normally be looking at a suspension. Forward comes Rehan, plays it back down the pitch where Proctor fields, and that's the end of the over. 202 for 4. Handscomb is 47. Rehan is 27. There's still a bit of conversation going on out there. Ben Debenham's now having another chat with Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus
Might be pertaining to Tremaine here, who's really miffed about the warning and the deduction. Wouldn't I'm in Australia, mate.
It's a great story about that Mal Loy tells about Mike Hussey the first time he played against Mike Hussey out in Australia, and Mal had one of those where the ball had slipped out of the bowler's hand and it just sort of bobbled, and he whacked it for four, and he was told, you don't do that here, mate.
Well, yeah.
And they do quite a lot of other things, but not that. It is going to be James Sales. He's going to bowl for only the second time this season in the Championship.
From the Bennett end, yes, sir. Sometimes there is still a slightly different attitude down there, isn't there? I remember, talking to Marcus Harris, having been dropped a couple of times on his way into the 20s and then going on to get 200. Sometimes in the UK, a batter who's been dropped a few will almost be sort of self-conscious about it and then get out because he feels he should be. Sales then jogs in and bowls to Handscomb. A really poor delivery, and he's going to get away with it because it's short and down the leg side, pulled around the corner by Handscomb, but Ben Sanderson runs round, manages to make the stop just in time. One for the over, says umpire Chantry, and Handscomb has to settle for 1, 203 for 4. But yeah, no reticence on the part of Marcus Harris about taking full advantage about being. He's sort of like, Alan Lamb used to be, really. Okay, good ball, whatever. You didn't get me. I'm going to go on and make the most of it. I'm not here to feel embarrassed about it. In goes Sales again, drops short. This time Ahmed just paddles it around the corner down towards deep backwards square. Coming in from the square leg boundary is George Bartlett. Yes, Roger Bartlett. He was Big X, wasn't he?
Yes, that's
Great
right.
Escape. Just trying to remember.
Real name Roger Bushell, wasn't it? I think he was Roger Bartlett in the film, but
that's played by Richard Attenborough.
Leicester's own, yes.
In goes Sales again, drops a little bit short, not quite as short, but very, very comfy for Handscomb just to stay on the back foot and turn it into the vacant square leg area. Joggers, the single that takes him on to 49, or run a ball 50. Looks as though it's going to be on the cards for Handscomb. 49 off 48 deliveries, 205 for 4.
Yeah, I think there's I was just, again, I'm sort of wading through lots of ECB stuff. I think there may be a different process than there is in recreational cricket, obviously, for these sort of incidents.
Sales in short and wide outside off stump, crashed away by Rehan Ahmed, and he's going to pick up 4 for that through extra cover. Thus far, James Sales hasn't really probably done quite what his captain wanted him to do.
No,
He's banging it in a little bit short at a gentle medium pace, and Leicestershire have taken full advantage.
So he just hasn't, as I say, he bowled half a dozen overs in the first innings down at Hove, and hasn't been seen with the ball since.
He comes, bowls to Ahmed again. Can stay on the back foot, it's straighter, and just turn it round the corner to deep backwards square, where Bartlett is the fielder. Comes running in, a little bit dark here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, but plenty of breaks in the clouds, which, as we've said, are moving quickly. 1 or 2 Leicestershire supporters think that, quote, absolutely zero need for it. If Ahmed was out of his ground. In goes Sales and bowls down the leg side this time, and it's going to be 4 byes, I suspect, which will not please Lewis McManus, who dived across, couldn't get there. And as overs go, from one has to say was undistinguished.
Yes, I think that's not unfair. Yeah, I mean, you see, the law, as I've just recited, 42.3.1, doesn't specify. It doesn't say about if the batter is in or out of his ground. That is unsaid. If the umpires feel that that throwing the ball in the direction of the batter was inappropriate, regardless of where the batter was, then they will impose the penalty. But equally, it is surely the case that if the throw had hit the stumps and Rehan was out of his ground, then on appeal he would have been given out, wouldn't he?
It wouldn't
I would have
assume-
thought.
wouldn't assume
I
so.
can't think there's any reason why it wouldn't have been. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but greater minds than ours will, I'm sure, be debating this point. 2:14 for 4, and we are going to see some spin. Safe save, as he's been limbering up for a while, so we are going to see a little bit of spin, left arm spin from Safe Save. Picked up 4 wickets in the innings down at Hove, which was the first time he'd taken more than 2 in a championship innings since 2016. From which you can gather that he hasn't bowled much in recent seasons, and that's perfectly respectable first ball, flighted up, and Rehan tries to give himself a little bit of room, I think, to hit over the top of extra cover, but hits it along the ground to extra cover where Bartlett fields. Round the wicket comes Zabe in again. Rehan on drives up to Ben Sanderson, who's there at mid-on, and there's no run, just a slip in. Emilio Gay. Other than that, there's a ring of 6 saving 1, 3 on either side as Zabe is in, bowls down the pitch, and that's smashed by Rehan Ahmed. It was in the air, and Safe Zabe took off and tried to get a hand on it. If he had got a hand on it, he might never have played the ukulele again.
Would have been the greatest catch of all time.
Would have.
Wow.
He hit that very hard, Rehan Ahmed, who's 37. And I just wonder, Richard, and I'm sure they will deny it, but I just wonder if Northamptonshire have just got a little bit distracted since that incident. It's the sort of intent that they were showing right at the start of the day just seems to have dissolved a little bit. That's flighted up and driven again very hard at Bartlett at extra cover, who stops it and wishes he hadn't. He's hurt his hand. Takes Rehan up to 38, 219 for 4. Bartlett still wringing his hand. It's a cold day anyway, but he's now on his haunches and he's not happy. There's Zabin, bowls to Handscomb, who nibbles it out into the onside, looking for a single that would have given him his half century. But although Vasconcelos can't stop it coming round from mid-wicket, Sanderson was there behind at mid-on. So 219 for 4, 1 ball to go in the over. And here's a slightly flatter, slightly quicker, and punched off the back foot by Handscomb up to Sanderson at mid-on. That's the end of the over. 49 to Peter Handscomb, 38 to Rehan Ahmed. And Leicestershire are 219 for 4, and these two have put on 77 for the 5th wicket in quick time. I was going to see the last wicket fell in the 34th over, and we've now had 47, so they've put on 77 in 13, which is pretty good going. Run a ball.
It looks that way. The ball may have gone a little bit softer. Well, it will have gone a little bit softer now, and it is possible. I mean, it must have picked up a lot of moisture. When I walked across the outfield this morning, although it certainly wasn't dry, you know, moisture understandably very much around. So we have a deep backward square and a long leg. Sales is going to continue, having gone for, well, 8 runs from the over, also the 4 byes as well. He's going to have a deep point, backward point, and actually a gully as well. Comes in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Fuller going down the leg side, thumps into the pad of Rehan Ahmed as he tries to work it into the leg side, and any appeal is, well, the appeal is quickly choked off. Better start to the over then from Sales, who is in. Bowls out, that's a poor ball, wide, and well, it's going to be slapped away for 4, and is by Rehan Ahmed. He did well to reach it, actually. It was short and wide, and Sales was turning his back on it almost before the bottom of Ahmed's batman connected with it, but it did connect with it. Out to the extra cover boundary it went, and that is 4 to Ahmed, who moves into the 40s now, onto 42 of 48.
One of my old coaches would have said you did well to reach that with a line prop. It was very, very wide.
Yeah. Sales bustles in and bowls short again. Ahmed tries to wipe it over deep mid wicket, gets a thick bottom edge down onto the pad and bounces out into the offside. But again, it's well, at best rather ordinary stuff from James Sales. As you said, Northants just seem to have lost a little bit of focus, motivation.
Absolutely.
Sales is in, bowls down the leg side this time, but Ahmed doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by McManus and rather disdainfully thrown to Gay.
And it probably doesn't help, Richard, that it's the captain who is the alleged miscreant. Because if it wasn't, then you know, probably then it needs maybe the vice captain, maybe it needs Lewis McManus just to sort of pull things round a little bit, certainly if not the coaches at lunchtime.
Sales is in, that's straight, but it's again a little bit short, punched by Ahmed off the back foot, very straight towards the mid-on boundary, intercepted en route by Tremaine getting across there. No, it's George Scrimshaw who's at mid-on at the moment.
And in saying that, I'm not taking anything away from the way these two have played, which has been very impressive, and they put on 82 in quick time. It's absolutely no reflection on their efforts, but I do feel that Northamptonshire have just got a little bit distracted, maybe.
Sales in, bowls, better length, better line at last, and treated with respect by Handscomb, who remains on 49. He's been there for 4 balls now. 49 off 52, 2-2, 4 for 4. Partnership up to 82, and yeah, any serious prospect of Northants pulling off what would have been a remarkable win, really, given the conditions, have pretty much faded now.
Yeah, George Scrimshaw's has jogged off the field. Rafi Weatherall is on, wearing number 84 on his back. He's now out there at deep square for Saif Zaib, who's going to be bowling to Rehan Ahmed. So this interesting little tussle continues. The slip backward point. And out there sweeping. Yes, it is. James Sales is putting his jumper on, and an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, both fairly deep, mid-wicket, deep square, and a man on the 45 saving 1. And Zaib round the wicket bowls, and he goes straight back over the bowler's head, Rehan Ahmed, for 4. Set himself early. Just an air of slight hint of premeditation about that, you feel, but he came down the pitch, and when he got there, he hit it very hard. Up over mid-on, who is fairly deep, went first, maybe second bounce down below us into the sight screen. Rehan to 47 could beat Handscomb to the 50 at this rate. 228 for 4.
7 to 4.
Here is Zaib in again, bowls to Rehan, short of a length. Rehan goes back, plays it up to Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run. He's faced, what, 53 balls now. He's only had more of the strike, because Handscomb's only faced, what, 52. So since he's been in, he's dominated the strike, but that's fair enough. Comes down the pitch and drives a little bit inside out to deep mid-off, where Proctor fields, and they come through for a single. Rehan to 48 off 54, 229 for 4.
It's not a bad game, really. As you say, bowled well with no help at all, picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah. No, he has. He's had a very good game so far. Plenty of power to add here as Zaib is in again, bowls to Handscomb, who pushes it out on the onside for Vasconcelos to field in there at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 10 minutes to go till lunch. Zaib in again, on driven by Handscomb, and that's 50. Sets off with a single straight away. As I say, mid-on, Ben Sanderson is fairly deep, and that's half century for Peter Handscomb off 54 balls.
9 fours.
With 9 fours. Had a few slightly anxious moments when he first went in against Scrimshaw, but since then has played really well. Here's Rehan looking to follow his partner to the half century, cracks that out into the covers, but straight to George Bartlett at extra. Seemed to be some delay there as to whether it was over or not, but it is. 230 for 4, 50 to Handscomb, 48 to Rehan Ahmed. 88 runs the partnership now for the 5th wicket. And is James Sales going to get another over? Yes, he is.
It's Handscomb's 3rd 50 of the season. He'd dearly love to go on, I suspect, this time. But he, sort of like Luke Proctor, has been very consistent in making it a very respectable contribution. But yet to go on this season. I think Marcus Harris has done that for Leicestershire. So perhaps it'll be different for Handscomb, who will have lunch on his mind now. Not so very far away as Sales goes in, bowls to him outside off stump. Handscomb lets it bounce through, bearing out what I just said. 8 minutes away. Set in stone on the last day, isn't it? The
Yes.
intervals. Dark away to the southwest. Lots of dark cloud down there, but it is, say, being whisked across the country. Sales is in, bowls. Oh, he's Handscomb a little bit. Maybe it came back in a little bit. Handscomb almost took his bottom hand off the bat as he helped it around the corner into the leg side and jogs one.
Yes, there's a lot of just looking at the radar, a lot of heavy rain over much further west, over Wales, so they're getting a bit of a drenching, but not a great deal on the radar as far as England's concerned.
Sales is in, almost a full toss, but rather misses out there. Rahan Ahmed leant forward, tried to drive it away, rather squirted it out away off the bottom of the bat into the offside, where Chris Tremaine is the fielder. Extra cover.
A little bit just the other side of Bristol, which may cause a problem there later.
Sales in down the leg side, flicked at by Ahmed, missed by Ahmed, taken by McManus, moving to his left. I don't know why I say that, obviously he's moving to his left. It's down the leg side.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit on John Sadler and his team at lunchtime just to get the team focused again.
Sales is in, outside off stump, dropped at first slip, went for the drive, got a top edge. It was really travelling, reaching across to his left.
Karen
First slip, Nair got two hands to it, but it really was travelling. And do you say that a catch to the left of first slip is the keeper's? I don't think so, because he was standing wide-ish. It was
his
Nair's catch.
Yeah, it was his catch, Richard, and he
two hands to it,
yeah,
and it burst through. He got substantial hand to it because it didn't go all the way, and Ahmed has to settle for one. Dropped. Sales is in to Handscomb, who plays the sort of wideish delivery much more circumspectly, cracks it away through the offside, but doesn't try and overhit it. But the width was there, it was kind of there, but this way he will tell you that he plays.
Well, if you you mentioned earlier about whether the overseas player has a sort of note in the contract that he gets to field at first slip all the time. If that's the case, I think Northamptonshire might be looking for a loophole in that particular part of the agreement, because he's dropped a couple in there now, and I say certainly the one against Colin Ingram could have been, and it was an easier catch than that, I have to say, which was, as you rightly say, Richard, really travelling, but the drop off Ingram could have been very costly indeed. For now though, it is going to be safe Zabe to continue. I don't think Northamptonshire are particularly keen on bowling any more overs than they have to. They're certainly going to be two more. They're not going to spread this one out for 4 minutes, I wouldn't have thought. Here's Zabe, round the wicket, bowling to Handscomb, plays defensively back down the pitch. Applause for the bowler from Lewis McManus. Still just the slip in as far as close catches are concerned. Here's Zabe, bowls that one shorter, quicker, and punched away by Peter Handscomb out to wide mid-off. Proctor tracks to his left to field, and Handscomb is through for a single. 53 to him, 234 for 4. Leicestershire. First half an hour, or say first 45 minutes of this session belonging to Northamptonshire. Since then, certainly it's been Leicestershire's session. And say Emilio Gay now being moved out of slip, and he's wandering around like a lost soul at the moment, but he's now going in at silly mid-off. Yes, silly mid-off, in there on the perch, right foot almost on the cut strip, and short bowls safe Zabe, and it gives Rehan Ahmed the single, tucked up to mid-on Sanderson field, and it takes him to his half-century in a very enterprising one it's been. 50 off 59 balls. 9 fours, is that?
7 fours.
7 fours, beg pardon.
9 to Handscomb.
Yeah, got the figure in mind somewhere. So both these batters now having got to 50, and with Handscomb on strike, Emilio Gay goes back into slip. 235 for 4. We're in the 60th over of the innings. There's Zabe, flights that one up, but nudged around the corner by Peter Handscomb, just in front of square. And they're through for a single. Handscomb to 54, 236 for 4. So Leicestershire still with another 50 overs available to get another 214 runs for maximum points if these two stay together. Definitely on. Big, big, big swing by Rehan Ahmed. Where's that gone? Has it gone all the way? It has. 6 runs over deep mid-wicket, and the cake stall was threatened, I think, for a moment there, down in front of the meet, if it was open.
It is now open.
It is open, yes.
Ball almost went through it.
It almost scattered the Barra Brith and the Victoria Sponge to all corners of Leicester. Anyway, 6 to Ahmed, 56 to him, 242 for 4. And Rehan,
lovely.
It was a
swing
wonderful, clean hit. And now they're having a look at the ball. I think Northamptonshire would very happily not bowl another over here, but I think they're going to have to. Depends which clock they're going on. They started early, according to that one. Last ball of the over. Zay bowls to Rehan, who nudges it up towards mid-wicket, fielded by Vasconcelos, and that is not lunch.
No.
Well, I say it's not lunch. It all depends whether Jack Chantry gets into position before the time runs out, because we started, according to the clock at the board, at 10:59.
If we'd started on time, that would have been the last over,
Yeah.
I'm sure, but we are going to get one more.
I got the feeling they were slightly trying to make it the last over of the session, but
Yeah.
it's a bit of an ask, I think, especially when you've got left arm spinner bowling who takes 3 paces.
We should say that 6 brought up the 100 partnership.
Yes.
242 for 4 as Sales is into Handscomb, full, edged through 4th slip or even 3rd slip. There isn't either. Now, was that a catchable height? Did it swing a little bit? Was it just a misstroke from Handscomb? But it took the edge, and Sales considered himself unlucky on that occasion. He drew Handscomb into the drive, took a thick outside edge, and I think that went low at a catchable height through about 4th slip. Gay indicates with his right hand, could have dived across perhaps, but I think it was that bit too far away from him. Sales is in again to Handscomb, short, both short at that pace, and Handscomb just pulls it around the corner. He has got cover out there on the boundary, deep backward square, so it is going to be just the single. Handscomb on to 59, 247 for 4. Leicestershire approaching a first batting bonus point, so I'll consider they have plenty to play for this afternoon.
Absolutely,
for sure.
I say it's only from here. It's only 4 and over to get to 450. Just a hair over.
Sales is in down the horrible bouncer down the leg side, and even Ahmed can't be persuaded to try and help that on its way down over the long leg. Just steps inside it, and it sails. Excuse the pun, down the leg side where McManus takes it comfortably enough.
You're in skittish mood on your birthday, aren't you, Richard?
Thinking of the cakes down there.
I know, yes.
Lunch is about to come. That salmon was very good the other day. In goes Sales, bowls full and straight, this time dug out by Ahmed, back up the pitch to the Northamptonshire all-rounder.
Yes, I think that's
fair.
I think that's fair. I think he's regarded these days as sort of a batting all-rounder, if you like. But I mean, he's proved this morning. He's created a couple of chances, one of which really should have been taken.
Hampshire 9 down. Sales is in to Ahmed, who leaves outside off stump. Perhaps even he thinking that with lunch now just a couple of deliveries away, or 1 delivery away, discretion very much the better part of Valor.
Hampshire 9 down. That means a
going,
delayed lunch for Kevin James and co down at the Oval. That won't please Kevin, will it?
Sails in. Ahmed leaves outside off stump, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be lunch on a not uneventful session. Began with Leicestershire on 97 for 2, so they have lost 2 wickets in it, those of Lewis Hill and Louis Kimber, during a really good spell from George Scrimshaw, which should give Northamptonshire supporters going forward a lot of encouragement. He was sharp, he got bouncing, he got movement, and he picked up 2 established batsmen. But thereafter, although there were 1 or 2 close calls for the Leicestershire batters, notably Rehan Ahmed on 48, when Karen Nair couldn't hang on to a sharp but very catchable chance at first slip off James Sails. Leicestershire's batters made the most of the conditions to take the score on to 247, so exactly 150 runs in the session.
Yeah, that is pretty good going. Well, how many overs? What do we have in the session? 23 overs, so we had 28 overs and 5 balls basically, so that is very, very good going indeed. I think you've just got to update BBC Radio Leicester.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll all go and have our lunch. Yeah, there might have been a little bit of nervousness among Leicestershire supporters when 2 wickets went down quite early this morning, those of captain Lewis Hill and Louis Kimber, who both fell to George Scrimshaw for 26 and 65 respectively, but those nerves have been firmly brushed aside really by a partnership of 105 so far between Peter Handscomb and Rehan Ahmed. Both have gone to a half century. Handscomb goes to lunch 59 not out, Ahmed 56 not out. They've taken the score on to 247 for 4, so just 3 runs away from the first batting bonus points, and that is really what the rest of the match will be all about as far as the Foxes are concerned. If they can take their first innings score on to 450, they'll pick up maximum batting bonus points and consider a job well done. 247 for 4 at lunch. Half centuries for Peter Handscomb and Rehan Ahmed, and indeed earlier in the day Louis Kimber, mean that the Foxes have made solid progress and are now not very far short, 50 something runs short of saving the follow-on.
57, I think.
Thank you very much. The voice of Andrew Radd.
Approximately.
Up to my left.
Subject to audit.
Of BBC Radio Northampton, and myself, Richard Ray. From BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators on this final day. Sadly, Roman Walker, who was with us for the first couple of days, and indeed Liam Travaskis, have been otherwise engaged. They're hoping to get some cricket in for the second team at Kibworth, but I think the outfield down there, 10 miles away to the south, is not yet fit for play. Ben Sanderson is going to take up the attack for Northamptonshire from the pavilion end.
With 2 slips and a gully in place, and lost the sun at the moment. Cloud overhead as Sanderson starts his work for the afternoon and brings Handscomb across his stumps, pushes it out into the onside. Safe save comes in from mid-wicket to field and there's no run. Karen Nair in there at first slip, having dropped Rehan Ahmed there before lunch. It was travelling, especially not what he wanted on a cold day, but it was a chance to slip, first slip when he made 48. Who knows how costly that might prove. Sanderson, 1 wicket in the innings so far, running in away from us to bowl to Peter Handscomb, who's textbook forward defensive, and Sanderson goes to just hoof the ball out to Safe Zabe at mid-wicket and doesn't direct his pass particularly well, and Safe Zabe had to do a little bit of scrambling to prevent what would have been one of the more unlikely singles of Peter Handscomb's career, courtesy of Ben Sanderson's boot. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Handscomb, and again very correctly plays out into the offside. Bartlett comes across from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Still this very blustery breeze coming across the ground from our left, or just sort of over towards the southwest, is that? Desperately trying to work
southwest,
out. Southwest,
southeast. We're kind of looking almost directly south.
Yeah. Either way, there's no showers in the forecast at the moment. That's another full-length ball from Sanderson, driven up to mid-off by Peter Handscomb, fielded there by Luke Proctor, who was at the centre of this morning's little incident, if you're just joining us. Luke Proctor, who was bowling at the time, having a shy at, well, the stumps, and/or Rehan Ahmed, striking the latter. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side, just behind square by Handscomb. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. It goes down to long leg, so 2 more to Handscomb. First runs of the afternoon, he goes to 61, and Leicestershire to 249 for 4, and the umpires intervening and awarding 5 penalty runs for what has to be a level 2 offence according to the laws of the game, law 42.3.1. So what further action, if any, is taken obviously remains to be seen, but Leicestershire benefiting from 5 penalty runs. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Handscomb, and again forward, playing defensively out into the onside. Zabe fields, and that's the end of the first over of the afternoon. Just those 2 runs off it. 61 to Handscomb, 56 to Rehan Ahmed, and Leicestershire 249 for 4. This 5th wicket partnership now worth 107.
Yeah, 0 movement there now for Sanderson. There was a little bit there this morning, off the seam as much as through the air, particularly for the tall Scrimshaw, but Sanderson too managed to drift a few away and nip a few back in. But now the ball 53 overs old, not much there at all for the bowlers, and it threatens to be a longish afternoon. Now what's Ben Debenham concerned about now? He's have they thrown in the ball again to check?
Might well be. No, they haven't. No. I don't know what they're on about.
Don't know.
I thought for a moment he'd done what I did at lunchtime and leave his glasses on the table, but which I managed to do, leave my glasses on the dining table downstairs, which meant another 80 steps. Now they're having a long
Umpire Chantry has walked across to talk to George Scrimshaw, and
Is it because he was off the field, I wonder?
I suspect it was.
He was off the field,
so
for
he
a
might
little
just have to
time.
wait a couple of overs,
Yeah.
and it's going to be Chris Tremaine.
Because we mentioned he was off the field and Rafi Weatherall came on.
Went
so
off about 22, didn't he?
Yeah.
Something like that, 20 minutes
maybe that
before
he's
lunch.
just got to stay off for another, as you say, another 10-15 minutes or so before he's able to have a bowl.
So hold your horses, George. It's going to be Chris Tremaine, 15 overs, none for 62 at the moment. Comes in from the Bennett end, bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, a little bit wide, up on his toes. Goes Ahmed and cracks it away through wide, extra cover. Luke Proctor runs back to the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard. Ahmed picks up 3 and brings up Leicestershire's first batting bonus point, 252 for 4. Ahmed on 259.
Yes, I was just empathising with Mick Allen, Mick Norman, rather famous occasion playing for Northamptonshire against Glamorgan when he was out for a king pair and at Swansea, and it meant an awful lot of stairs up and down, and having had to do it an extra 2 times up and down stairs for leaving my glasses in the dining room. I was glad that we had 5 minutes before we started.
Tremaine in, bowls outside off stump. It is watched studiously through to the keeper by Peter Handscomb. It sort of eyes went, followed the ball, as of course they should, but all the way to the wicket keeper.
And in Division 1 at the Oval, Surrey have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 11 runs. Bowled Hampshire out for 197 in their second innings.
6 catches at second slip for Ollie Pope in the innings, and 8 overall in the match, which probably is some sort of record. In goes Tremaine, driven by Handscomb. Didn't really get to the pitch of the ball, managed to get on top of the bounce. It was in the air for a good few feet on its way through point, down towards the backward point boundary. The sweeper is out there, so it will be just the single to Peter Handscomb. I called in to say hello to the friends of Grace Road, see what they had left. All sorts of gorgeous looking cakes if you're in the ground. They are still open. The coffee and walnut looked particularly good, I have to say. As Tremaine is in, bowls, and again Ahmed, not much foot movement but a lovely swing of the arms. He's cracked that one away through extra cover. He's a lovely batsman to watch when he's getting it right, Rehan Ahmed, and at the moment he is getting it right. He's beginning to enjoy himself out there. He's moved on to 63, 257 for 4. There's a sort of economy of power with him that is one of the signs of sort of genuine ability, genuine excellence, if you like, and Ahmed unquestionably has that.
That was a real stand and deliver, wasn't it?
Dismissed it from his presence.
As you said, not a lot of foot movement, but hit it hard and hit it exactly where he wanted.
Must be great to have eyes like that, mustn't it? Really, and timing and ability. I suppose talent is a thing that most of us lack as club cricketers. In goes Tremaine, bowls to Ahmed, who just leans forward, dabs the delivery away from outside off stump towards backward point, and walks almost the single.
Did you say 6 in an innings for Ollie Pope?
So it said on the tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the most catches by a non-keeper in an innings for Surrey is 7.
Oh, it isn't a record then.
By Mickey Stewart at Wantage Road
Well,
in 1957.
there you go. A Northants record of sorts remains intact. Yeah, we're usually on the other side of these records somewhere. Against Leicestershire, it usually says in brackets. Tremaine is in, 2, Handscomb short and cut away nicely by Handscomb, down to third man for 4. Lovely shot. Tremaine stands at the end of his sort of follow through, chin in hand, but just too much width, and the ball's not doing anything now except sitting up nicely to be hit away. And in that over, both Rehan Ahmed and Peter Handscomb did exactly that. 262 for 4. Handscomb on to 66. Ahmed 64. Partnership now 120.
Yes, 1957. The year Northamptonshire finished second to Surrey in the table, albeit quite a long way behind. Northamptonshire won 15 games that year, and they'd actually won, I think, 3 or 4 in a row against Surrey. That was the game that ended the sequence. But even though Surrey were dominating the championship, Northamptonshire had a very good record against them in that time. But Surrey winning that game by 10 wickets with, well, it's a steady bowling attack. Alec Bedser, Peter Loader, Jim Laker, Tony Locke and Eric Bedser. Settle with that, wouldn't you? Here's Sanderson running away from us and bowls, and edged just in front of Gully by Rehan Ahmed. It's running down towards the boundary. It's fielded by James Sales. They complete 2, thought about 3, but decide against it. Perhaps Rehan Ahmed's just enjoying himself a bit too much, but a couple of runs there. He goes to 66, joins Peter Handscomb on 66, and Leicestershire 264 for 4. The partnership goes up to 122. 5th wicket record for Leicestershire against Northamptonshire, 211. So little way to go, but promising start. Driven, next ball by Rehan on the bounce to Ben Sanderson, who makes as though he's going to shy at the stumps and then doesn't. We were saying before the players came off for lunch, Richard, and it seemed to me that the incident involving Luke Proctor that we've just been talking about distracted Northamptonshire. I think that 1 or 2 players decided to get involved and have a little chip here and there maybe. It just felt to me as though they'd lost their focus a little bit in that last hour or so up to lunch. Is Sanderson in bowls, punched down the ground off the back foot by Rehan, but couldn't get it past Chris Tremaine mid-on, and there's no run. So from Northamptonshire's point of view, you just hope that coaches or whatever have just sat the players down at lunchtime, and so there's still however you feel about that, there is still a job to be done. But that's to take nothing away from these two who have played very well in contrasting styles. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls down the leg side and clipped away by Rehan. He's going to get a single down to long leg, and that's all he'll be. That's Scrimshaw is down there in front of the scoreboard. So Rehan Ahmed goes ahead of Peter Handscomb, 67 to him, 265 for 4, and the partnership to 123. Peter Handscomb just checking his guard with umpire Ben Debenham. Northamptonshire with 2 slips and a gully in there for Sanderson in his 17th over, 1 for 53. And he runs in again, bowls, and Handscomb looking to try and, I think, run that down, perhaps just to find the gap between second slip and gully, but it goes much finer than he intended into the slip cordon on the bounce, and there's no run. Coffee and walnut sounds rather nice, actually.
It does, it does.
I'm sure it's not
there were only a couple of slices left.
Unfortunately we're otherwise occupied.
We're not hinting much.
Here's Sanderson in bowls, on leg stump, turned away by Handscomb out to save at mid-wicket, end of the over. 66 to Handscomb, 67 to Rehan, as Chris Tremaine, I think, is now going off the field. Rafi Weatherall is on, 265 for 4 it is. And we have 65 overs left in the day.
I would be a little bit surprised if we get all of them. Run rate is getting up close to 5 now. It does rather feel as though if Leicester should get to 450, if Northamptonshire should take the 9 wickets, ideally those 2 events more or less coincide, that the players will then call it a day. Or hands may be shaken. We shall see. Scrimshaw is now allowed to bowl. In he comes from the Bennett end and does bowl a little bit short up on toward the hip of Rehan Ahmed. He just gets up on his toes and calmly turns the delivery out towards deep backward square, where young Master Bartlett is lurking. Single is taken.
Yes, well, Rafi Weatherall's fielding down at long leg and what yesterday would have been the shallow end of the ground.
What is Rafi short for? Is it
Raphael?
Raphael. Okay. Scrimshaw is in, bounces and left, but left on length as much as anything, I suspect, from Peter Handscomb. It did come back in a little bit, but Scrimshaw's height and that extra little bit of nip meant it was a pretty safe leave in the end. After the, well, hopefully not turtle.
He's made a very good impression in his first couple of games. Picked up a wicket with his 8th ball in first-class cricket. Middlesex.
Who's the other referee? Oh, the scrum half. Who does he play for? Can't remember now. Scrimshaw is in. Bowls on off stump. Full of length this time. Blocked by Handscomb into the off side towards backward point, and then he holds up his hand to tell Rehan Ahmed, no, we're not going to try a quick single there.
Born in Kendal, where the mint cake comes from, but
Cumbrian, like Liam Travaskis.
But basically a Bucks boy. He's went to school in Buckinghamshire and played club cricket for Amersham, I think, or Chesham, somewhere around that way, Buckinghamshire, and played through the Bucks age groups until Northamptonshire picked him up.
Scrimshaw straight run in onto leg stump though, poor delivery on that occasion, or poorly directed delivery, and Handscomb can just nudge it around the corner. There is again no square leg, and so it's a very easy single for a batsman of Handscomb's quality. He moves on to 67, he and Ahmed pacing each other along nicely here. 1-2-5 the partnership now for the 5th wicket. Scrimshaw bowls straighter, but Ahmed plays a very nice firm push through the onside, very straight past wide-ish mid-on, but doesn't put his weight into the shot. Maybe didn't time it quite as well as I thought he had initially. Proctor can run across from mid-off to cut it off around 10 yards back from the ropes at longish on, and Ahmed and Handscomb happy to settle for one. It's the 2 slips and a gully now for Scrimshaw as he runs into bowl to Peter Handscomb. Outside off stump, short, chopped away through the offside, but there is the sweeper down there at deep backward point, so it is going to be just a single, but it does mean that Handscomb keeps the strike. He moves on to 68, 269 for 4. Somebody said on Twitter, Andrew, that it feels like they're beginning to go through the motions, and there was just a hint of that at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's not an unreasonable appraisal, to be honest. But from Northampton's point of view, they need to keep at it. There's still a chance of picking up another couple of points here, and as we were saying, in what's going to be a tight division, every point could well be crucial come the end of the season. Here's Sanderson starting a fresh over. That's a floaty half volley, and it's been driven square of the wicket on the offside by Peter Handscomb. He's not going to go all the way for 4. It's a good sliding stop by James Sales, running down towards the old scoreboard and keeps it to 2. So Peter Handscomb goes to 70 and Leicestershire to 271 for 4. Yeah, Northamptonshire could get through, pick up another 5 wickets. That's 16 points in the game, assuming it finishes in a draw. I think that's a pretty solid return. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Handscomb, who's forward, head right over the ball and pushes it out to the covers for George Bartlett to field. Northampton sitting out the next round of matches while Leicestershire are down at Lords to play Middlesex, and then Northamptonshire pick up again and play Gloucestershire at home, which could well be Ben Sanderson's 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire. And then we're at Derby. Here's Sanderson running away from us, this pavilion end, bowling to Peter Handscomb on the back foot this time. Very correct. Plays it out to short mid-wicket where Zabe fields. And there's no run. Rafi Weatherall played for England under 19s last year, and it's sort of a tangible sign and reward of Northamptonshire's policy of strengthening relationships with the neighbouring national counties, Beds, Bucks, Hunts, surrounding Northamptonshire. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls on leg stump, clipped away, and he missed. Yes, it was a nice inviting little leg stump half volley, and he'll be annoyed with himself. You can see he is annoyed with himself. He clipped it straight to Safe Zabe, who is covering an awful lot of ground. If it had gone a couple of yards either side of him, even given the outfield being not the quickest, it would have been at least 3 runs. Now Sanderson dropping Safe Zabe out to deep square, and they're bringing another man across onto the leg side, so
Ball straight.
Yes, a big yawning gap on the offside between backward point and mid-off. And the man in there tight in at mid-wicket as Handscomb again just comes across his stumps, plays it out to the man just put in at mid-wicket, George Bartlett. And there's no run. Bartlett coming across from the offside. Bit of sunshine back with us. You can see it just reflecting off the cars at the far end of the ground, just parked behind the big stand at the Bennett end, the indoor school and so on. Here's Sanderson, bowls down the leg side, a good stop by Lewis McManus. He didn't take it cleanly, but that was a bit of a wayward delivery from Ben Sanderson, very un-Ben Sanderson-like, and McManus at least managing to get a good glove on it and prevent any possibility of byes. End of the over, 271 for 4, 70 to Peter Handscomb, 69 to Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful with Sanderson, haven't they? Proctor and Northants really. He's going to have a big work, but he have next week off, so after today they're going to have a little bit of a break. Northamptonshire, so I suppose on that basis.
Yeah, I think that's.
Get in a few overs.
But you're right; they won't want to. They won't want to bowl him into the ground.
George Scrimshaw, 8 overs, 2 for 44 for Big George at the moment, as he comes in with that very military run, bowls full and clipped off his toes by Rehan Ahmed, who has to swerve to avoid Scrimshaw. Manages to do so. The single is completed. Bartlett's throw sees McManus backpedaling rapidly and actually falling over the stumps as he goes over. But well, he didn't fall over. He knocked them, knocked the bails off, and the obliging Handscomb taps the stumps with the bat handle just to make sure everything is firmly back in place before McManus replaces the bails. Has some advice for Scrimshaw, it would appear, as does Tremaine, before the tall seamer comes in and bowls again to Handscomb on off stump. Handscomb dabs it down into the offside, dribbles behind square, and Vasconcelos comes in from gully, walks in to field. 72, so the partnership 130 now. At 142 for 4 when Louis Kimber was caught behind off the bowling of Scrimshaw before 12 o'clock this morning. A few Leicester supporters might have been a little bit nervous as Scrimshaw goes in and bowls short, pulled by Handscomb out towards deep mid wicket. Didn't quite get all of it. Could get now, I was going to say could get 3, but immediately Ahmed and Handscomb, one feels, knew it was only going to be 2, running around from deep square to the mid-wicket, not the boundary, got to the ball fairly quickly, young and fit, and they knew it was only ever going to be 2. Handscomb on to 72. Vasconcelos has been sent back to... Well, he was on his way to third man, is now pausing. There's all sorts of pointing going on out there. Tremaine says, yes, no, keep going, but... Yeah, and a little bit of a hokey-cokey there for Vasconcelos, but now he has been definitively sent back to third man. There is a deep backward point. It is he's going to go round the wicket. This is why. So second slip Gay is going to go to. Nobody's going anywhere very quickly, are there?
It's all very.
So shall I go here? Shall you go there? And now helmets are coming on. So it's all very.
Now Ben Debenham's.
What's the over rate? -1.
-1. You know, I was
careful.
Just looking at that, and I thought they need to be aware. I'm not saying there's any too much to worry about. Something that a few overs of say won't put right, but they just need to be aware of it. You know, that would be on what's been a bit of a frustrating day so far for Northamptonshire. That would be that would put the tin hat on it rather than the helmet. But we are now. Karen Nair.
Well, we're not completely decided. Oh, as you say, Nair is. Where do you want me?
And James Sales is in a helmet, even though he's
leg slip.
Karen Nair has now not got a helmet and is now dropping back to the boundary. This has taken 2 or 3 minutes
Nonsense.
To faff around?
A nonsense. But George Scrimshaw and Luke Proctor are now happy with the field. Scrimshaw around the wicket, down the leg side, of course, and it's short. And Handscomb tried to wipe it somewhere up here, I suspect. Didn't get anything on it, and it's taken by McManus. So you'd have to say it's a fairly one-dimensional plan being tried here by Luke Proctor. Now he wants to change to the field again.
Well, put it this way, Richard, it's not subtle.
No.
Because subtle suggests an element of sort of just trying to keep things under your hat a little bit, and at the moment it couldn't be any more blindingly obvious if they walked round the ground with a very large placard or announced it on the public address. And now
Sales has gone from leg slip to long leg after one ball.
Now deep square needs to make sure he stays in front of square, because there's now 3 men back on the leg side.
In goes Scrimshaw, bowls a decent bouncer sort of across Handscomb, who, having got in position, just sort of leans back, lets it run across him, his chest to McManus behind the stumps. Yeah,
so Northamptonshire have now got a fine leg, deep fine leg, a long leg and a deep square. So they just need to make sure that George Bartlett stays in front of square, because otherwise it will be a no ball.
Scrimshaw in, bowl, short, pulled out to the mid-wicket. Now Naya is a little bit deep there, so if he's not going to be the... Well, I suppose he's there for the catch, really, isn't he, for the mispulled catch. He was sort of about 2/3 of the way back, maybe a bit more. But anyway, it was deep enough for Handscomb to take the single. He shied at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but that whole over was a bit of a, well, head-scratcher, really.
Well, it was
275 for 4.
Apart from anything else, it was very long.
Yeah, it was that too.
And I just wonder, I don't know if you noticed at the end of that over, Lewis McManus ran down to the other end. So I suspect he is probably just aware of the fact that they are down on overs, down on the over rate, and they just need to, not, as I say, not very much, but they just need to be conscious of it. And Chris Tremaine is now coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson from this pavilion end. 275 for 4 it is. Floodlights not on yet. I suspect they might be needed in the not too distant, as Tremaine is in, bowls to Handscomb, who plays off the back foot out into the covers for Bartlett to field. And there's no run. Still a slip in, a slip and a gully. So Karen Nair still in there at slip. And Emilio Gay in the gully, and a point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a deep square and a long leg. There's Tremaine in, bowling to his fellow Aussie Peter Handscomb, who drives it back down the pitch, fielded by Tremaine, and there's no run. I noticed Karen Nair has actually been moved out of slip now, and Ricardo Vasconcelos has gone back in at first slip, whereas I mentioned earlier today that's where he's spent a good part of his Northamptonshire career. Can keep wicket, of course, as well, but Karen Nair has been banished to mid-wicket. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Handscomb, who's just, again, he just comes across his stumps a little bit, which is why I suspect Ben Sanderson has got the man in there on the drive at short mid-wicket, just in case he falls over a little bit, lifts it out in that mid-wicket area. But it's been very solid, Peter Handscomb, I say, apart from just one or two little moments during that very impressive spell this morning by George Scrimshaw when he picked up 2 wickets. But once he's settled in, he's a hard man to shift. Handscomb facing this ball from Tremaine, and Handscomb is very solidly forward, plays it up towards mid-off, just about has the legs to reach Luke Proctor there.
Yeah, they have settled into sort of containment mode,
yeah,
to a certain extent now, Northampton. It's understandable enough, really, when the ball is doing absolutely nothing for them now. And they have 21 overs to bowl with it.
The new ball, yeah. Here's Tremaine again, running into bowl to Peter Handscomb. Again, very solid, get past that. Just plays it back down the pitch for Tremaine to field.
I'd be amazed if Handscomb gave it away. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's just keep batting the same way.
He's not that sort of player, is he?
Ahmed, you never know. Anything could happen.
It's always entertaining. Essex have been bowled out up at Chesterley Street in Division 1, 488 all out, so they've got a lead of 130. Hoping presumably just to put a little bit of pressure on Durham this afternoon. Nick Brown out for 184. Here's Tremaine in, bowls to Handscomb, and again that solid forward stroke pushing it up to mid-off where Proctor fields. End of the over, 73 to Handscomb, 70 to Rehan Ahmed, 275 for 4. Elsewhere, as we mentioned, Surrey have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 11 runs at the Oval, so Surrey march on. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 338 for 7, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out. Jacob Bethel missing out on 100, out for 93. But Michael Burgess, the keeper, is in there at the moment on 30.
Formerly of Leicestershire.
A long
time ago now, Burgee.
And at Kidderminster, Somerset 81 for 3 in their second innings, still 61 runs behind Worcestershire, with 7 wickets standing.
Mr. Scrimshaw's round the wicket attack continues. In he goes, bowls to Ahmed down the leg side. Short. Ahmed tries to sort of ramp it, I suspect, really straight over the wicketkeeper's head, but didn't get anything on it. As Andrew said, there is a fine leg as well as a long leg, so he has to be a touch careful. He did try to keep that absolutely straight, didn't get anything on it.
I'm not sure careful's a word that
in as much as he's
necessarily
ever has been. He restrained the excesses there. Bowls short and outside off stump this time. Ahmed drops his hands, and obviously his back to is to us, but whether his lip actually curled, it did metaphorically there, didn't it? You know.
Well, the way the way
he dropped his hand.
This attack's being directed. I was just looking to see if Luke Proctor had got a Harlequin cap on, but. In the Douglas Jardine manner, but obviously not. I'm sure he has one in his bag.
Slightly, well, in goes Scrimshaw and bowls, and Ahmed steps right across and does try to ramp the short ball over the stumps and over the top of Lewis McManus. Doesn't get anything on it again. Can't be particularly fulfilling from Scrimshaw's point of view to be bowling this way in terms
not considering how well he bowled this morning.
No,
but
indeed.
Middlesex have declared at Bristol, 449 for 7 declared against Gloucestershire.
But he won't speed up the run rate. In he goes, bowls, little bit short outside off stump. Ahmed got up on his toes and played it firmly away through the offside, or out into the offside anyway. Proctor had to run around from mid-off to sort of an extra cover area, pick up, and Ahmed can only pick up 1. But how many out on the boundary now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just the 4. And mid-wicket, now there's a third man as well, 5, yeah. He was hidden behind a pillar. Scrimshaw into Handscomb, short pull, nice short-armed pull as well. Might pick up, no, he won't pick up 2, but he did almost too well, really. Bartlett running to his right, got there first, and gets his throw away. Handscomb settles for 1.
Ryan Higgins mentioned that Middlesex declaration. Ryan Higgins out for 155, leaves Gloucestershire needing 331 to win. So again, you would think that's a draw, but I suppose if Middlesex could nip a couple out early, you never know. And at Headingley, Derbyshire 348 for 7, still 102 runs behind Yorkshire.
Scrimshaw to finish his 10th over is in bowls, length delivery to Ahmed, who just blocks it out. To mid on 10 overs, 2 for 50, so a certain roundness, if you like, to George Scrimshaw's figures, but that first spell was an impressive one this morning. I thought he bowled, and get him on a good wicket in terms of fast bowling, bouncy wicket with a decent hard ball, and he's going to be a genuine handful with the red ball, hopefully, as far as Northampton's concerned.
Get him on the hybrid at Bristol, it might be interesting. Derbyshire 349 for 7, as I mentioned. Wayne Madson's made 104, and as our friend and colleague David Griffin has pointed out, he's now made a century in 16 consecutive seasons. One short of Kim Barnett's record for Derbyshire of making 100 in 17 consecutive seasons. It's Chris Tremaine running away from us to bowl to Handscomb, who again is just personification of calm out there at the moment, just pushing the ball out into the offside for Bartlett to field, and there's no run. James Sales doing a few bending and stretching exercises, so perhaps he'll come back into the attack. It was a real mixed bag from Sales this morning, wasn't it? He bowled one or two deliveries that
there were a couple of decent deliveries
that he wouldn't particularly want to see again. He had
mixed bag is kind, I would suggest.
He had Rehan Ahmed dropped,
yeah,
and then he had one edged, almost a catchable. It was a catchable height as Tremaine is in bowls on leg stump to Handscomb, who just works it into the onside. Single to Karen Nair, who shies at the stumps, misses. Fortunately, Luke Proctor was backing up, so one more to Handscomb. He's 75 and Leicestershire 278 for 4.
Our Derbyshire colleagues last week were being a bit about the fact that Wayne Madsen had got a new two-year deal, but well, he started the season brilliantly, basically.
Still the wicket you want when you're playing Derbyshire, isn't he? Here's Tremaine in and bowls to Rehan, who drives up to mid-off. Proctor fields, and there's no run, down to just one slip for Rehan Ahmed. The field for Tremaine, slip and a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in there fairly tight, then a deep mid-wicket, and a long leg. George Scrimshaw down there in front of the scoreboard. Overcast now, still quite blustery as Tremaine is in, bowls to Rehan, just a hint of movement off the seam that just turned him around a little bit, but he pushed it out safely enough into the covers for Bartlett to field, and there's no run.
He's getting a bit bored though, Rehan. He started walking down there. Something might happen in this over.
Having a little fret. But, well, it was, say, hugely entertaining batting from him this morning. He's on strike now to Tremaine, who works that into the onside, and it's fielded there by Karen Nair, as I say, has moved out of the slip cordon, whether he's just got a bit of a bruised palm or something, perhaps we dropped that one earlier. But Vasconcelos finds himself back in the slip cordon. I noticed there is actually photographic evidence of said coffee and walnut cake that you very kindly put on at Fox's Comms 24. Looks very nice. Here's Rehan on strike, and Tremaine fields well off his own bowling, sticks down a right arm, as that's a full-length ball driven back to him by Rehan Ahmed. End of the over, he's 71, Handscomb 75, 278 for 4. And the partnership now worth 136. We have 59 overs remaining. If we get through it, I don't think rain's going to be the issue, but light conceivably could be. It's a wee bit gloomy. Floodlights not on at the moment. Plenty of lighter cloud around, but you suspect, it depends what state the game's in, but it might well be that nobody's particularly bothered about staying on if we get to the point where both teams think they're going to get out, they've got as much out of the day as they're going to get.
George Scrimshaw's round the wicket attack continues. He comes in and bowls to Peter Handscomb, short and clubbed back by Handscomb through mid on. Sanderson's pursuit is not particularly committed, and indeed it trickles over the ropes long on for the boundary.
Sort of
I don't think he quite got all of that.
I don't think he did, but Ben Sanderson sort of escorted it, didn't he, to the boundary rope.
He judged it. He decided, I'm not going to really get there. I don't think I'm going to drag that back. And I've bowled a lot of overs, and it's uphill against the wind.
Quite.
And the ball just beat him to the ropes. He walks back with it, hands it to Scrimshaw.
Gosh, that wind's getting up now, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not entirely convinced that this attack may bear fruit, as Scrimshaw is in short outside, well, just about off stump, and that is carved away for 4 by Handscomb. So it's now not achieving the object of sort of giving Northampton some sort of control back on the scoreboard, because that's consecutive boundaries off the first 2 balls of the over for Handscomb against Scrimshaw. Handscomb into the 80s, on to 83. Ahmed applauds his experienced teammate. Scrimshaw in, bowls short onto the hip though of Hand, not quite as short as before, and Handscomb just waits for it and turns it around the corner. He'll be more than satisfied with 9 off the first 3 balls of the over. Peter Handscomb moves on to 84, to 87 for 4. What will Rehan Ahmed make of this leg theory?
Bosh it into Milligan Road, probably.
Mind trying, I'm sure, at some stage. If it sits up, in goes Scrimshaw, bowls to him. He just waits for it, turns it out towards deep backward square, walks the single as the 12th man comes in from, or a 12th man, is it, I think, comes in from long leg to field. Or no, it's Tremaine, I beg his pardon.
Yeah,
it's Mr. Tremaine.
They've been doing a bit of shuttle
yeah.
service on and off, but I think we have a full complement out there at the moment.
I think he's basically trying to manoeuvre himself nearer to the pavilion with each field change, Chris Tremaine, so he can nip off at some stage. Peter Handscomb telling John Mallett, Leicestershire's club photographer, to move again. Now, he had a word with him at lunch about that, as in goes Scrimshaw, bowls short and a little bit outside off stump, cut away. I think that's going to go for 4. It is.
Lovely shot.
It was. He just waited for it and didn't try and overhit it, did he? Just short-armed sort of cut, really, almost, and timed it sweetly away through the covers for 4 more. So 4, 8, 12, 13, 14 off the over so far, off the first 5 balls. It's not much fun for Scrimshaw.
I know. I'm feeling for him a bit here, to be honest.
He's drawn a bit of a short straw, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I'll do my best for you, Captain. But in he goes. Bowls to Handscomb, short. Handscomb waits for it, guides it down to third man, who dives across to his right and makes the stop. Good work down there by Vasconcelos. Yeah, I thought for a second it was just going to evade him. He just waited for it, Handscomb, and guided it down. So 15 off the over in the end, and a slightly disconsolate looking, shoulders slumped George Scrimshaw walks off towards long leg. 294 for 4.
This partnership will have past 150, 152. Yes. So that record for the Leicestershire 5th wicket, 211 by...
I guess Ackerman's involved.
Yes, HD Ackerman and Paul Nixon.
Nico?
At Wantage Road in 2006. So it's within reach.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not so very far away.
Match that was drawn. A lot of runs scored in that match as well. Here's Tremaine, comes in and bowls, and that's edged by Rehan Ahmed. That's a genuine edge over the top of slip, and it runs down to third man for 4. And, well, as they say, if you're going to flash, flash hard. And it races away to the boundary. 76 to Rehan, and Leicestershire to 298 for 4, just 2 away from batting point number 2.
That was the boredom thing, really, wasn't it? He knew
Yes.
He wasn't quite there. Tried to sort of hit it straight back over his head, I think.
Yeah, in that game, Leicestershire made 515 for 8 declared. HD 216, and Paul Nixon 144 not out. There's Tremaine in his 19th over, bowls again to Rehan, who this time plays very carefully and very correctly out into the covers for Bartlett to field, and there's no run. Northamptonshire responded with 353 for 4 declared, 100 for Stephen Peters. Pretty much everybody got a few runs. Leicestershire second innings 175 for 6 declared, and then Northamptonshire finishing up 259 for 6. Match drawn. 82 for Usman Afzal. 4 wickets for Stuart Broad. Here's Tremaine. Then and bowls to Rehan, who works it into the onside. Thinks about a single, but Karen Nair was coming across from mid-wicket, and in the end it just runs on to Sanderson at mid-on. There's no run. Monty Panesar playing for Northamptonshire in that game, celebrated his birthday a few days ago.
He's playing over in Norfolk somewhere.
He is, yes, that's right. Northamptonshire captained in that match by David Sales, father of James. Tremaine into the wind, bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who punches that out into the covers for Bartlett to field. And there's no run. Coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon, local time. It's a cloudy and blustery afternoon here at Grace Road, with both teams really just looking to pick up a few bonus points. Leicestershire were 142 for 4, but have recovered splendidly through this 5th wicket stand, now worth 156. Here's Tremaine in, bowls, and again on the back foot, Ahmed punching it up towards mid-on. Sanderson comes around to field, cut off any chance of a single. Northamptonshire attack in that game, led by Matt Nicholson, the Australian, came over for most of that season. Ben Phillips, Lance Klusner, Stephen Crook.
Lance Klusner.
Yeah, Zulu, Monty Panesar, and Chris Rogers bowled a few 4 overs and got the wicket of Stuart Broad. She probably has not forgotten. That's turned away by Rehan, and he is going to get a single for this, down to long leg. Scrimshaw comes off the boundary to field, and that's the end of the over. 299 for 4, with 77 to Rehan, 90 to Peter Handscomb. And just looking to see what time of the season that was, because it was around about then. It was just after the departure of Kepler Vessels, who was ousted in mid-season as director of cricket. I think he went in July, if memory serves, but that was in August, by which time David Capel would have taken over.
Well, George Scrimshaw's purgatory is over. He's being relieved. Ben Sanderson is going to take over, and we have gone back to a fairly normal field for the bowling from the Bennett end. I suppose it was worth a try. Nothing much is happening. Banging a few shorts, see if you can get them to hook in the air. Sanderson down the slope, bowls to Ahmed straight. Ahmed turns it out towards mid-on, then immediately calls for the single and makes it comfortably enough. As Scrimshaw, well, whether they know that it's a long way down. That brings up the 300. 300 for 4. Ahmed on to 78. Handscomb 90. The partnership 158 now, so second batting bonus point. Plenty of overs left. 57 pretty much to get another 150 runs. But only 6 wickets. Sanderson in, 2 Handscomb on off stump, dropped out into the offside. Sales goes in, throws. Great work backing up there. Running across by Bartlett from sort of extra cover to get to cover point, because the throw from Sales evaded the wicketkeeper. Dived across to his left, but Bartlett was alert. Deserves a bit more applause than he got, which was nothing. None. That was heading for 4 buzzers to the Geary bar, wasn't it? It was. Sanderson in again to Ahmed. He walks forward into the defensive shot, pushing it out to Scrimshaw at mid-on. No run, of course.
Just noticed, looking at those record wicket partnerships, for Leicestershire against Northamptonshire, one I do remember, 228 for the last wicket here. Ray Ellingworth and Ken Higgs in 1977. After Leicestershire were in deep trouble.
Sanderson is in. Ahmed is playing firmly, but only as far as mid-on again.
Leicestershire were 45 for 9 and finished up 273 all out.
Wow.
Ray Ellingworth 119 not out. Ken Higgs run out for 98. 228 for the last wicket.
I hope it was his call.
Yes, otherwise they may have been discussing it for some years to come, I suspect.
Sanderson started running in, then he he's sort of peering at the ball. He sort of glanced at the ball and said, hang on, it seemed to go, it definitely has gone out of shape now.
Must have squeezed it a bit too hard.
That was really extraordinary, because he'd given it a polish and things like that at the top of his run, then started running in, and 3/4 of the way down his run, must have glanced at the ball and seen a lump or something. But, well, let's have a look. Is it going, umpire Chantry's edging towards the replacement balls, and we are going to get a replacement ball. So 63.4 overs. Make a note, folks, just in case this next one starts
hooping around corners. Yes. Well, I can hear one or two voices of experienced Northamptonshire bowlers who would say, in this situation when it's doing absolutely nothing, for heaven's sake, just try and get it changed.
Yeah.
Which is what they've succeeded in doing. So we will see the box of balls, I think. I haven't seen
the nuclear code box.
Yes, that's right. That's the one. So it's Chris Tremaine who's been entrusted with the. It's not. Yes, it's. Well, it's a good one. This is a.
That's
a
what
proper.
I'm saying.
Yes,
it's a proper nuclear code.
Nuclear strike codes job, isn't it? Yeah. Beautiful. It's like a silver briefcase.
Who's the lady at Sussex who runs out?
Brenda.
Brenda, that's it.
Yeah, Brenda.
We don't have a Brenda, alas, here.
No. Well, there's a Leicestershire 12th man taking the opportunity to bring out gloves, drink, sweetmeats, whatever, to the two batters who are leaning nonchalantly on their bats. And the ball has been changed.
Chris Tremaine sort of examining it. Has it been thrown to down there, Dudley? 12th man, Dex.
It's good to see who's. Yes, there's various people wandering on and off. The game, I think it's fair to say, has lost a degree of urgency since lunch.
Very much so.
There's just a lot of faffing about. But anyway, they've changed the ball, so maybe Ben Sanderson will get something more out of this. Just seen the match referee, see James Whittaker's doing a lap, I think, around the ground.
Ben Mike doing a little bit of 12th man duties. Leicestershire Seamer should be back in contention for the game against Middlesex at Lords. It starts on Friday. Sanderson is in, clipped off his legs very nicely by Ahmed to the deep backward square / wide long leg boundary for 4, just drifting the new old ball onto the legs there. Ben Sanderson, unlike him, Ahmed took full advantage.
It looked to get lodged in a net down there, and Chris Tremaine put sort of flick it back with his boot. That's going to do it a lot of good. Got to change it again.
Yes. Well, actually, just down there is a little bit of extra long grass as well. So, well, hopefully the wind will have dried up most of the surface water. So we'll survive to 80 overs, fingers crossed. Sanderson in again to Ahmed, who is on driving, very, very straight, just missed the stumps. Proctor managed to get across, didn't quite time it, probably sounded a little bit tinny. He picked it up in the effects mic, and Ahmed takes one, keeps a strike actually. He moves on to 83, 306 for 4.
Northamptonshire captained in that match we were talking about, 1977, by David Steele, who captained Northamptonshire very rarely. But Mushtaq had resigned at that point of the season after he learnt that he was going to be replaced as captain the following year by Jim Watts. It was the time what was known as the Great Schism, when Northamptonshire had a bit of a clear out, and they had finished up having an extraordinary general meeting and all sorts. But yeah, David did that game and was forced to retire hurt. Didn't play again that season. Jeff Cook took over for the last couple of games, and then Jim Watts for the start of 78. But it's a wonderful prospect of Steely and Ken Higgs coming into opposition. Come back to that in a second. Here's Tremaine bowling to Rehan, who plays that back down the pitch for Tremaine to field. He stays on 83, 306 for 4, because they were both Ken Higgs and David Steele, of course, Staffordshire men. And there's a great story that David Green, the late and much missed David Green, former Lancashire and Gloucestershire batter, and more recently a well-known journalist around the county circuit, used to tell about David not walking when he supposedly nicked one off Ken. Forced off the back foot by Rehan, but without any great timing. Goes up to Proctor at mid-off and there's no run. Where they were both travelling back from, I think this is when he was playing for Lancashire, Ken Higgs, and they were both travelling on the same train from Manchester to Stoke at the end of the match, and Ken Higgs refused to go on the same train, let alone the same carriage, refused to go on the same train as DS after they'd had a few words, because David supposedly had nicked there and not walked. Here's Tremaine in bowls to Rehan, who plays it up to mid-on this time by way of variety. Sanderson fields, and there's no run. But you can imagine David's state of mind as Ken Higgs neared 100 against his side, having had them 45 for 9. Would have been great, wouldn't it?
Yes.
You talk about
much grinding of teeth at some stage,
absolutely.
I would imagine.
Well, talk about a bit of chuntering on the field. There'd have been a bit that day. Forced away again by Rehan, and he's timed that much better than I thought he had. It looked like a little push for one. In the end, it raced down towards the extra cover boundary, and Luke Proctor had to set off in pursuit, just hold it in about 10 yards in. But the natural timing of Rehan Ahmed is an absolute joy to watch, unless you happen to be bowling to him. 85 to him, 308 for 4. Just timed the backside off that, didn't he? It just looked like a little push. And it was only when you saw Luke Proctor turn and start chasing it. Golly, this lad is talented. 308 for 4. Partnership 166. Here's Tremaine in bowls again to Rehan, who drives up to mid-on. Sanderson fields, and there's no run. It seems as though the breeze has possibly even got a little bit more noticeable since lunch. It's always been blustery right from the start of the day. Noticed it was rattling the windows in Leicester first thing this morning, but it is now very, very breezy indeed. Bowling into this is not a lot of fun, I wouldn't have thought. Tremaine has the task of doing it at the moment, and he's in bowls to Rehan, who's again in behind that nicely, solidly, carefully. Plays it up to Sanderson at mid-on. That's the end of another over. 85 to Rehan, 91 to Handscomb. And Karen Nair comes back on the field. Rafi Weatherall trots off. 308 for 4 it is. The partnership now worth 166.
20 overs for Chris Tremaine now. None for 83 for the tall Australian.
He'll have a long sit down on the plane, won't he, to come, so.
Yeah, I don't know how he'll look back on his spell. Not with a massive amount of fondness. I mean, the kind of results have been fine, haven't they? But goodness me, it's been miserable in terms of the weather. And then having to use a ball, I presume he thought he might have escaped the Kookaburra the first couple. Then he's found the Duke's not that much more responsive. 308 then. Sanderson, he's going to bowl his 20th over now, 1 for 62 for him. Comes in and bowls to Handscomb, who's late on the straight one, but again got something on it, just thick inside part of the bat. Squeezes the ball down to Tremaine, who's at long leg. One is taken. Handscomb on to 92. Ahmed won't. He will still play, I'm sure, the odd flamboyant shot, but I'm sure he's aware that just got the one first-class century to his name so far. This is only his 17th first-class game, which you sometimes have to remind you. Look, the kid's only 19 still.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, he's not 20 till later this summer.
Going with this silly mid-on again, aren't they? That they tried this morning.
Sanderson is in, walking down the wicket slightly is Ahmed. Adjusts to the straight delivery, punches it out, but only as far as Scrimshaw, who's gone that bit wider because of that silly mid-on, sort of who's 4/5 of the way down the pitch, if not more. He's almost on the return crease there. Very, very straight. Left foot Not quite on the pitch, of course, because that's not allowed, but can't be much further, much closer without being on it. That one from Sanderson. Maybe just gets a little bit of extra bounce, and Ahmed tries to work it into the leg side, comes off the thigh pad and drops down pitch on the onside.
It's not somebody with a wind machine outside the commentary box, honestly. Sounds like the end of Symphonia Antarctica, Vaughan Williams with the old wind machine going.
Sanderson is in, hit in the air, should be caught, and is caught. Ahmed has given it away in the end after me saying all about he's only got the one first-class century. Went for the straight, lofted hit, got a thick inside edge, and it flew at a reasonably comfortable height to Scrimshaw. Only had about 2 or 3 yards to move to his right, that wideish mid-on position. Perhaps that straight, silly mid-on had something to do with it. Whether he can't believe he's given it away, though. Rehan Ahmed on 85 goes, caught Scrimshaw, bowled Sanderson, and a second wicket for Ben Sanderson, and now one more needed for Northamptonshire to pick up another bowling bonus point. 309 for 5.
Yeah, I'm sure Rehan Ahmed will be frustrated by taking. I thought Ricardo Vasconcelos was slow walking off, but this could be the slowest walk off of the season. Just purely disappointed with himself, but he's certainly enlivened and warmed up rather a bleak and chilly day weather-wise with his stroke play and just generally refreshing attitude to the game. But Northamptonshire have nipped him out. And
partnership 167.
Yeah, partnership 167, and it also means that Ben Sanderson now on 498 wickets across all formats for Northamptonshire, so potentially a little milestone awaits as Ben Cox comes to the crease.
Could yet be a day he remembers fondly then, Ben Sanderson.
It might
could yet be.
Who knows? I'm not sure if anybody else is remotely bothered about this sort of stat, but I am. It gets me out of bed in the morning, you know, that sort of thing. But I think it is. I mean, the reason that I think that you tend to find now that increasingly we look at records across all formats is that with relatively little first-class cricket play compared to what used to be played, basically half the number of championship matches that they used to. It's just a way of assessing the value of a modern day cricketer to the side in terms of obviously all the formats that they play in. It's not a comparing X with Y or Z, but it does give an idea, I think, of just how valuable a player that they are to the side. And Ben Sanderson has been an absolute gem since he came to Northamptonshire, originally on trial and then joined the staff in 2016. I think Northamptonshire have had their money's worth.
Down the slope he comes to bowl to Ben Cox, who leaves outside off stump. Not so very far wide of off stump, but far enough. 3 slips back in for the new batsman, of course.
I think someone like Paul Taylor, for example, he took 767 wickets across all formats for Northamptonshire, with an awful lot of List A wickets, obviously, during his career at the club.
Sanderson in, Cox edges, caught at the second attempt, actually knocked up by third slip and caught by second slip. Vasconcelos, 2 hands to it to his left, thick outside edge, knocked it up into the air, and Emilio Gay hung on at second slip. So 2 in 3 balls for Sanderson. That is the second bowling bonus point, and 499 for Sanderson.
Yes, correct. So yeah, it's Sanderson's breakdown is now, that's his 365th first class wicket for Northamptonshire, so 1 for every day of the year. He needs to make it a leap year to get to the 500. 53 List A wickets and 81 T20 wickets, so 1 more and that'll be a little milestone. I think there's 24 of the bowlers have done it. across all formats. And then of course you'll have somebody saying, well, what about minor counties cricket? If you include minor counties wickets before Northamptonshire became first class, then George Thompson took nearly 1,800, which is ridiculous. It gives you an idea of his significance across all formats for the club.
It's just occurred to me what we didn't make anything of, and possibly should have done, is that Leicestershire have now passed the follow-on
yes.
target, and the game will end in a draw now. But I mean, that was always almost certain to be the case, wasn't it? But
yes.
Still, landmarks and bonus points are very much up for grabs.
Well, as I say, I think if Northamptonshire can pick up another one and take 16 points back down, well, M1, A50, or whichever way they decide to go home, A6, then they'll be reasonably happy going into their early season break after 4 grueling games. They've got a week off. Here's Luke Proctor coming back into the attack. Start of his 9th over, 1 for 46 so far. Bowls short, pulled away by Peter Handscomb, who's going to get just a single down to deep backward square. Safe save coming off the boundary to field, so 1 more to Handscomb. He goes to 93, 310 for 6. And
Ben Green coming to the
Green
crease.
coming in at number 8. As Roman was saying when he was with us the first couple of days of the match, about attacks looking to go bang bang. Well, that's what Ben Sanderson's done.
Didn't bat last time out against Derbyshire. Ben Green wasn't needed.
Well, 3 slips in the cordon as Proctor, with a bit of sunshine on his back at last, comes in, bowls to Green, who's defensively forward, plays that back down the pitch. Proctor doesn't field cleanly off his own bowling, but no question of a single. So Sanderson's figures: 20 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 63, going at 3 and over. Just very Ben Sanderson-like figures, aren't they, really? But dearly love a couple more. Got 1 5 already this season. That's next ball. Proctor is covered up by Ben Green, plays defensively back down the pitch. Sanderson picking up a 5 for against Middlesex. It's Glamorgan, sorry. That previous match, wasn't it? Here's Proctor running away from us, bowls again to Green, plays it up to the aforementioned Ben Sanderson at mid-off, and there's no run. And we do have some sunshine, which is very nice to see. You see the trees at the far end of the ground really being buffeted by this very strong wind. I think it's gone beyond a breeze now.
I wouldn't like to be in that little aeroplane up there.
No, it's it's flying straight into the wind. Here's Proctor in, bowling to Green, who again plays defensively out into the offside. And there's no run, so Northamptonshire with 13 overs after this before the new ball would due. They're prepared to give Ben Green the single, so Gully is dropping back to deep backward point, mid-wicket is dropping back to deep mid-wicket. Look to try and get Ben Green to take the single, which, well, he's going to get more than that because he's timed that beautifully away through mid-wicket, and that I think is going to run away for 4, and it does. Lovely way to get off the mark. It's on leg stump, turned away by Green, and chased down there towards the meet, but no question of cutting off. Rafi Weatherall had to do the chasing, and then just trot back into the pavilion because Chris Tremaine has reappeared on the pitch. 314 for 6 it is, 93 to Handscomb, and those 4 runs to Ben Green. Lovely shot to get off the mark.
Yeah, we are told he's an all-rounder, and he sort of looked like one there. Ben Green, he'll be relieved about that because he's bowled in 2 innings now and hasn't managed to pick up a wicket for Leicestershire on a 3-match loan from First Division Somerset. But he has now sort of registered something positive, if you like, in the actual...
opened his account.
Indeed. In one column or the other. Handscomb on strike 2. Sanderson, who comes in and bowls, and Handscomb very solidly forward. Defending out to mid-on. Requires Scrimshaw to run in and to his left at mid-on, so straight is the shot. Three for 63 of 20.1 as Sanderson is in short, and well, it did rather loop up the bouncer. Hanscom played it really well, really. He just sort of stopped on the shot and made so he just sort of paddled it.
He almost had
if
time,
you like it.
had time to put the kettle on, didn't he, before it arrived, I think?
Yeah, no follow through at all. It sort of got in position and in the end just knocked it around the corner. Picks up one. And I don't think we'll see our Handscomb do an Ahmed. I really don't. He's moved on to 94, 315 for 6. Silly mid-on gone in again for Sanderson as he bowls to Green, who is walking rather forward into the defensive push, squeezing it out towards a backward point where safe save we saw briefly before lunch. Might see again.
Sanderson does, I'm sure he will obviously get to this 500 mark. There's quite a few up, but sort of between 500 and 530, so would, given a normal sort of strike rate across the season, he should make fairly rapid progress up the all-time list.
And he goes, bowls outside off stump, gun barrel straight, and allowed to go through by Green.
But Frank Tyson, for example, took 525 first team wickets, if you like, for Northamptonshire. They were all first class because obviously there was no list day or anything else when Frank was playing. But likes of Richard Williams on 529, Nick Cook 526.
So he's already lifted himself above Messrs Malander and East.
Billy East, yes, that's right, Hall of Famer.
Charges in and bowls onto the legs of Green, clipped away towards deep backward square. Should pick up at least 2. It is picked up by Tremaine, running around in front of the Geary bar. Not the greatest throw, but McManus had advanced to meet it and wasn't able to take it cleanly, so it looked a little bit scruffy, but had no effect whatsoever in terms of the score. It's always going to be just the 2. Safe save is now warming up a little bit. Sanderson must be getting weary, you would have thought. Wickets notwithstanding, that will have lifted him no end. In he comes. Bowls and forward goes Green. Defends out into the onside over. I heard Jack Shantry say that there. It must have just been a break in the wind, or the wind will have carried it to us. 317 for 6, 68 overs, 12 until the new ball. So yeah, it might be in the back of Proctor's mind that Sanderson would obviously, or presumably, take the new ball. You know, need a bit of a break first.
Yeah, it may well just need a little bit of a blow. Yes, if you include minor counties championship wickets as it was then, Thompson goes up to 1,744 wickets for Northamptonshire, which is ridiculous, isn't it? But he was just an exceptional cricketer. Here's Proctor, starting a fresh over to Handscomb, short of a length, pulled round the corner. Going to be certainly 1 run. That's all there'll be as it goes down to long leg. Scrimshaw fields. 1 more to beat a Handscomb and goes to 95. And Leicestershire to 318 for 6. Ben Green on strike. The scoreboard might have just frozen for a moment. Manual one's right though. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Green, who forces it off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. Main one's right now. Do they have? I suppose they have like dedicated people doing the manual board. Yeah,
absolutely.
Pulling the numbers. As it used to years
ago. Many years it was Dave Goodacres, but sadly he passed on a couple of years ago now.
Here's Proctor in, bowls, and a little nibble outside the off stump by Ben Green. Doesn't get a touch, goes through to Lewis McManus. Applause for the captain from first slip. Yes, in the old days, there was a little scoreboard down. There's still a small scoreboard down by the signal box at Wantage Road. It used to be a an old telegraph board, you know, where you put the numbers up manually. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to green, defensively forward up to mid-off, where Tremaine fields. And you used to be able to get there, if you got there early, got to the ground early, then you bags it with your bag. And in theory, you could claim money for doing it if you were on there all day. Here's Proctor in, bowls again to green, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. But I have to say, I never once plucked up courage to go up to Ken Turner's office, up the rickety staircase in the old pavilion, to claim my money.
The way you had said the theory made me suspect that you had tested it, but or at least had thought about testing it.
Never dared. Short again, pulled by green down towards deep backward square. A good diving save there from George Scrimshaw. Bit of teamwork down there, flicked it inside the rope and Safe Zabe completes the fielding. That's the end of the over. Rafi Weatherall is on the field again. I think he's been on the field for just about everybody today. I think it's Safe Zabe coming off. So maybe he's going to put shin pads on, or his bowling boots or whatever. Anyway, 319 for 6. Handscomb is 95, green is 7.
Oh, Sanderson, slightly to my surprise, is going to continue, I suppose, with a couple of recent wickets to his name. He's happy to do so, but there is the prospect of another 3 wickets needed to pick up that last bowling bonus point. Down the slope he comes, footmarks showing clearly in the turf, bowls outside off stump, green lets it bounce through. I promised to give you details about that.
Oh yes, the clock.
Cupola
yes.
and the clock. It was actually used for the first time as recently as 1987. I say recent. To me, that's recent.
Yeah, it is.
But it isn't so very recent, is it? What's that? 40 years ago now.
It's all relative, Richard.
Yeah. Sanderson in, bowls, green defends off middle and leg, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out towards mid wicket. The committee had decided, the Leicestershire committee obviously, that they would spend a bequest of £3,000 from the late Lord Bishop's wife on a new scoreboard and clock when they were offered the clock by a Leicestershire company which had had a cancellation for one which measured 5 foot by 5 foot. Sanderson is in, bowls, green defends, again working it out, this time to wide-ish mid-on where Scrimshaw is the fielder. They decided to do things properly and called in an architect to design what is referred to in the book I'm reading as a striking edifice, i.e. the scoreboard over there.
Thought that was yourself.
Sanderson in, bowl, short, pulled, hooked really, got up quite high by green out towards square leg, but he was in control of the shot all the way. Keeps it to a single. So it is a lot more recent than you might think, but yeah, I would suggest it really is the only building of any architectural merit in the ground, but
well, the meat
has been refurbished recently.
The meat has character, doesn't it?
Character, absolutely. Architectural merit.
Well, so the only building that's sort of gone unmolested, if you like, at Northampton now is the signal box, which has been there since the winter of 1904-5. Cost 72 quid.
Sanderson into Handscomb. Head right over the ball as he defends that on the back foot. Off stump out into the offside. Now the meat came here from the Ayleston Road ground. It has followed Leicestershire around. They've tried to leave it behind a few times. But
wonderful.
Bless it. But it is still with us. Great view from in there actually, with those big windows. If you're there, in goes Sanderson, bowls. Handscomb works the delivery from outside off stump, wristily behind square on the offside, but only as far as backward point, where Twelfthers fields, and then goes running off again because Safe Zabe is running on with a helmet.
So whether we're going to see, yes, I think he's going to have a bowl, and that was for the keeper, for Lewis McManus. So we are going to see some spin. Safe Zabe coming back into the attack, bowled a little bit before lunch. 3 overs for 20. And the over rate now showing -2. So they do need to get this over rate up. They're a bit short of other options, really. So they've got Karen Nair, who bowls a bit of off spin very occasionally. Obviously no Rob Keogh in the side at the moment, so
nicest part of the day now.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Here's Zabe starting a fresh over, fresh spell indeed. First ball is driven back down the pitch by Ben Green. Slip in place, and here's Zabe. Forward comes Green, out into the onside, where Vasconcelos comes across the field. You can imagine he's just going to try, yeah, he's trotting, but they've got to try and get back and get through overs as quickly as they can now. Flighted up, driven, wide of the man in there at short extra, but straight to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run, and yes, they're now visibly trying to get this over rate up. Short, forced away off the back foot by Green, but straight to extra cover. And there's no run, so a slip in place, then a short mid-wicket, short extra, short again, cut away, and that's very well fielded at backward point by James Sales on one of the strips right on the edge of the square. Very big square, of course, here at Grace Road. It's well fielded by James Sales. Here's Zabin again, driven, and this time Sales leaves it to George Bartlett, but they're able to come through for a single. Bartlett's in there at extra cover, and they come through for the single off the last ball of the over. So Ben Green keeps the bowling, 9 to him. Peter Handscomb is 95, 321 for 6, 49 overs left in the day. Peter Handscomb having a chat with Ben Green, possibly saying wouldn't mind some of the strike at some point on 95. So Proctor switching to the other end.
Got to give Sanderson some sort of break. And that may not displease Peter Handscomb, who's on that 95. He'll be hoping for 1 or 2 loose balls, something for which Ben Sanderson is not renowned.
No, very true.
Proctor is in, bowls on off stump, nothing too much wrong with that one, and leaning forward, Ben Green plays it out into the offside for Sales, whose whites are liberally splattered in green now, as you would expect, really, given the softness of the outfield. Runs in to make the stop. Bright sunshine as in goes Proctor, turned off his legs, or off his, almost higher than that really, from Ben Green, and he's timed that nicely, really nicely in fact. Tall man clipped it away backward of square on the onside, and long leg couldn't get across. Tremaine to cut it off in time. 4 runs to Green, who moves into double figures now, onto 13, 325 for 6. Now they will have ambitions of, you would think, of getting to 400 at least, Leicestershire, which would give them 6 bonus points and 14 for the game.
Got what, 38 overs after this, so
Just think
to get
number of
points.
Yeah, number of wickets down.
Yeah, true.
Never know. Proctor in, bowls. Oh, just leant forward there, Green, and the ball just slid past his outside edge into the gloves of McManus. We've now got first slip and gully, really. Gaze at first slip, standing slightly wide. As Proctor is in, bowls again straight, so it can be worked away off middle and leg stump by Green, and is this time more or less straight to Tremaine, so it'll be just the single.
I have to say, just having a quick look at the other scores, which I'll perhaps go through at the end of the over, but if you're a betting man, which I'm not, it doesn't look, you wouldn't say there's any of the other games that are likely to produce a result.
So we go on to round 5.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Proctor in to Handscomb, full and on his legs, so he can just punch it out towards mid-wicket and pick up a comfortable 2. Nice sound of ball off bat there this time, but didn't try and hit it hard. This timed it, moves on to 97, Peter Handscomb. Is he going to become Leicestershire's 2nd centurion of the season? 2nd Australian as well. Proctor running in, keeps running, doesn't let go of the ball, and keeps running all the way round back towards his mark, whether Handscomb wasn't ready or whether just got a gust of wind that threw him off kilter. Who knows? Tosses the ball from hand to hand. In he comes and bowls. Handscomb's looking to drive, isn't quite there. Doesn't time it, runs out fairly comfortably towards mid-off. And there is no run. 3-2-8 for 6 after 72. Handscomb 97, Green 14.
Rafi Weatherall is back on the field, this time for Ben Sanderson, who's going to have a little trot off. So elsewhere at Chesterley Street, I'll hand back commentary when they start again, because obviously with Peter Handscomb on 97. At Chesterley Street, Durham 31 for 1 in their 2nd innings against Essex. They're still 101 behind. Essex all out earlier for 488.
It's still Ben Green, so...
Right, okie doke. There's safe save then, bowling the first ball of his 5th over, and it's turned away by Ben Green out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 15, 329 for 6, and Scum on 97 comes on strike.
Looks around him. Field changes slightly, just becomes slightly more defensive, just to perhaps keep him from picking up too many easy runs. In goes safe save and bowls, pushed just slightly wide of the diving straightish mid-wicket to his left, and mid-on has to move to his right to field, and does. Handscomb takes 1.
Warwickshire 361 all out at Edgbaston, 39 behind Nottinghamshire.
Safe save is in. Ben Green is forward. Back down the pitch goes the ball.
Notts 12 for no wicket in their 2nd innings.
Save in. Bowls. A little bit of air to that one. Stroked out behind square on the offside by Green, but only as far as Sales at moving to his left at backward point. Save is in. Bowls straight. Green is forward. This time out to mid-on. It's a leg stump this time, so that's going to be a comfortable single for Ben Green, who can just go back and turn it out through the onside in front of square out to the sweeper, who's Scrimshaw, and takes 1 and keeps the strike actually.
The only other game, I suppose, that might still have a bit in it is at Kidderminster, where Somerset are 114 for 3 in their 2nd innings against Worcestershire, so they're still 28 runs behind with 7 wickets standing. It would take a bit of a collapse to make that one into a potential result, but it's about the nearest you're going to get. Middlesex, who were left 331 to win, nominal target by Gloucestershire at Bristol, are 43 for 1.
Proctor in, forward goes Green, out into the offside goes the ball.
And at Headingley, Derbyshire, well, they've just managed to finish an innings aside. Derbyshire all out for 447, replying to Yorkshire's 450 for 5, so just a 3-run deficit there.
Proctor bowls, Green defends, back down the pitch. Proctor's running as well now, so after all that business with Scrimshaw and the amount of time that was wasted there.
Absolutely.
But anyway, Proctor is in and bowls, looking to clip it away through the onside. Doesn't quite time it, goes rather straight towards mid-on, that occasion by Ben Green.
And George Bartlett limbering up.
Yes, I'm thinking that could be something new. For Northamptonshire anyway.
Yeah.
Proctor is in. Bowls, goes for the drive, Green. It wasn't there to be driven. Or at least least in terms of length, and he was reaching for it. Drove and missed. Bounced past the outside edge. Remains on 16, 3-3-1 for 6. Proctor in, bowls, on off stump, don't take the single Ben Green, don't run out Peter Handscomb on 96, and indeed Handscomb retreats back into his ground.
He has not taken a first-class wicket, George Bartlett. He's bowled 32 balls in first-class cricket for Somerset.
About to bowl a few for Northamptonshire as Proctor is in to Green, who bowls, and he's going to pick up a single off the last ball of the over, which Handscomb, well, actually he doesn't seem to be too worried about anything very much. Peter Handscomb, he's been around long enough to have seen pretty much every situation. Play each one on its merits. 3-3-2 for 6.
I do feel a bit for our friends sitting in the open seating over to our right, because the breeze is coming straight into their faces, and it must be mildly uncomfortable. But they're a stoical bunch, aren't they? County cricket supporters, bless them. Here's Safe Zabe coming into bowl to Ben Green, who's forward defensive, pushing it out into the offside where Tremaine feels there's a slip. Short extra, mid-wicket in there fairly tight. Down the pitch comes Green, plays it again back down the pitch for Zabe to field, and he's already back at his mark. He's trying to do a Simon Kerrigan here, the sub-minute over. Here's Zabe again, forward defensive goes Ben Green, playing it out to Vasconcelos.
He's cooperating,
short
Green,
extra.
isn't he?
Yes, just pushing everything back, very obliging. Zabe again, punched off the back foot by Green. Zabe trots around, fields off his own bowling, immediately goes back to his mark. He's in again, bowling to Green, short, cut away, but just finds George Bartlett there at extra cover on the edge of the square, and there's no run. Put a stopwatch on this, but it couldn't be much more than about a minute and a half this over from Safe Zabe. Short again, and again Ben Green hits it straight to Bartlett at extra cover, and that's the end of a rapid over from Safe Zabe. 6 overs for 24, 332 for 6. Handscomb is 98, Green is 17, and now Peter Handscomb on strike, needing 2 for his 100, facing Luke Proctor.
Yeah, job done by Safe Zabe. If his job was to get to an over quickly, he did just that. So Handscomb and Green have a chat in mid-pitch. Just the one slip and a gully. Otherwise a fairly conventional field, including a deep backward square. In comes Proctor, bowls to Handscomb, who's solidly forward in defence. In bowls, Handscomb is just dabbing it out into the offside. He's taking the first one quickly, but it will be just one as Zabe comes running in from the sort of back point boundary, overthrows the keeper there, but fortunately for Northants there was backup, so just the single for Handscomb. He moves on to 99. Green back on strike. Handscomb won't be worried in the slightest. As in goes Proctor and bowls to Green, who drives. It looked pleasant but didn't time it. Hit it rather down into the ground, and it bounced fairly tamely out towards James Sales at extra cover.
Having a nice little net here, isn't he, Ben Green?
Yes, he's 46 balls now for his 17. I assume he'll play at Lords as Proctor is in, bowls on off stump, played firmly down into the ground, bounces out towards point, but Zabe, who's come in from the backward point boundary, bounces across to the ball to field. 23-3, 4-6 with that Handscomb single. Proctor is in, driving, and kicked away by Luke Proctor. Stuck out instinctively his left foot and deflected it. The other side of mid-off, who was running across to his right, had to put on the brakes, skidded rather, turned and managed to get across to his left. Interesting whether that would have gone past very straight mid-off to the boundary, or whether Proctor sort of would have been cut off and it would have been one that he made into two. Who knows? Proctor into green, and he beats him on the outside edge. Lovely delivery, but just turns and gets on with it. Not too worried at all.
Just swiftly before we move on to hopefully Peter Handscomb getting his 100, while the umpires have a chat about something. Wanted to comments on social media about the penalty runs, and saying that they weren't with us this morning and didn't really know what was going on, but saw that penalty runs had been awarded. Briefly, Luke Proctor bowling shied at the stumps, we hope, at the non-strikers, the strikers end rather, hit Rehan Ahmed. The umpires deemed that to be unfair play under law 42 3-1 and awarded 5 penalty runs to Leicestershire for a level 2 offence. So that hopefully is a brief summary of what happened earlier.
Safe Zabe into Handscomb, who's nibbling it around the corner, but that one isn't quite fine enough of square leg for him to be able to pick up the single he needs for his 100. He remains on 99. The wind is really getting up here now at the Uptonsteel County ground as Zabe is in. Handscomb is clipping out towards mid-on, taking on the arm. He's hit the throw. Is he going to be run out? He's gone. He's run out for 99. Peter Handscomb. Well, I was saying how calm he was. He wasn't calm on that occasion. He clipped it straight out to Karen Nair, and he decided he was going to run whatever happened and rely on Nair missing the stumps. Nair didn't miss the stumps. Handscomb has to go for 99. Would you believe it?
What an awful way to finish what has been an outstanding innings from Peter Handscomb. Terrific bit of fielding by Karen Nair, who, well, arguably owed the team something, having dropped that catch off Rehan Ahmed this morning. But took the single on. It was tight. It always looked tight. And as you absolutely rightly say, he was relying on the throw, missing the stumps. If the throw hit, he was going to be gone. The throw did hit. Ben Debenham was in a good position to judge it, and he gave Peter Handscomb out, and he had to carry on running back to the pavilion, run out for 99. It's an awful way to go. The stats of the innings: 117 balls and 14 fours, so an excellent knock for his side, and well, just disappointing to have missed out, becoming only the second championship centurion for Leicestershire this season, as Tom Scriven, Eric Bloodaxe, comes to the crease.
Was Eric Bloodaxe Danish? Norwegian?
Well, I was Viking. Yeah, I don't know. We would need to do a bit more research on this. I've come out with that without having done the necessary prep. So I will do my research now.
That was so un-Handscomb-like in terms of his sort of usually such a calm and unflustered individual at the crease, but just decided, well, I'm going to run whatever happens. Whether he thought Nair was on it, back on his heels, something like that. And well,
King of Norway and King of Northumbria. So there we go. We can
so
rule him
Danish,
out.
Yeah. He needs someone. He's a famous Dane.
Canute.
Ole Mortensen.
Yes. King Canute.
Very careful with that one. Zabe is in, bowls 2 green, who goes back, defends it down into the ground, into the offside, and there's no run. In goes Zabe again, ditto, almost exactly the same. Chris Tremaine is the man in there. It's a shortish extra cover, about 3 strips back. Zabe in, back goes green, looks to cut it behind square on the offside, does, but goes straight to James Sales on this occasion. 19 off 51 now for green. Zabe in, driven Scriven. Should be a single there as it's gone wide this time of mid. Off Proctor picked up, having moved to his left, and hurled the ball with real intent at the stumps, missed them, which Handscomb had hoped Karen Nair would do. He didn't. So Green completes his 1. That takes him on to 20. 3-3-6 for 7.
So we have about 20 minutes to go until tea. We have, as far as the bonus point situation is concerned, we've had 77 overs now, so there are another 33 left for either side to pick up more points. Leicester should need another 14 runs for a 3rd batting point. Northamptonshire need 2 more wickets for the full haul of 5 batting, 3 bowling. It's going to be Proctor coming in to bowl to the new batter Tom Scriven with a slip and a gully, and Scriven drives hard into the ground and is well taken in the gully by Vasconcelos, but on the bounce. 3-36 for 7. Vasconcelos gets a little low 5 rather than a high 5 from keeper Lewis McManus.
So still just one Leicestershire player scored a century this season.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Saying Northamptonshire have had 6 3-figure scores, including 2 doubles. Here's Proctor in bowling to Scriven, to Ben Green rather, who drives pleasantly away through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ben Green. Just beat the dive of James Sales. And once it had beaten James Sales, it was going to run away for 4. It's gone under the covers. No, it hasn't. Went through the covers. That's awful, isn't it, when they go under the covers and you have to crawl underneath it or move them, get the tractor started up. Anyway, didn't need to do so. 24 to Ben Green, 340 for 7.
Especially if it's damp under there.
Oh, yeah, you always snag your jumper on the sort of metal bit of the cover as well. It's a mug game. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and that's pleasantly punched away off the back foot by Green. He's going to get 2 runs. Goes down to deep backward point. Fielded there by Safe Sabe, so 2 more onto the total. 342 for 7. Green to 26. Just the one result. County Championship. This round of matches so far. Surrey beating Hampshire in Division 1 by an innings and 11 runs. Could well be the only positive result as Proctor is in. Bowls to Green, who's playing that back down the pitch. Proctor fields off his own bowling and there's no run. Be interesting to see, because I think they probably tend to tweak the over rate and have a chat with the umpires about allowances and so on, what it looks like at tea. I think Northamptonshire would have clawed it back a little bit through Safe Sabe. Here's Proctor in bowling to Green, drives up to mid-off and there's no run. But as Richard alluded to earlier, there was an awful lot of faffing about, particularly that spell of George Scrimshaw's when they seemed to be changing the field after most deliveries and having a Teams call or a Zoom call or something to make sure everybody's opinion was heard. Proctor in again, on driven by Green, but straight to mid-on, and that's the end of Luke Proctor's 14th over, 1 for 70, and Leicestershire at the end of it, 342 for 7, 26 to Ben Green. Tom Scriven yet to get off the mark, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of Safe Sabe, yes we are, to try and boost that over rate even more.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if... Well, they might take the new ball, but they might just have a little burst with it after tea if... They might take it straight away, because they still need 2 more wickets to maximise their potential return from the game, now that the follow-on has been avoided anyway. Got 15 points in the bag. Northamptonshire will want to make it 16. Leicestershire have 12 points in the bag, and they're hoping to make it maybe 14. Safe Sabe is in to Scriven, who is forward, defending. Scriven, too, very much in the all-rounder category. Safe Sabe is in, tosses it up, Scriven drives pleasantly, he's got that one through, and that will run away 4-4, only accelerates down the slope, soft outfield notwithstanding. Proctor pursues it, but only to retrieve, and Scriven is off the mark with a most pleasantly placed and indeed timed cover drive. 346 for 7. Runty has summed up the Handscomb dismissal. The first word is silly. The second word is unrepeatable. Safe save is in. Bowls, forward goes. Scriven defends out to Tremaine. That's shortish extra. He's crept a little bit closer for Scriven, who goes back and defends. Oh, says safe save is that one. Squeezed on, didn't turn though. 4 more runs. Leicestershire to pick up another batting bonus point. Safe save in, looking to sweep, going well on down the leg side. We have a perfect view of that one. He turned in plaintive appeal to umpire Debenham, sporting a rather natty flat cap. Umpire Debenham, at the moment, white. Dickie Bird style, for those who remember Dickie popularising that. Forward goes Scriven to that one. No, he says as he pushes it into the onside. It's the end of the over. I think it is ECB issue. I've seen a few of the umpires with them these days.
There's also they wear them sometimes the coloured gear as well, don't they? The sort of the flat cap. And I remember Rob White wearing one, I think at Old Trafford a year or two back, and I think we described him as looking like something out of Peaky Blinders. It was it wasn't Robert. It really wasn't. But anyway.
Yeah, you'd think about you wouldn't get involved with the umpires if they had those sort of flat hats, would you? You'd try not to.
No, definitely not. I think Luke Proctor would have been on the field this afternoon if he had it done. 3:46 for 7. Green and Scriven at the crease. And still another 30 overs remaining to get another 100 runs if they could eke those out with the remaining 3 wickets. Green on strike again. Proctor in bowls. Too many drives off thick outside edge, going down towards third man. There's a long chase around there for safe save, and he does very, very well. Just manages to slide and keep it in the field of play. But they come back for 2. Green to 32, Leicestershire to 3, 52 for 7. Still a bit of sunshine from time to time, plenty of cloud around, but it seems to have, cloud seems a bit lighter and a bit higher than it was just after lunch when it did start to get a bit gloomy, and we did wonder whether the lights might be needed. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Green, who's forward, plays it out into the covers. James Sales, still in his white sun hat, the only one on the field. Fields the ball and there's no run. Proctor just having a chat with Ben Sanderson up there at mid-off. This is the last over potentially with the old ball, unless they decide, as Richard was speculating, not to take it, but it will become available at any rate, and that's another single out to Safe Zabe at deep backward point. Green to 33 and Leicestershire to 353 for 7. Now Tom Scriven, so he's just 6 balls so far. Slightly more attacking field with him, as you would expect. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point. And here's Proctor. Bowling to Scriven, who's forward. Just rolls up gently to mid-on, where George Scrimshaw fields. And there's no run. Scrimshaw having picked up the first 2 wickets this morning. His first 2 wickets for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket. As Leicestershire went from 97 for 2 overnight to 142 for 4, but then this excellent partnership that we saw between Peter Handscomb and Rehan Ahmed. Attempted drive by Scriven, goes off a thick inside edge back down the pitch. Proctor to stop it, and that's the end of another over. 353 for 7. Green is 33 for new ball is due if North side is able now.
I'm smiling to myself because the book in which I have details about the various county grounds starts the description of Wantage Road thus: there are not many people you can find to extol the virtues of the county Wantage Road. Most of the and bowl off some is been only as far this time as Sales at backward point, or at point really, just backward of point. No run. Save is in. Green drives it out to the sweeper on the offside, in the offside, and takes one. It says only Northamptonshire natives in it, and it continues, and they do so in a guarded, self-effacing manner.
We do everything in a guarded, self-effacing manner. Richard, you know that.
This was written when Stephen Coverdale. In goes Save and bowls, and forward goes Scriven and defends. The present secretary manager, Stephen Coverdale, has no doubt that in the early 70s, when he was playing for Yorkshire, as in goes Save and hit back over his head for a huge six. Lovely strike from Scriven, who, as I say, is a genuine all-rounder.
Lovely connection. Yes, well, yes, Stephen was there between 85 and 2003. Oh yes, and I know he used to say when he played for Yorkshire there, it was and to be fair, in the early 70s, which was when I started watching there, it was a little bit peeling at the edges.
Save is in. Forward goes Tom Scriven. The ball trickles out into the offside, picked up there, and there is no run. End of the over, 360 for 7.
But I've given Richard a counter quote there, just from a book that was in my bag. Yes, the last paragraph.
Northamptonshire cricket remains associated with one place on earth, for better or worse, and richer or poorer. People may say the county ground is not up to much, but it's home. Amen to that. I think that's true of a fair few of the county grounds, including Grace Road.
Absolutely right. It was an extract from a very splendid book about the cricket grounds of Northamptonshire, which I mustn't advertise, but
this also features Luton and Wellingborough.
Yep, yes, Luton Wardown Park, which Northamptonshire Youth Future brings down on the first side of the off stump.
Did they hit you?
Did they well?
I think it's just
taken it.
It's looking ball to get back.
Yes, it is. I didn't see it. Yeah, it is a new ball. I didn't see them wave it to the scorers, but formats of the game for the first team. He's one of those players. He's not averse to a stat, actually. Ben, here's Sanderson in, bowls edged and lands in front of Karen Nair at first slip, who stopped it well, stopped 4 runs. Sanderson finding the edge, but it not going to hand. He actually came up with a great inquiry a few years ago when he and Gareth Berg were regularly opening the bowling for Northamptonshire, and successfully. And he said, "Are we the oldest opening pair ever?"
No, he's hurt himself.
Yeah, he has. Karen Nair is.
Right
I think he's going to have to go off for a bit of treatment. Maybe just take the nail or something. Rafi Weatherall's on. It was, I say, it was a good stop. It flew low, and he did manage to stop it, but he's obviously done himself not a lot of good. So he's going to trot up to see Nick Allen, the physio, which will be hoping that's nothing too serious. Here's Sanderson running into bowl again, and that's jammed down on it by Ben Green, and it just misses the off stump as it rolls back off a little toe end of the bat, dangerously close to the stumps from Ben Green's point of view. He was asking if they were the oldest opening pair ever. The answer to which, when I did a little bit of research, was not by a long chalk. Although you do have to go back quite a long way. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowled edged. This time he's caught it. And that's 500 wickets across all formats for Ben Sanderson. It's a 4th wicket in this innings. It was a regulation catch to Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. It sees the end of Ben Green. And that's a little bit of history for Ben Sanderson. Not too many have done it over the years. So 366 first-class wickets, 53 List A wickets, 81 T20 wickets, and for Ben Sanderson that adds up to 500 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats. Green goes for 34 and Leicestershire 360 for 8.
Well, Ben Sanderson, take a bow, certainly in Northamptonshire. Maybe the Yorkshireman will become an honorary Northamptonshire man, because he deserves every amount of praise for that effort. Admirable stuff on what have largely been fairly unresponsive tracks, to be quite honest, and wholly admirable effort from him today and throughout his time at Wantage Road. 360 for 8. Then Leicestershire, that 400 is looking quite a long way off as Scott Curry, who's a competent batsman, comes to the crease to join Tom Scriven. One more wicket gives Northamptonshire everything that they're going to get from the game, really, in terms of points return.
That's right enough. So it is going to be Scott Curry to face Ben Sanderson with his tail up. New ball doing the trick for Northamptonshire. And 4 slips in place as Sanderson is in, bowls to Curry, who leaves it outside the off stump, but not very far outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. End of a successful over for Sanderson, 23 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 67, and Leicestershire with just a couple of minutes to go till tea. This could well be the last over of the session. 360 for 8.
I'm sure it will be, and it's going to be bowled by the Australian Chris Tremaine. Hands his cap and sweater to umpire Debenham. Takes the nice new ball. And he's going to have Tom Scriven to bowl up. Scriven 10 off 11.
Well, that sorts out my post-match interview anyway.
Indeed. Tremaine, a straight run is in and bowls outside or some bit of a sort of dragged it across rather. The arm just moved from the vertical slightly and outside off stump, went on with the arm. Scriven let it go through. Made a very good 50 first up against Yorkshire, Tom Scriven. In goes Tremaine, bowls to him, nice high left elbows, he defends on the back foot. Delivery on middle and off. More middle really, plays it out towards mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, outstanding really from Sanderson. 4 wickets in the innings. Every chance of a fiver. Tremaine looking for his first is in outside off stump. Much closer than before. But Scriven again has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through, walks off towards short leg, does a little bit of stretching.
Chris Tremaine needs one of the extra leg room seats on the flight back. I suspect he might do.
And he goes and bowls straight, and Scriven defends. One assumes that one of their requirements, these overseas guys, is at least business class.
You would think so.
Surely.
Yes.
So you can sleep and...
Yeah, you'd want to turn left, wouldn't you, rather than right when you go in.
Ever done that?
Once.
Yeah, ditto.
And needless to say, it was a big thank you to John Embry, who was responsible for that.
Embers.
Yes.
Therein lies a tale, perhaps. In goes Tremaine and bowls. Scriven leaves outside off. Mine was just a simple, straightforward, what's it called? Upgrade.
No, Northamptonshire were off on, I went to pre-season tour to South Africa in '96, and were flying with what was then Gulf Air. And John Embry, who was just starting his stint as Northamptonshire's head coach, knew everybody on the airlines around the world, obviously having travelled so extensively, so managed to get an upgrade for all except one. There were something like 17 of us and 16 got an upgrade.
Look, Fullish driven back by Scriven, by Tremaine, who falls in his follow through in his attempt to get down and stop the ball. He does slow it down en route to mid-off and gets a consoling pat on the back as he picks himself up. Who was the poor soul who didn't get the...
Yes, this is the better part of the the story, really.
Tea time, folks, here. Sorry, go on. 360 for 8.
It was done on alphabetical order, and so the last member alphabetically of the party was Tim Walton, but fine all-round cricketer, who these days, I mean, he was absolutely tailor-made for T20. He would have been a real star globally, I think, but just came a little bit too soon into the game. And I said, in an uncharacteristically generous gesture, it's all right. Keep the team together. I don't mind. I'll go back into economy.
Slum it.
And I went back to break the good news to Tim, who was, shall we say, nicely ensconced, and having a cosy chat, and sent me back up to the front of the plane and said it's all right. I'm quite happy where I am. So I did get the business class treatment, but thank you very much for Tim. I've always been grateful to him for that. It's the first and probably the only opportunity I shall ever have. But
I bet he regretted it about 2 hours later.
He probably did when he was sort of knees up against his chin.
Should we go have a cup of tea?
I think that's a very good idea.
And we'll be back with you for the last knockings of this game at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon again for the final time in this particular game, that is, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire approaching a conclusion, which we have long since known would be a draw. The question only remains of how many points each side will take from the game. At the moment, Northamptonshire are sitting on 15, Leicestershire on 13. Northamptonshire need one more wicket to make that into 16. Leicestershire need 40 more runs to make theirs into 14. So Northamptonshire and Ben Sanderson just one away from that total.
And here is Ben Sanderson running in from the Bennett end to bowl his first ball of the final session, and Curry playing that out into the onside, fielded there by George Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, a little bit of history before tea, as Ben Sanderson picking up his 500th wicket for Northamptonshire across all formats, 366 of those first-class wickets, 53 List A, so the longer white ball games, and 81 T20s. All for the county. And here he is running in again to bowl to Curry, who again gets on his toes, turns it out into the onside for Bartlett to field at mid-wicket. Sanderson with 4 wickets in the innings so far, 4 for 67 in his 24th over. As we were discussing before tea, he and the rest of the Northamptonshire side have a week off. The next round of matches Northamptonshire don't play in, of course Leicestershire do, down at Lords against Middlesex. Here's Sanderson running in again with the sunshine, and Curry's playing that defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Ben Sanderson off his own bowling. Does make you wonder, Richard, how many career wickets Sanderson would have taken but for that gap in his career between being released by Yorkshire and then being picked up by Northamptonshire. At that time he was playing a bit of minor counties, obviously league cricket, working in the building trade. In again, bowls to Curry, drives up to mid-off, fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
But you kind of assume, and I haven't actually spoken to him, but he might bear it out, is that without that spell out,
yeah,
he wouldn't have been the bowler he has become.
That's another way,
both
certainly,
mentally and maybe even physically as well.
Certainly another way of looking at it. I mean, he has been, and this is, I hesitate to say this, but his fitness record in the last few years has been outstanding. He's missed not that many games through injury, and again bowls to Curry, pushes it out into the covers. James Sales still in his white sun hat fields, and there's no run. But there's no more wholehearted trier around the circuit than Ben Sanderson. Not only a trier, but a very skillful one as well. I think as John Sadler said during the previous match when he got a fifer against Glamorgan, that with a Duke's ball in his hand he's world class. Here's Sanderson bowling a very, very short bouncer that sailed over Scott Curry's head, and Scott Curry's not a small man. There's a good take by Lewis McManus down the leg side. End of the over, 360 for 8. Scott Curry still looking for his first run. Tom Scriven's made 10. And it's going to be Chris Tremaine in his final session of this stint with Northamptonshire to continue.
Still looking for his first wicket of the innings. Sanderson has 4 for 67. Tremaine none for 83 from 21. Scriven just checks his guard with umpire Debenham. Tucks Tremaine's sweater into his belt. Tremaine in, bowls outside off stump, steered very pleasantly off the back foot away through the offside by Scriven. 4. It might just slow up a little bit more than it did. In fact, he hit it very crisply indeed. Lovely shot from the talented young man from Oxfordshire. Came through the Hampshire system, Tom Scriven, before deciding to come up and try his luck, thinking he'd get much more first team cricket up at Leicestershire. So it has very much proved, and last season was very much a breakthrough year for Tom. Tremaine is in to him, he goes back and turns it into the onside. Pops up in the air a little bit, just maybe stopped on him a fraction, and Save came into field. You heard Scriven's call of no. 14 he's moved on to. Curry yet to get off the mark. 36 leading by Leicestershire for that extra batting bonus point, which I think now would represent the summit of their ambitions. You never quite know, but I think 450 is out of reach. In goes Tremaine, bowls slightly short of a good length, and Scriven stays on the back foot again, slightly closes the bat face on the defensive shot out into the onside. No run.
Were Sanderson to take the last 2 wickets and put him on 502, he would be level in the all-time list with Sidney Gordon-Smith, Northamptonshire's first overseas player from Trinidad back in before the First World War, and one David Steele.
Tremaine bowls, a real tempter outside off stump. Quite wide, probably just too wide. It was quite full as well. It looked to be there to drive away, but Scriven in the end decided didn't want to reach for it. Whisk edging through to the slips and let it go through.
Steele 462 first class and 40 list A wickets, 502 in total for Northamptonshire.
Impressive. Tremaine is in, straightens up his line, but Scriven equal to the delivery, playing it away off stump to mid-off.
The funny thing about David was, because for many years he didn't bowl that much, because Northamptonshire had other spinners who seemed to be ahead of him in the pecking order, not least of course Bishambetti when he was with us. But when he came back from Derbyshire for that last 3 seasons of his first class career, he was almost stop bowler then, and got through a lot of overs and took quite a lot of wickets when he was into his 40s.
The wind really does get up, and Tremaine puts his hands in his pockets, just kind of, and the bails have to go back on. Debenham has done that. Tremaine fighting the wind is in, bowls outside of stump. Briskish delivery, but too wide to persuade Scriven to try and force it away through the offside. End of the over. 4 runs from it. Scriven 14. Curry yet to score. 364 for 8 remains the score.
The over 8's now up to +2 according to the scoreboards. Obviously Northamptonshire, having been -2 this afternoon, have managed to pick up that rate thanks to that little burst before tea when we had Save almost running back to his mark, and Luke Proctor getting through them fairly swiftly as well. It's going to be Sanderson to continue. Proctor doing a little bit of running on the spot, so presumably he might give himself a trundle at some point. For now it's Sanderson bowling to Scott Curry from the Bennett end, and Curry's in behind that one, playing it up towards mid-on. James Sales, for some reason, giving a big exclamation from extra cover. I have absolutely no idea why.
I think it stayed a touch low. He was, he had to dig it out a little bit.
He's just showing he's still connected with what's going on out there. 3 slips in. Sanderson bowls to Curry, forces off the back foot, and Sales can't stop it. It's running out towards the boundary. An extra cover in front of the main scoreboard. It's tracked back by Safe Zabe, and they come back for a couple. So Scott Curry is up and running, 2 to him, and Leicestershire 366 for 8, needing another 34 for their 4th batting point, with plenty of time in which to do it. With only 2 wickets. Is Sanderson in again, bowling to Curry, who's running that down. He played that well because it bounced a little bit on him, and he just angled the bat. It ran off the face into the ground through the slip cordon. There is no third man, and Scott Curry picks up 4. 6 to him, 370 for 8. Ricardo Vasconcelos has a little trot back to the boundary to retrieve. We did sample, I can reveal exclusively, the wares of the Friends of Grace Road at their cake stall at tea time. Very nice it was too. Nice bit of sort of jammy flapjack, wasn't it? Very nice. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Curry, tries to do the same again. This time he doesn't manage to elude the slip cordon. He goes into the ground and is fielded by Vasconcelos at third slip, who in doing so saves himself another run back to the boundary. Stays at 370 for 8, 2 balls left in the over. Sanderson, hard working as ever, into his 25th over now. And he's running in towards us. Bowls short. Scott Curry ducks underneath it, goes through to Lewis McManus. Elsewhere, looks as though Durham Essex is drifting to a draw at Chesterley Street. Durham 94 for 2 in their second innings, still 36 behind, but 8 wicket standing, so that will almost certainly be a draw. Likewise at Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire 51 for 1 in their second innings against Warwickshire. So Notts leading by 90. Sanderson in bowls to Curry, pushes forward, goes down off a thick inside edge just behind square on the leg side, and he's going to get another single, which means he keeps the strike. Bartlett fields 7 to Curry, 14 to Scriven, 371 for 8 at the end of the over. And Ben Duckett, who's obviously been in the runs a lot recently, out for 7 today. And at Kidderminster, any thoughts that Worcestershire might have had of being in a position to force a win looked to have been killed off. Somerset 148 for 3 in their second innings, so Somerset are now in front just and have 7 wickets standing, so that will be a draw. I'll give you the other 2 Division 2 matches in a second. In fact, I can do so at least one of them now, because Scott Curry's just taking his guard. At Bristol, Gloucestershire, who was set a nominal 331 to win by Middlesex, a 73 for 1, and that's obviously running out of time.
Tremaine is in bowls to Curry, who's leaning forward on off stump, guiding the ball out behind point.
That's his shot, isn't it?
It has been so far, bless him. One nice punch away through the offside as well.
True.
Sales makes the stop, no run.
And at Headingley, Yorkshire 26 for no wicket in their second innings against Derbyshire. Derbyshire getting within 3 runs of Yorkshire's first innings score, so that also petering out to a draw.
Tremaine bowls nice and straight, but too full and clipped away nicely by Scott Curry, out towards deep backward square. Long leg sprints around the boundary, gets there, gets his throw away, and Curry has to settle for a couple, but must be set for straight when the number 10 comes in and acquits themselves very well against the new ball, and then everybody can bat these days, can't they?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking, you know, the days of the out and out rabbits down the order, is there very few of them around the circuit.
Tremaine started, but whether there was a particular gust at that stage. He got fairly close to the crease before. Must be like running into a brick wall, actually, at the moment. He's
looks a bit weary, doesn't he?
Not surprised. Come on, Chris, they're all saying. As in he goes and bowls to Curry on off stump. Foolish, little bit of shape to the delivery, but Curry cautiously careful and leans forward, blocks it out to mid-off. No run. 4:15, so I think we reckon the earliest we can stop is, you reckon, 10 to 5?
I think so.
Not 10 past.
I think it's 10. Well, it depends where we are when they start the last hour, doesn't it, I suppose?
Tremaine past umpire Debenham in bowls. Forward goes Curry, steering it rather than driving it, just slightly wide, and it rather bounces through Luke Proctor, who has to pick himself up having slid and chase after the ball for another couple of yards, but Messrs Curry and Scriven were not really looking. They'd run through the crease having completed their one, and so one is all that they get.
This is his 96th over of the season in those 4 matches, and he's taken 2 wickets, which is not really what I think you would have expected.
In he goes, bowls short, pulled by Scriven didn't quite get it. It came rather off the bottom of the bat, and in the end, although Save took a slightly backward step, anticipating the ball coming rather quickly, it trickled in the end into his hands at mid-wicket, along the ground all the way.
Having had a wonderful domestic season in Australia with 50 Sheffield Shield wickets at 16 apiece, hasn't quite been able to replicate that here.
Turns, looking for a third wicket for Northamptonshire. In and bowls, Scriven defends, and it's kicked up into the air by Tremaine. He was trying to flick it up into the air, and it actually went quite high, a good 10 feet into the air and out into the onside. End of his 23rd over, none for 90. Well, he's had a bit of a bonus at the end of the season financially, but he's worked hard, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he just had there was a little tap from Luke Proctor, and I wonder if that's a take a blow. James Sales has gone off, so perhaps to put his bowling boots on, perhaps he's going to have another little run.
Take a blow in an aeroplane.
Yes.
I don't know when he's going back.
I'm not sure.
Shortly,
fairly soon, I think. Here's Sanderson, starting his 26th over, and he's in bowls, and it's well left by Scott Curry. Left it on length, I think, rather than line. It was just round about the line of fourth stump, but it was bouncing over the top, and Curry lets it go through to Lewis McManus. Time coming up to 20 past 4. Sanderson turning at the end of his mark at the Bennett end, and he's in again. Bowls to Curry, who with almost exaggerated care almost goes down on one knee to play that defensively up to mid-off where Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run. So yeah, Division 2, the table will show yet again a plethora of draws, and
no real change.
No, well, yeah, no, that's right. I mean, going into this match, Leicestershire had come back to that in a second, as that next ball from Sanderson is punched out into the covers by Curry, fielded there by a substitute Rafi Weatherall, who's gone into where James Sales was at extra cover. He's now been moved across. Sanderson wants him across in there at mid-wicket, and he's putting a man back at deep square, so maybe he's going to venture a short ball. Now, going into this match, Leicestershire had, 41 points, Northamptonshire had 39, so they're going to still be up there in the right half of the table, but it's just only the one. I say about no result, there was the one positive result, with Sussex beat Middlesex in the last round, but that is the only positive result in Division 2 so far. Here's Sanderson in, and that's a gorgeous shot from Scott Curry. Just stood tall, used his height, and punched it away just behind square through backward point for 4. That was a glorious stroke. That was as good as anything we've seen today. 378 for 8, 14 to Scott Curry. But yes, you look at the results, and it's the table is very much of a muchness. Still no wins for Northamptonshire or Leicestershire, as we've been saying. 10 games to go after this. Forward goes Curry again, this exaggerated forward stroke. Sanderson fields off his own bowling. But then, say, not everybody's playing in the next round, are they? Northamptonshire are not. I think there's only, is it 3 games, I think, in Division 2? So must be another side not playing as well. Wind really strong now. You can doubtless hear it on our effects mic, and that's clipped away by Curry. More runs for him as it goes out towards mid-wicket. Just going to jog through for a couple as Bartlett tracks back to field. And that's the end of the over. 16 to Curry, and Leicestershire to 380 for 8. 20 more runs needed for the extra point. 1 wicket for Northamptonshire, and I'm sure the scorers will be working out what time the last hour will begin and at what time teams can shake hands and go home. we going to see a bit more Scrimshaw? Yes, we are, but from this end, from the pavilion end.
You know, might not find it quite as easy is the wrong word, but comfortable, if you like, to get into his stride. Scrimshaw up the slope and into the prevailing wind. 2 slips, and Gully's asking for instruction, but no, he's told to stay exactly where he is. So 2 for 66 for Scrimshaw as he comes in. Bowls to Scriven outside off stump, decent length, but foot wide, and Scriven lets it go through. 380 for 8. 20 more runs for Leicestershire. 1 more wicket for Northamptonshire.
I think we're just about going to beat the weather. There's a little bit starting to sort of drift in a bit from the west. It's just over to the north of Birmingham now, but I think we should be all right here, at least for as long as we...
If it's going that way, yeah.
As long as we need to be.
Scrimshaw bowls up on his toes is Scriven, looking to force it off the back foot. Does so, doesn't time it though, it's quite straight and runs out into the covers. No run.
The old ceiling tiles are still doing their bit.
Know what quite to do about them really. They're only sort of polystyrene, whatever they call polystyrene, something like that. In goes Scrimshaw bowls again, a fraction short of a good length, and Scriven stays on the back foot. But they lift up because they're so light, and then sort of fall down against the metalish, I don't know what kind of material it is, frame, and it's the sort of falling that makes the noise. Take them all down on windy days, but it's a little bit there's a lot of them, put it that way. Scrimshaw bowls, that's a better length because it draws Scriven forward into an attempted drive, and it's a little bit too quick for him and beats him on the outside edge.
Yes, that would leave it like the sort of industrial chic look, wouldn't it, with the just the sort of the bare metal. And
you can see it underneath there.
Quite fashionable, I'm told.
Oh right, okay. Okay.
I'm told.
Yeah. Not necessarily to my taste. Scrimshaw in, bowls, back foot defensive force from Scriven, takes the thick outside edge, runs down towards backward point, and makes the stop. 380 remains the score.
I don't think I'll be entering interior design masters or whatever. It's the programme, isn't it? With Northampton's own Alan Carr.
Of course, yes. Son of the former manager of the Cobblers. Scrimshaw bowls, again that little bit short of a good length, and Scriven stays on the back foot. He's hard to get away in these circumstances, but it's equally hard for him to sort of get one to beat the bat unless he just pitches up that little bit further, and when you're that tall it's actually quite hard to necessarily get the right length, the length you want the batsman to come forward and try and play. End of the over. Maiden though, 380 for 8.
James Sales is back on the field, so if he's been reshod, it may be that we'll see a little bit of him to bowl some overs before the close. Did have a little go earlier on, had a catch and did find the edge as well, but in between bowled not as well as he can.
Bracket Ross. Those are my words, not Andrew's. I hasten to add.
380 for 8. Here's Sanderson, start of over number 27. In and bowls, and Curry's again forward, smothering the ball, playing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Goes for a little walk off towards square leg as the wind gusts again and howls around Grace Road. Northamptonshire still just needing this one more wicket to leave here with 16 points. Here is Sanderson In bowls to Curry, short, pulled by Curry, it's gone over the head of Chris Tremaine. Has it gone for 4 or 6? It's gone for 6. If it had gone for 4, I think Sanderson might have had something to say, because Tremaine had come in quite a little way, about 10 yards in from the boundary, and if it had dropped behind him and gone for 4, it wouldn't have gone down well. As it is, I think it would have cleared him anyway. He did have a despairing leap in the air, but couldn't even get a fingertip on it, and he goes for 6. So it takes Scott Curry up to 22. Useful blow for getting Leicestershire up to this 4th batting point. 386 for 8 now, just 14 more runs needed. Time is not an issue. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's that little stroke of Scott Curry's again, opening the face, running it into the gap between 3rd slip and gully, and he's going to pick up 2 more runs. Curry to 24, and Leicestershire to 388 for 8. And, well, whatever we think about the way the game has panned out today, just really a battle for bonus points after yesterday and the state that this ground was in yesterday morning. For us to have a full day is well nigh miraculous. Pushed into the onside by Curry, just in front of square on the onside, just intercepted close to umpire Debenham by George Scrimshaw, and they're through for a single. Curry to 25 off just 27 balls, and Leicestershire to 389 for 8. Getting a bit darker. Surely they won't put the lights on for the sake of just going through the last knockings. Scriven on strike. Sanderson in, bowls to him, goes for a big drive and misses outside the off stump. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Somerset have lost another wicket at Kidderminster rather, against Worcestershire, but Tom Lammonby is 75 not out. They're 183 for 4, so 41 runs ahead, so that will be a draw as well. Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Scriven, through to the keeper. End of the over, 389 for 8, 25 to Scott Curry, 14 to Tom Scriven, and we've had 90 overs, including 9 with the second new ball. Sanderson's now 27 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 89.
There might, emphasise might, be an update at 4:30. Nobody's been in touch, so if I suddenly burst into update mode, you'll understand why.
Well, it'll be a nice surprise.
It will be to me, that's for sure. Scrimshaw is going to continue then from the pavilion end at a rather darkening Grace Road now. He's going to be bowling to Scott Curry, who gets forward. No, he wraps out as being so tall, doesn't have to take a big stride to get forward. Got forward to that one, pushed it out into the extra cover region. No run. 11 more needed by Leicestershire to convert 13 into 14 in terms of their return from the game. Scrimshaw is in, Curry defends again, good length delivery on off stump out into the point region this time. At which point, if they're absolute beasts, they could declare, I suppose, and deprive Northamptonshire of one more bonus bowling point.
I remember a huge row about that between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire back in 2003. Tom Moody and Kepler Vessels as the 2 coaches, and having a little exchange about cricketing ethics.
Scrimshaw bowled, a little bit short, up on his toes in the air, oh, dropped. Oh, brilliant by Sales, diving away to his left, got his left hand to the ball, about a foot off the ground, knocked it up, couldn't grab it at the second attempt. Brilliant try.
Yeah, it would have been an absolute wonder catch if Sales had managed to hang on to that, but didn't. He's getting a consoling pat on the back from Ricardo Vasconcelos, which will make him feel so much better.
It was a really good effort. He was sort of diving sort of diagonally backwards as well. Scrimshaw is in, bowls up on his toes. Is Curry defending, and there's no run. I mean, Curry sort of almost played the shot deliberately. It was, as Andrew has said a couple of times, he likes to play it behind square on the offside. Just got almost too much of it. It flew in the air, low. Sales is kind of there for it. He's backward off point by about 3 or 4 yards. But just couldn't cling on. Scrimshaw is in, bowls, nicely turned off his middle and leg stumps by Scott Curry, down 2 long leg, where Sanderson is the fielder. Takes his 1. He's looked impressive with the bat, Scott Curry.
Yeah, played well, hasn't he?
Like Scriven, a young Hampshire all-rounder. He's here for the year, Scriven's here permanently. Or at least until the end of his next contract, and then it's up to him. But I think Leicestershire will want to keep him. Scrimshaw is in. Scriven, gets one that he maintains, keeps a little bit low. It was rather sort of ugly attempt to smear it away off the back foot through the offside, and because it didn't quite get up as he expected it to, he flexed at the knees and it all got rather messy.
So here's the scenario then. Where are we now? 4:30. Light starting to get it's not great now. It's not. I wouldn't say it's probably bad enough yet, but it's not the brightest. And the umpires then say, well, the meter's gone below the light, so either we put the lights on or we come off. And Leicestershire want a handful of runs to get another point, and yeah, they might have to spend however much it costs to put the lights on for 10 minutes or so. For now, Sanderson ploughs in ever optimistically. First ball to Curry, forces him onto the back foot, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Still 3 slips in, all look a bit cold down there now. Karen Nair at first, Emilio Gay at second, Ricardo Vasconcelos at third. Then James Sales in there at backward point, save Zabe in the covers. Luke Proctor at mid-off, George Scrimshaw at mid-on. Tremaine and Bartlett on the leg side boundary, pushed by Curry out square of the wicket in the offside. It's a chase for James Sales out towards the meet, and they come back for 2. Curry to 28 and Leicestershire to 392 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, the way Curry's playing, they certainly won't declare when they get to 400, assuming Scriven is still there. They'll
tee off, won't they?
Well, they'll just
give it a go.
Keep going, really.
Well, Northamptonshire, I think, surprised themselves probably by getting up to 450 in the first innings of this match. Short goes Sanderson, and Curry sways out of the way. Goes through to Lewis McManus. There's still a few people sitting out there, and as we said earlier on, they have our undying admiration for braving the elements. What is not, hasn't been a particularly pleasant day for watching cricket because of the wind, but as I say, at least we've got some cricket to watch. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Curry, who's forward, plays it back down the pitch, and Sanderson just slightly wearily,
not surprised,
side foots it over the other side of the pitch for safe Zabe to tidy up.
The end of his 28th over now, Ben Sanderson. How many overs has he bowled
this season?
Yeah, I've got the...
I've got, that's right.
You got them?
I've got it here. He missed, no, he's played
81
before. Yeah. Down the leg side, tickled by Scott Curry, and doesn't get any bat to it. There was a deflection, but it was clearly off pad rather than bat, and it goes down for 4 leg byes. But from Leicestershire's point of view, that's fine. 396 for 8, yes, 22 at Hove in the 1 innings, 21 against Middlesex in the 1 innings, then 38 against Glamorgan, 26 and 12, and into his 28th here.
I suppose with the time lost, probably in all those games, he has had sort of breaks.
Yes, yeah, true enough. I say he does now have a week off as well. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Curry, who's forward. Plays it out into the covers for Zabe to field as the sun returns, thankfully. End of the over, 396 for 8. Curry's 28, Scriven is 14. Leicestershire needing 4 points for their 4 runs rather for their 4th point. They have another 18 overs to go in order to get those, and we still have another 28 overs nominally to go in the day and in the match.
Shouts of encouragement sound a little bit plaintive now, like the howls of wolves in the distance from the Northamptonshire fielders as Scrimshaw turns and runs in and bowls. Very full toss, in fact. Scriven doesn't time it. Almost a beautiful Yorker, wasn't quite. Scriven tried to clip it away through the leg side, came off the bottom of the bat. Mid-on. Tremaine had to move to his right to field, and so Scriven picks up 1, moves on to 15, moves on 10 at tee, so he's been largely becalmed, while Scott Curry, who had yet to score at tee, has charged on to 28. Curry it is who faces as Scrimshaw is in, bowls to him, smacks him away through the offside for the 4 that Leicestershire need to bring up the 400 and another batting bonus point. Lovely shot from Curry, just enough width and flashing hands. He looks a very capable young batsman. I know this is just his, I think, 9th first-class game, Scott Curry, and only the, I believe, second time he's got into the 30s, his highest score. 38.
That's interesting. 9th first-class match for Scott Curry, 9th for George Scrimshaw, who's bowling.
2 inexperienced young men then facing each other as Scrimshaw is in, bowls fuller. Curry cautiously forward, thick inside edge, turns it out to deep backward square and takes 2 more. Moves on to 34, 403 for 8.
Although Scrimshaw has of course played a huge amount of white ball cricket. It's only T20, 48 T20 matches so far.
The partnership for the 9th wicket now. Scrimshaw is in, Curry is forward. No, he raps out as he sees the ball running more or less straight to James Sales at point. He's been proactive, Curry. His 34 has come off just 41 balls. Scriven's 15 of 35, but maybe that Curry's been told just to play his natural game. Scriven, you hang on in there, Tom. You don't get out, and let's see if Scott can pick up a few runs, and he is. Outside off stump allowed to go through by Scott Curry on that occasion. Durham now in the lead against Essex by 1 run, but they've still lost only the 2 wickets, so any remote danger has been safely averted. Bad light at Trent Bridge. Isn't so very far away. About 34 miles, something like that. Might be a bit less actually. Scrimshaw, well, 3/4 of the way into his run, had to abort it, turns round, in he comes. Ooh, spears that one. It was an attempted slower ball and it came out wrong, and a foot or 2 down the leg side. Curry flicked at it, didn't get anything on it. Umpire Debenham is generous and decides that's not a wide. 403 for 8 at the end of the 93rd over, so as Andrew said, plenty of overs left for Leicestershire to get another, unlikely as it seems, 47 runs.
Still Ben Sanderson.
Wind him up and
well,
let him get
wind
on
him
with
up,
it.
let him go, absolutely. But into his 29th over now. bowling again from the Bennett end. 3 slips in, bowling to Tom Scriven on 15, 403 for 8. Sanderson's in. Scriven looks to drive that out through the covers, but doesn't manage to beat save, and there's no run. Oh, Emilio Gay was just, he fancies a bowl. Emilio Gay just doing a little bit of bending and stretching and bowled that last one up to save. He has bowled a bit for Northamptonshire. He's picked up a couple of wickets. His medium pace. Once famously took the 3rd new ball at Edgbaston. Here's Sanderson in again, and Scriven trying to give himself a little bit of room to force that away through the offside. Just jams it into the ground and it bounces up for Zabe to field in the covers. Towards the back end of a dead game, with Sam Hain well past 200 and just trying to use up the time. And they were looking for somebody to take the 3rd new ball, and Emilio Gay said, "I'll do it." Running in under the floodlights, thoroughly enjoyed himself. Not sure he's going to get on here. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Scriven, who plays that up off his hip into the onside, fielded by George Bartlett in there at mid-wicket. James Sales, who went off the field a little while ago, I think, to put his bowling boots on, is just doing some gentle bending and stretching, so I imagine he may well get another little bowl before the end here. It's 18 minutes to 5. Still, in theory, 16 overs to go before the bonus points cease to be an issue. That next ball is forced off the back foot by Scriven out to safe Zabe. An extra cover. James Sales certainly, I think, getting himself ready for return to the bowling unit. They're off for rain now at Chesterley Street as well. Durham, as Richard mentioned, 1 run ahead. So if they've got any sense, they won't go back on. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Scriven, who's pushing that out into the covers, fielded there by safe Zabe at extra, and there's no run. All the other games now just petering out to a draw, which, given the weather that we've had across the whole country really, that Saturday night, Sunday morning rain, which was fairly general, has really scuppered most teams' chances of getting anything. Here's Sanderson in, bowls and beats Scriven with a beauty. It doesn't miss off stump by very much, and I wonder, is that going to be the end of Ben Sanderson's activity for this match before he makes the short journey home? 403 for 8, 15 to Scriven, 34 to Curry, and we have 26 overs remaining, and Chris Tremaine was sort of trudging up towards the bowling crease, but he's not to bowl. It is indeed going to be James Sales. He's going to have a little run from this end, from the pavilion end. But Chris Tremaine, I have to say, is looking decidedly weary. Whereas Ben Sanderson, yeah, he bowled another 3 or 4. Light again is just starting to get a little bit gloomy, isn't it?
I don't think it'll put off Curry facing Sales. 2 slips gully.
Off for bad light at Headingley between Yorkshire and Derbyshire.
1 slip now. Not entirely surprised they've decided that square legs should go back to deep backward square and mid wicket should be placed. In goes Sales, bowls short, pulled 4. Well, old James.
That's it. I like the minimalist school of commentary.
Yeah,
it was entirely accurate.
We saw 4 overs from him earlier, and he did that quite a lot, didn't he? A couple of good ones, but that was one of them.
No, that was that got what it deserved, I'm afraid.
It did. Sales, little shuffle, runs away from us and bowls. That's a much better length, and it was taken off the stumps by the leaning Curry, who turned it out to deep backward square. And that applause is because, or that shouts of encouragement, because That is a first-class career best for Scott Curry. 39 he's on to now.
Do they have the CB round at Leicestershire like they do at Northamptonshire? If anybody breaks their career best, then they have to get the
drinks in.
The drinks in.
I believe so. I think that's fairly universal, isn't it? But in goes Sales. Bowls driven. It was a full ball on off stump by Scriven, but only as far as Proctor.
Also closing in on the 50 partnership, these two. 48.
Yes. 39 of them to Curry. Just shows Scriven just those 5 runs post tee when he was 10 off 17, and now 15 off 42. Sales is in, bowls to him, it comes back in a touch. Scriven plays it firmly off the back foot, but only as far as point. Bounces out there. Just felt it just a raindrop perhaps coming in through the window, but sometimes the water is blown off the roofs, the roof here, and it could have been from there. No obvious rain clouds around. Sales is in, full toss that is pushed back past him in the air. Didn't get it all, but it's going to get 4 for it, Scriven. It did rather loop past the reaching Sales, who let out a sort of slightly despairing cry as it went past him, and so straight that neither mid-on nor mid-off could get across to cut it off, and it runs down the slope for 4. So the first post-tee boundary for Tom Scriven moves him on to 19, 412 for 8. 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. Sales is in. Scriven is whipping it away off middle and leg stump out towards the backward square and taking one bad chance. Still have that list of partnerships up from Cricket Arc. I'm just wondering what the nut must be miles more than 50.
It is. It's 123 by Ned Eckersley and Ben Rain.
Oh, 2 very competent batsmen. What was Rain doing coming in at 10?
At Wantage Road in 2016.
I must have seen it.
4-day match.
Wasn't a pink ball game, was it? I can't remember. A pink ball game. Was that a bit too early for that?
Yeah, I think it probably was. Just trying to see who got what. Ned Eckersley got 107. Yeah, Ben Rain batting at number 10 made 64 off 114 balls. And the Leicestershire wickets, the lion's share of them, 6 for 58, taken by guess who? Ben Sanderson. Here's Tremaine, replacing Sanderson from the Bennett end, and outside the off stump, a little bit of extra bounce from Tremaine, beating defensive stroke of Tom Scriven through to the keeper. So 37 more runs for Leicestershire to get another point. They've still got 14 overs to go after this.
Charlie Shrek. There was a number 11.
Yes. Yes, he was. That was another very high scoring game. Rob Newton got a double 100 for Northamptonshire in that one. Here's Tremaine in, bowls to Scriven, who's plays defensively up to mid-off. Proctor fields, and there's no run.
They've called it a day at Durham. That is now a result.
Yeah, match drawn, so still playing at Bristol, where Gloucestershire 102 for 2, but they still need another 229 to win against Middlesex. And they've also called it a day at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. That is also a draw. Here's Tremaine. In and bowls, forced nicely off the back foot by Scriven, but straight to Sales at backward point. So there's no run, so that's the full house in Division 1, apart from Kidderminster, where they're off for light now at Kidderminster as well. So that is probably about it. So the only matches actually in play at the moment are here and Bristol. Here's Tremaine, in and bowls and driven, again crisply by Tom Scriven, but straight to extra cover. And there's no run, save Zabe, the fielder. Lots of very positive comments coming out from Northamptonshire supporters about Ben Sanderson and that little stat that we were talking about before tea. Somebody asking how many of those against Glamorgan. I think the answer's quite a few. Yes. Oh my goodness, that was outside the off stump from Tremaine, and it was a very, very tight leave. It was dangerously close to off stump, but Tom Scriven knew exactly where. He's like Herbert Sutcliffe, knew exactly where his off stump is, and let it go through to Lewis McManus. One or two of the spectators, I think, at the far end of the ground may be deciding to give it a day, call it a day. Tremaine in again, bowls, and that's a beautiful flowing cover drive by Tom Scriven for 4. Away through the covers, over to the seats, the yellow seats over to our right, between the meat and the main scoreboard. 417 for 8 at the end of the over. 24 to Scriven, 39 to Curry, partnership worth 57, and 33 more runs needed for the extra point.
Whisper it, but there's no reason why we can't or shouldn't go very deep into the final hour, if not use it all. No. If Northamptonshire still looking for the one delivery that will take this 9th wicket, and well, when it would, we'll get to 100. We could get to the 110, couldn't we? Which is 15 overs, 14 overs away now.
Could do.
And what is that? That's the best part of an hour. Sales is into Scott Curry, Yorker, dug out competently by Curry, who has done everything competently, to be quite honest, with the bat. He's looked extremely accomplished. He remains on 39.
Again, he's had a pretty good game. I thought he bowled better than his figures would suggest. 2 for 102 off 26, but he generated a bit of pace and bounce, didn't he, that first day.
Sales bowls to him. He's forward, rather fiddling it out into the offside on that occasion. So he's such a relatively sort of quiet man in terms of sort of talking to the media, or he looks quite stern as well, but I was surprised to hear Roman Walker say he was the life and soul of the dressing room. In goes Sales and bowls to him. He's pushing out into the offside, or at least he's very funny in the dressing room, because he keeps his humour for the dressing room. Then
it's done and dusted at Kidderminster. Match drawn Worcestershire and Somerset, so that's all 4 matches now over in Division 1.
This has been a much better over from James Sales, who's in and bowls on off stump. Curry goes back, works it out through point for 1. So for the first time in his first class career, he's into the 40s. 4-1-8, 4-8. 32 runs separate Leicestershire from maximum batting bonus points. 1 delivery potentially Northamptonshire from maximum bowling bonus points, but that's been the case for quite a while. 58 this partnership is worth now. Sales is in, back foot defensive, back foot attacking, crashed through the offside square by Tom Scriven. Has to settle for 1 though, because good fielding out there on the point boundary, or in the empty acres out there by George Bartlett. Been a long day for the Northamptonshire bowlers and fielders in tricky conditions. Sales is in, bowls, bouncer which only just gets up high enough for Curry, who was ducking down, to sort of get underneath it, and well, it had been embarrassing, had gone on to hit the stumps, but it was probably about a foot above the stumps. But end of the 97th over of the Leicestershire first innings. 4-1-9 for 8.
It's going to be Tremaine to continue. I just wonder if he gets a bonus if he bowls 100 overs in his spell with the club, because he's about there now, isn't he? What we were just saying about the number of overs previously. He's into his 25th now of this particular innings from the Bennett end. 4.19 for 8. Still 3 slips in as he bowls to Tom Scriven, who works it into the onside. Come through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, but misses the stumps. Backed up, and they're through for the run. So Scriven to 26 and Leicestershire to 420 for 8. It's 73 overs coming into this match, so this is his 98th of his stint with the club. Now, third man being dropped back to the boundary, James Sales. And 2 slips and a gully rather than 3 slips for Curry. As Tremaine is in, bowls to him, and Curry just finding that gap again, just wide of gully. Sales comes in off the boundary, losing his sun hat in the process. And they're through for another single. 41 to Curry, 421 for 8. So Scott Curry's here is a season-long loan, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Came at the end of last season, played a couple of games.
Well, he looks to have plenty to offer the Leicestershire squad on the evidence of this match. Watches as Tom Scriven faces this next ball from Tremaine, which is forced back down the pitch, and Tremaine hoofs it back in the general direction of the slip cordon, tidied up by Ricardo Vasconcelos. This is the 17th over with the second new ball. And it doesn't look to be doing a huge amount more than the previous one did. Questioned in fact at the time whether Northamptonshire would take it or not. Well, they did, and in fact it turned out to be a good move because Ben Sanderson struck twice in quick succession. Next ball to Scriven is driven out through the gap at extra cover for a single. Proctor has to make ground from mid-off to field. 422 for 8, Scriven to 27. 21 overs remaining after this, potentially. The over rate still showing at +2, although, must be honest, in the last half an hour or so, Northamptonshire haven't exactly been racing around, but presumably they've got a bit of a cushion. Here's Tremaine, in and bowls to Curry, who plays that up to mid-on. And there's no run. Fielded there by Ben Sanderson, who I would imagine has probably done the last of his bowling for this match. Sales drops back again down to more a deep backward point really, rather than a third man. Luke Proctor tossing the ball onto the tall, well-built figure of Chris Tremaine, who's running in and bowling down the leg side. Little flick at it from Scott Curry, doesn't make contact, taken by Lewis McManus, and that's the end of another over. 422 for 8, 41 to Curry, 27 to Scriven. The partnership worth 62 for the 9th wicket, and now the umpires coming together.
Oh, it's not too bad.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I think we'll keep going.
They're having a look at their watches, so maybe they're just trying to sort out the timings the last hour. And
I think whatever happened, yeah, unless Leicestershire are bowled out, we will have the number of overs take us up to 110, which means another 12 potentially, unless they get to 450 and then give it away. But I think they could declare at 450 and say, well, to Northamptonshire you had plenty of opportunity to get the 9th wicket.
No, true enough.
Sales is in to Scriven, who's driving pleasantly. He's got it wide of mid-off. Proctor sprints impressively. Oh, there's hesitation momentarily, but Scriven is encouraged by Curry. Having shouted no at him, Curry went anyway. And Scriven realised he was going to make it comfortably enough. It was the right call from Scott Curry to make 1 into 2. Proctor had to go a long way and was sort of falling back as he threw. You never get much velocity on the throw in those circumstances. Scriven on to 29. Sales in to him. He takes his bottom hand off the bat as it comes back in towards him a little bit. It was a little bit short of a length, and he shoveled it back down the pitch towards James Sales, who scratches his head, having thrown the ball to his captain, Luke Proctor. Sanderson comes across with a word of encouragement from mid-on. Sales is in and bowls straight, played back through mid-on, very straight. Sanderson, number of overs notwithstanding, is smart enough to get across and make a tumbling stop to his left, almost directly behind the stumps. And so it is just the one to Scriven, who moves on to 30. 4-2-5 for 8. The partnership now 65. Sales in, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Curry just ignores it, really. Picked up the bat, but just let it sail past his left shoulder. Shout of effort from Sales as he delivered the ball there. Solitary thrush. Down on the outfielders, in goes Sales, bowls another bouncer, straighter this time, and got in position to hook Curry, but then pulled out of the shot, let it go over his right shoulder. Used to be so many, didn't there? Flocks of the things, thrushes. Hardly see them now, I don't. Sales in, bowls down the leg side, missed out there big time. Curry could have just flicked it on it. He's cross with himself, tried to help it on its way down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it, and flicks at the air with his bat in irritation. Gay's desperate.
He's just, as he walked past the bowling crease, he just couldn't resist having a little, just, yeah, let me have a go.
Come on, Skip, I can get this wicket for you.
Well, his 2 wickets, one of them was, the first one was Jack Leaning of Kent, caught behind, very good catch standing up by Adam Rossington, I think, in the snow match in 2021.
Right.
And then he got a very good caught and bowled against Gloucestershire. Must have been 2 years ago. And here is Tremaine to continue. Scrimshaw, beg pardon. Scrimshaw is back into the attack from the Bennett end, and the first ball of this new spell pushed up to mid-off by Tom Scriven, and there's no run. As I thought, it looked a bit tall and a bit narrower than Chris Tremaine. So Scrimshaw with a chance to add to his 2 wickets that he took first thing this morning, those of Louis Kimber and Lewis Hill, 2 overnight batters. 2 slips and a gully. Scrimshaw in, bowls. A short ball which Scriven attempts to heave over mid-wicket, doesn't make contact, goes past outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay, guess what, having got hold of the ball, bowls it to James Sales at backward point. Trouble is, his captain's a long way away. I mean, he's got the vice-captain Lewis McManus close at hand, but short of trying a heliograph or where there's not enough sunshine or semaphore flags, I'm not sure we're going to get a message up to Luke Proctor. Here's Scrimshaw in, bowls to Scriven, plays that up towards Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Emilio Gay in there at second slip at the moment, made 88, batted nicely on the first day. Annoyed to have missed out on 100, and played on to Scott Curry when within reach. But still a good start to the season for Emilio Gay, who had a frustrating time last year, but that goes for any number of Northamptonshire players, to be honest. Here's Scrimshaw in again, bowls short, pulled by Scriven, but cloths it really up to George Bartlett at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Certainly it is getting a little bit darker. Clouds has filled in a little bit over to our right, which is the southwest, which is where I think it's pretty much coming from. There's a bit of rain in the sort of Birmingham area at the moment, not a million miles away. Here's Scrimshaw in again, bowls, and that's punched off the back foot by Scriven, but straight to Zabe at extra cover, and there's no run.
I think if Northamptonshire do take this 9th wicket, we might see a bit of Gay and other part-time bowlers. Yes,
I think so.
Because Leicestershire will now try and get the 450.
Well, only need another 25 runs. And they have, this will be the 100th over of the innings, so 10 more after this. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls to Scriven, who on drives, come through for a quick single and get there comfortably. Fielded up there by Chris Tremaine. And that's a single to pinch the bowling off the last ball of the over. 4-2-6 for 8. With Scriven on 31, Curry is 41, 24 more needed for the 5th batting point, the partnership worth 66. I haven't seen the signal for the last hour.
Will it come when there are 16 overs remaining?
Yeah, I suppose it's. We're obviously running a little bit late, aren't we? So.
I think it'll be 10 more overs, assuming.
Yeah, absolutely.
The innings doesn't come to an end before then. Sales in from the pavilion end, slightly angled run, bowled, straight, driven, or check driven really by Scriven. Didn't put his full weight into this shot. Fielded at mid-off by Proctor.
You've then got that horrible potential situation where if the innings were to, I mean, I'm not saying it will because these two are playing really well, but if were the innings to finish quickly, you then have Northamptonshire having to go out potentially for half a dozen overs or something, and the openers are not going to want to go out.
In goes Sales, clipped off his toes by Scriven, 2 wide-ish mid-on and 1 is taken. Now the ideal is 450 for 9 declared, isn't it?
Yes. That would be
and
ideal.
We can get our end of match interviews. Leicester City playing tonight, so the focus of the station, it has to be said, is on promotion party up at Preston.
What a place to have it.
Preston. In goes Sales, bowls a bouncer. Curry just calmly ducks underneath it.
Party capital, isn't it? I'm told.
No,
I'd say that I've never been there, apart from.
I went to the footy museum. I went to the ground, North
right.
End's ground, and the footy museum is there.
I think the only time I've ever been to Preston has been on a train going through it somewhere else, I think.
The ball used in the '66 World Cup final was there.
Really?
Looking a little worse for wear. Sales is in, bowls, turned off his legs by Curry, down 2 long leg, takes 1. I don't know whether the football museum is still there. It was a long time ago.
Well, Simon Kerrigan, who was obviously with Northamptonshire, he's a Prestonian, with us until last season.
Sales bowls, oh, shocking bouncer down the leg side, and Scriven looks hopefully at the umpire, as in, do you not think that was wide? No, says umpire Debenham, but it's 1 for the over.
It's just looking at the radar. There's a bit of drizzly stuff heading in this general direction towards Atherstone, coming in from the west.
Sales bowls on the legs of Scriven, clips him through mid-wicket, running around from deep mid-wicket. Karen Nair gets his throw away. Obviously didn't hurt his hand too much, had to go for that treatment. Affected a very good run out earlier.
Ben Debenham's sort of standing there expectantly, as though he thought somebody was either going to talk to him or something was going to happen, and now he keeps looking back towards Jack Shantry.
It is 10 past 5 now, so they could declare Leicestershire here, but they won't because they're only
they can still get
21 away.
So they're having the umpires having a telepathic communication at the moment rather than anything more tangible. For now, it's going to be Scrimshaw to continue. 15 overs, 2 for 75 so far. Bowling from the Bennett end, 2 slips and a gully in. Bowling to Tom Scriven. Waits with bat raised and then plays that one out into the offside, where it's fielded by safe Zabe, and there's no run. Sunshine has deserted us for now. I suspect possibly for the rest of the match. It seems rather filled in over to our right. But just looking to see if they're still playing at Bristol or whether we're last man or men standing. No, they are still playing at Bristol because Gloucestershire have just lost another wicket. Here's Scrimshaw. In again, bowls short, pulled by Scriven for 4. That's a cracking shot. A little bit short, but slightly weary looking delivery on a slow pitch. And Scriven latched onto it and pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 37, and Leicestershire to 433 for 8. Just 17 more runs required to get the extra point. Northamptonshire, of course, did it in the 110th over, so Leicestershire could get bragging rights in a minor way for doing it a bit quicker. The next ball goes off a thick inside edge, out on the onside. Bartlett quickly round to field. Stays at 433 for 8. Funny feeling, you know, Richard, they're going to have to put the lights on if we're going to stay on, because I think it's starting to get a bit...
Honestly, yeah, compared to the other night, no, I think it's fine at the moment.
Well, safe Zabe is limbering up, which is perhaps handy from that point of view. Here's Scrimshaw. In and bowls. Very full.
Bowled.
Dug out by Scriven. Good Yorker and well played by Tom Scriven. Goes out to mid-wicket. Bartlett fields again and there's no run.
There's a bit of blue even heading our way.
Is it really? Oh,
Sort of. It's milky blue, but the higher clouds, the sort of worse it's headed, sort of up the M1.
Oh, that's all right then.
So.
Derby.
Yeah, basically. Where it has a permanent home.
Oh no. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls, an attempted pull by Tom Scriven to a ball that doesn't get up. And he was trying to muscle it away over mid-wicket. It missed off stump. It wasn't a particularly pretty piece of cricket, to be honest, but Tom Scriven's done a terrific job here. 37 to him off 73 balls. Curry 42 off 58. Both of these two batters have hit a 6 in their innings. And here's Scrimshaw, last ball of the over, bowls to Scriven, who's defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Scrimshaw off his own bowling. The helmet comes on, so I think we are going to see the spin of safe Zabe. 433 for 8 Leicestershire at the end of the over. 17 more runs they need. They have 8 overs in which to get them, and Northamptonshire also 8 overs to get 1 more wicket for their additional point. Rafi Weatherall is now on the field, and I think Chris Tremaine trotting off, so that might be the last he's seen in a Northamptonshire shirt this year. Weatherall is jogging out over to the deep square leg boundary.
The frustrated Gay stands at slip. Oh, come on, I must be worth a bowl by now. Round the wicket goes the left armour to Scott Curry, who is suspicious. He goes forward and lets it go through to wicketkeeper McManus. Zabe is in. Forward again goes Curry. Looks less comfortable against the spinner than he has so far against the seamers, interestingly. Let us see if he attempts a big swipe. Safe Zabe is in, gives it some air. It's a full toss, actually. Curry wisely waits for it, clips it out to deep mid-wicket. Oh, I thought there was definitely one for the throw there, but Curry disagreed with me. Weatherall got to the ball tolerably quickly, but I think there was definitely another one there. But Scriven and Curry not inclined to take the chance. Sanderson retreats too long on. Down the wicket goes Scriven and drives over on to deep extra cover, sort of wide, long off, bounces a couple of times, goes for 4. So Scriven taking the initiative against safe Zabe, moves on to 41, 438 for 8, 12 runs. Now between Leicestershire and another batting bonus point, at which point I assume they will declare immediately, to be quite honest, and deprive Northamptonshire of of that bowling bonus point. Save is in, back goes Scriven, plays it firmly out into the offside. They think for a moment about the possibility of a single because Scrimshaw couldn't get there, or at least could only get a hand to it, but he had cover behind him. Zabe is in again, looking to go down the wicket is Scriven, looks much more comfortable against the spinner than Curry. Goes back instead and plays it firmly, but only as far as Sales at backward point. End of the over, 4-3-8 for 8.
Over 8.
3 overs.
Over 8 level.
That's fine then.
Yeah. So okay, but they have been in sort of in surplus for a little while, so they just need to be a little bit careful. Anyway, 4:38 for 8. 7 overs to go before the bonus points run out. It's been annoying me who the Gloucestershire batter was that Emilio Gay got out. It was a very good court bowled, I remember. It was Tom Lace.
Oh, okay.
A couple of years ago. It was a broken partnership actually. Him and Ryan Higgins were going along well. Very good low court and bowled. Here's Scrimshaw. Bowls to Scott Curry, again very full, and dug out by Curry up to mid-off. Fielded there by Luke Proctor. There's no run. 2 slips in. Carolyn Ayer at first, Emilio Gay at second. For the time being at least, has stopped practicing his bowling and trying to catch the captain's eye. Vasconcelos in the gully, Sales at backward point as Scrimshaw is in. Bowls to Curry, who's nibbled that away. I think Vasconcelos got a hand to it. It bounced first. I think he got a hand to it as he was trying to stop it. Took a bit of the way off it in the gully.
They saved 3 runs, didn't they?
Did,
really?
And it was tracked down by James Sales, and they only come through for a single. So Curry goes to 44, 4:39 for 8. And it brings Tom Scriven back onto strike as the wind continues to howl around our commentary position here at Grace Road. On driven by Scriven. That's a handsome stroke. Back past the bowler, it's got to run up to the boundary at the Bennett end for 4. That's a fine stroke from Tom Scriven, who moves within one blow of a half century, as is Scott Curry. 4:43 for 8. They've put on 83 now for the 9th wicket.
I wonder if they go to 450 and neither of them have got it, will they'll stay out there?
Oh, there's all sorts of possibilities, permutations. But I think most, well, I think certainly from Northamptonshire point of view, they would be quite happy to get off the field, but be conscious of the fact that they still need to get another wicket for another point. Now,
we're going back to
yes, we're going back to this. Yeah, here we go. Because Ben Debenham, the umpire, has gone across to point. We have a deep mid wicket, deep square, and a long leg. We're going to go through this.
And a fine third man, sort of on the catch almost, if that makes sense.
Deep fly slip. It's Emilio Gay. Round the wicket comes Scrimshaw. Bowls short and wide and left alone by Tom Scriven, and it goes through to Lewis McManus, and okay. It doesn't take much to baffle me, but this has.
Might hit it up in the air, I suppose. Hook it to mid wicket, but
if it gets out, then it'll be a tactical master stroke. But we shall see. 4:43 for 8. Here comes Scrimshaw in bowls on leg stump, turned away by Scriven. Going to get a single as it goes out to deep square. So quadruple Nelson on the board. 4:44 for 8, and Scriven to 46. Scott Curry on 44. Takes his guard. Scrimshaw staying round the wicket. And he bowls short and ducks underneath it. Scott Curry goes through to Lewis McManus, and that's the end of another over. 4:44 for 8. 46 to Scriven, 44 to Curry. Partnership worth 84. We've had 104 overs in the innings, so 6 more overs remaining for the bonus points. And Sanderson fielding immediately down below us, but I don't think he'll be called upon to perform any more today. It's going to be safe Zabe. I don't know, Luke Proctor's having a word with him. What do you reckon?
You got another one in you, Ben?
Yeah, come on, another spell. He's Ben Sanderson's holding his back, saying, "Oh
yeah.
no, I don't really fancy it." But
He is.
He is. Well, Sanderson's going through his warming up routine, so perhaps he is going to come back on.
Ever willing. Safe Zabe round the wicket to Scriven, who waits for a fullish ball and looks to work it down to long on. Doesn't quite get it. Comes off the bottom of the bat.
He must be a captain's dream, though, Ben Sanderson.
Zabe is in. Scriven is forward on off stump. Plays it back up the pitch to the Northamptonshire all-rounder, who is in. Tosses it right up, full toss, and it's clubbed away by Scriven down towards deep square. Great fielding down there by the 12th man Weatherall. I think it is down there.
Yes, it is.
And gets his throwaway, having saved 2 runs. Missed out a bit there, Scriven. That would have taken him to his 50 had it crossed the boundary. It didn't. So he moves on to 48, 446 for 8. Zabe is in, drops short on that occasion. Scriven goes back and works it through mid-wicket, but more or less straight to Weatherall. Takes the single, moves on to 49, 447 for 8. Coming to the end of the 105th over. Zabe is in, bowls, clipped by off his toes by Curry, but only as far as a backward square. No, is the call. Scrimshaw is the fielder. Sanderson continues to stretch. Zabe is in. Curry is forward. End of the over. Will it be Sanderson straight away? Wouldn't blame him if it is, but apologies for that. My phone, basic error. My son was ringing to say happy birthday, I think.
Well, it is indeed going to be Ben Sanderson to continue. So, just when we and probably he thought that he had finished his exertions as far as bowling is concerned for the day, he finds himself back in the attack. 447 for 8. Sanderson's already bowled 29 overs, 4 for 91. Been going at 3 and over. Just a touch over. 2 slips and a gully. And here's Sanderson running in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Scriven, who's on the back foot. Plays it back down the pitch for Sanderson to field, and there's no run. I can only think that, I suppose Northamptonshire think that he's just the go-to bowler. He's the only one really today who's looked to exert any sort of control. Scrimshaw was threatening earlier on, but as we were saying, basically an attacking bowler, and he could leak a few, especially if they have this rather strange leg theory that we've seen part of today. Carved away by Scriven, lands in front of James Sales at backward point. Scriven rehearses the stroke on 49. He will be so hacked off if he gives it away from here. Partnership worth 87 for the 9th wicket. And these two really have done a splendid job, these two seam bowling all-rounders. And here's Sanderson in and bowls to Scriven, plays it out into the covers. Zabe fields and there's no run. It occurs to me, I was thinking about, having played Sussex obviously as Northamptonshire did right at the start of the season, one of the talking points there was how deep Sussex bat, especially when they got Ollie Robinson in the side. If you've got him coming in at number 9 and he's got, you know, runs in Test cricket, and you look at a lot of the sides in Division 2 and they do seem to bat a long way down. And Leicestershire no exception. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Scriven, punches off the back foot but straight to Sales at backward point, no run.
Keeps picking out the fielder.
He does, and he's playing
Scriven.
He's playing some nice enough strokes, but can't get them through at the moment. 447 for 8. Time ticking round to 25 past 5. possible 14 overs left. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Scriven, covers up, plays it up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. And we are now the only match in progress. They've called it a day down at Bristol. Gloucestershire 127 for 3 against Middlesex, match drawn.
You mean we're not on 5 Live Sports Extra?
I'm assuming they must have other things on.
They surely want to. I know.
Here's Scriven in, bowls out. Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump to Scriven, who lets it go through to McManus. Get it, the bowler on the bat the right way round is a help. 49 to Scriven, 44 to Curry, 447 for 8. That is the end of the 106th over of the innings, so we have 4 more to go before the bonus points cease to be an issue. Leicestershire need 3 runs, Northamptonshire need 1 wicket. Could this be any more exciting?
Well, championships have been won and lost for a point, so there could be, at the end of the season, a time when we look back on this little session and it proves to have been pivotal. Absolutely key, as you say, pivotal. Proctor is in, bowls to Curry, who's forward on off stump, defending the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. 3.5 overs remain at the very most in this match. Could be a ball. Proctor bowls, Curry gets a straight one, just plays it carefully back to the Northamptonshire captain.
Safe save, and George Bartlett was just having a chat in the covers. Perhaps George Bartlett fancies a bowl as well.
Proctor bustles in, bowls on off stump, absolutely accurate at the moment. Curry solidly forward, back it goes to Proctor. Brunty confirms the weather to be miserable in Birmingham, but it is not coming our way.
No,
thankfully.
It's not.
Proctor is in. Ooh, suggestion of a little bit of extra bounce there. Curry took his bottom hand off the bat as he dropped that one back down the pitch on the on side. Don't tell me Leicestershire are going to play out the last 4 overs of the 110 as maidens and not get to 450. I'm sure that they'll swing the bat at some stage, but neither of these two understandably want to give it away. Proctor is in. Curry gets a delivery that he looks to fiddle away on the offside, but can only work it as far as backward point. And coming up from sort of gully, Vasconcelos makes the stop. One ball to go in the 107th over. Proctor in, bowls, Curry is forward. No, he raps out as he plays it straight out into the covers. Consecutive maidens then, bowled by Messrs Sanderson and Proctor. And we still don't quite know who's going to pick up the maximum, well, not Northants could pick up the maximum bonus point return and finish on 16. At the moment they've got 15. Leicestershire could also finish 15 if they can just get these extra 3 runs in the next 3 overs.
Yes, 4 days, 15 points each. And we all trundle off to our respective homes, with neither side really having claimed the upper hand in this match. For now, Sanderson is in, bowls to Scriven, turns it up to mid-on. Fielded there by the tall figure of George Scrimshaw, and there's no run. So 17 balls remaining.
Hamish says, is this Curry's highest FC score? Yes, it is. 44.
3 slips in play. Sanderson in, bowls to Scriven, who turns it away into the onside, fielded by George Bartlett, who's now deciding whether to throw the ball at the stumps or not, so that's obviously still rumbling on. 4:47 for 8 on a windy, blustery early evening here in Leicester, with many point-scoring permutations still available. Turned away by Scriven, down behind square, first run for a while. Not actually sure he got any bat on that. We shall see. Is it going to be? Yep, there's no signal, and it is half century for Tom Scriven. Well played. 50 to him off 92 balls, I think. 93, is it?
Yeah.
It's a long way. You see, right? It's a long way away.
7 fours and a 6.
So he goes to 50. Now can Scott Curry follow him? 44 to Curry. Faces this ball from Sanderson, and it nips back. Hits him, I think, on the thigh pad. Just drops down in the crease next door to him. And Emilio Gay trots up from second slip to retrieve, and of course bowls it onto safe save, just making the point again. 4:48 for 8. 2 runs needed for Leicestershire to secure the maximum batting points. Is Sanderson in, bowls to Curry, pushes it up to mid-on. No run. So 13 balls remaining before we get to the cut-off point for bonus points at 110 overs. Still do, in theory at least, have a few more than that to go in the day, but can't see it progressing beyond that. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Curry, who nudges it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Bartlett. End of the over. 4:48 for 8, 108 gone. 50 to Tom Scriven, 44 to Scott Curry. 2 overs remaining, and Luke Proctor shedding cap and sweater and handing them over to umpire Debenham.
Don't blow it now, Leicestershire. 2 needed from 2 overs, or 1 wicket. Proctor sends, interestingly, his backward point to the boundary. 2 slips in a gully, hands on knees. Proctor is in, and Curry has smashed it over mid-off for a 3 bounce 4. Beg your pardon, Scriven has smashed it over mid-off for a 3 bounce 4, and that is the 450, and that will be the declaration, and that, I think, will surely be that. It is 450. Oh, hang on. The Scriven saying, is that definitely the case? Well, Northamptonshire have decided it is. Curry's saying, well, he's going to be, yeah, he's 44 not out, so the possibility of a maiden first-class half-century was on the cards for him, and I wonder whether Scriven now feels a bit bad about that, about having smashed the blow. But the declaration has come, and so Scriven will be 54 not out, Curry 44 not out. His day for a first-class half-century will surely come again. Proctor saying something to him as he goes off there. Scott Curry. Northamptonshire decided it was declaration time. They just turned and legged it.
It was very. I don't think I've ever seen a match finish quite like that, where batters were sort of standing there thinking, can we carry on, because we're enjoying ourselves. And mission accomplished as far as Leicestershire are concerned, maximum points. So it means that, as we conjectured, both teams take 15 points from this match, with 453 for 7 plays 452 for 8, and well,
the ground staff are waiting for instructions, but I mean, surely that's it.
Well, I suppose you would think so, but I suppose, well, if the umpires have got any sense,
what on earth would be the point in Northamptonshire?
Well, that's the but we still have.
But we must have started the last hour.
Well, 10,
11.5.
Yeah, 10. So we would still have, even with losing a couple, could still have 9 overs left.
Hamish points out on social media, the bowlers have declared. Lol.
I think he's about right.
It felt that way.
To be honest. I'm just filling in the... while we're going through all the malarkey, we'll find out exactly what's happening. I'll just run through the scorecard details. Tom Scriven not out 54 off 94 balls. Scott Curry 44 not out off 75. There were 16 extras comprising 4 byes, 5 leg byes, 2 no balls and 5 penalty runs. 452 for 8 declared in 108 overs and 1 ball. Bowling figures: Ben Sanderson 31 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 92. And if you were listening to us a little bit earlier, or if you weren't listening to us earlier, you may just be wondering the significance of that. Well, it does mean that... yeah, that's it.
The ground staff had brought out.
Yeah, so we take Ben Sanderson. That 4th wicket of his was his 500th for Northamptonshire across all formats. We have now just had it confirmed that is the end of the match, so they're not going to go back out for an over or 2. So Sanderson 31 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 92. Chris Tremaine, final outing for Northamptonshire in this particular spell, 25 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 97. Luke Proctor 16 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 1 for 81. George Scrimshaw 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 85. James Sales 8 overs for 39 and Safe Save 11 overs for 44. Match drawn, 15 points each.
And I think that puts Northampton back to the top of at the moment, the second division.
We'll have a little look.
We'll check the table just before we disappear, just to make sure that is the case.
Well, if that is the case, then there'll be cries of stop the count, or something from...
yeah, these usually